Vicksburg. I'm thrilled to have such a good crowd here tonight. The change of venue, it's a little bit more challenging for the folks in the back. I apologize for that, but if you know anything about warfare, and obviously you're interested in the subject, you understand a couple things. One, logistics. It always boils down to logistics, like where you can do these things. And the other thing is always have a contingency plan. And like Eileen mentioned, in this case, Grant just kept trying at it, and that's one of the things that most fascinates me about the whole battle. And it is a very interesting battle. To me, it's one of the two most important. The other one happens just 3 weeks from now with the defeat of Robert E. Lee at Gettysburg. And and all of you understand that those two are right up there equal with each other, and that historians have long debated which one actually was the more important turning point in the war. Was it Vicksburg or Gettysburg? Well, I was recently reminded of something else, that as far as the general public is concerned, there's only one battle that matters, and that's Gettysburg. Now, I was reminded of this because I got a call from a reporter from Peoria Journal-Star, I believe, who wanted to talk to me, and his question was, he'd been given an assignment. He said he needed to find out about all the Illinois regiments and Illinois' contribution to the Battle of Gettysburg. Well, I told him there was 2 Illinois regiments at Gettysburg, but there's 34 at Vicksburg. You ought to be talking about Vicksburg. And we have Grant, and we have McClellan, we have Grierson, we've got all these people that played such an important role in Vicksburg. No, my editor wants Gettysburg. So there you go. So come 3 weeks from now, I want to hear all about Gettysburg. But let's talk about Vicksburg tonight. And this is going to have to move pretty quickly because this is a long campaign. And we're going to start from right at the beginning of the war, 1861. And of course, that's Winfield Scott there. Chief of Staff of the Army that time, Senior General of the Army. And his plan that he laid out right at the beginning of the war was this, that we want to encircle the Confederacy, blockade all of the important ports to include Mobile and New Orleans down here, and then drive down the Mississippi River. And once you control the Mississippi River, you slice off a significant portion of the Confederacy. And as you slowly tighten this grip, the Confederacy will collapse, and you won't have to expend a lot of blood in the process. Well, a big problem with that was the American public on both sides of the equation were much too impatient for that kind of plan to succeed. So they started, of course, in the Virginia area, in the Virginia theater. Now, one other thing I want to point out in this map before we move on. If you look at this, there's essentially 2 theaters. You can divide it up into lots of sub-theaters beyond that point. But as far as the Confederacy is concerned, there's this theater right here, and that's the Virginia, maybe into North Carolina. But look at all the combat that was fought in Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. And those are the battles that we seem to know quite a bit more about. And then there's the entire rest of the Confederacy. And look at this. This is an area that's much larger than France. So if you think about it, the scale of the operations here are mind-boggling. And what in recent human history had prepared these people to fight this kind of a battle? So, one other thing we want to look at here. The Mississippi River, this is a close-up. And we're going to see some other maps that talk about once you get down to the Mississippi. But this map shows a pretty good job, too. It's not just the Mississippi. It's 1,000 tributaries and backwaters and bayous and everything else that you've got. As a very young man, as a teenager, Abraham Lincoln got a chance to see what this looked like firsthand, floating down the Mississippi River. He saw slavery firsthand. He also saw things like these commanding bluffs at Vicksburg. And we'll look at some maps that really detail that a little bit better. But I wanted to give you a sense of this from Lincoln's perspective right from the beginning. Now, this is a quote that David Porter, Admiral David Porter, recorded, I don't know, several years after the war in a meeting that he attended. So he must have either had an incredible memory, but maybe he took a little license in quoting Lincoln at length, but I think it's the kind of quote that illustrates the point.
See what a lot of land these fellows hold, all of which Vicksburg is the key? Here is a Red River, which will supply the Confederates with cattle and corn to feed their armies. There are the Arkansas and White Rivers, which can supply cattle and hogs by the thousand. From Vicksburg, these supplies can be distributed by rail all over the Confederacy. Then there is that great depot of supplies on the Yazoo. Let us get Vicksburg, and all that country is ours. The war can never be brought to a close until that key is in our pocket. I am acquainted with that region and know what I am talking about, and valuable as New Orleans will be to us, Vicksburg will be more so. We may take all the northern ports of the Confederacy, and they can defy us from Vicksburg. It means hogs and hominy without limit, fresh troops from all the states of the far south, and a cotton country where they can raise the staple without interference.
So that's Lincoln, his view of the importance of the river. A closer view of this, and now you can begin to see what the terrain is really like. This is Vicksburg right here, and if you can imagine, without all the units there, I don't want to get you confused by that. Look at here's the Mississippi River. I've highlighted that a little bit darker, but look at all the backwaters and other rivers and bayous and things like that. This is what happened over centuries, millennia, eons with the Mississippi River. It repeatedly would change its course. Oftentimes it would leave places like this, which are nothing more than where the river used to be, and then it changed its course, and now you've got all these backwaters and bayous and swamps and everything else. Now, on the eastern side of the river, the reason why I didn't go any farther east is right through here is a series of commanding bluffs, and Vicksburg is right at the heart of that. And notice the hairpin curve it takes right here at Vicksburg. What that means, especially in the sailing ship days, if you're sailing up or down here, imagine trying to change course as you're in a sailing ship. But it's just as difficult for a steamship or these gunboats. They have to slow down to take these hairpin curves as they're going around the river. And so you've got high commanding bluffs looking down into the river. You've got to slow down as you're going around. It's a tough place to get beyond. So it's not just at Vicksburg. This line of bluff extends well north. And as we'll see in a couple other maps, it's just tough to get around to the backside of Vicksburg. That was Grant's problem. Over here, well, look at it. It's all low ground, especially up in here. This is all low ground, easily flooded. Most of this is as well. And then you get down on the south of Vicksburg on the eastern side, on the Mississippi side. You got a little bit better land, flatter land, less broken up by rivers and streams. The city itself, you can see the terrain. For those of you who had some military experience, you're used to reading topographic maps, you can basically see the commanding nature of not just the cliffs here along the river, but also this plateau that defined what Vicksburg was at the time. So it's going to be a tough nut to crack, and everybody recognizes it. And you recognize also that you might control parts of the river, but until you control that, you're just not going to sever the Confederate supply lines. So there's the bluffs from the river itself. You see, it doesn't look like much, but I can tell you if you're trying to fight your way up in that, it's not going to be easy at all. The first attempt, notice that we're starting this discussion about Vicksburg, April 1862. Well, that's like over a year beyond the point where it actually was going to be decided. April 29th, fall of New Orleans. The reason New Orleans fell to Farragut and not to the Army for a couple reasons. This is about the same time the Battle of Shiloh was going on. So the garrison from New Orleans had been stripped to be sent north for Albert Sidney Johnson's army to take on the Union force and hopefully gain victory at Shiloh. We know it didn't work out well for the Confederates, but that's why there was really no garrison to speak of in New Orleans. And after Admiral Farragut got past the first couple major forts south of the city, New Orleans was basically indefensible. It surrendered to General Butler and his 5,000 troops, and then he occupies the city, and you start hearing these horrendous stories of how brutal and how inhumane and uncaring the Union forces were. And most of that was correct at the time. May 18th, Farragut sails north. Now I want you to take a look at this. Most of the ships he's got are blue water ships. These are old sailing ships. A lot of them had been converted or were steamships, but they also could be powered by sail. The river's wide enough that you can sail all the way up to Vicksburg. You get south of Vicksburg. He gets there May 18th. He asked for the city's surrender. And the mayor of the city said, or maybe it was Colonel Autry, who was the commander of the garrison, Mississippians don't know and refuse to learn how to surrender. Okay, pretty straightforward. So, June 25th, again, 1862, Farragut's fleet starts to shell the city of Vicksburg. City, about 4,600 people at that time. A pretty good sized place for a southern town, a vibrant place, a port. If you looked at the map before, you noticed the railroad did not go across, but there was a rail line right on the Mississippi side and another rail line right on the Louisiana side. You simply ferry the supplies across and reload them again. So this is an important supply center. They shell the city for quite a few days. And at the same time, the brown water gunboats under Admiral Porter by that time come down south on the Mississippi. These are the same gunboats that were so important for Grant gaining control of both Fort Henry and Donelson. And these are heavy guns on these gunboats, but let's face it, if you remember the last slide, if I can get back there, if you're having guns on top of these cliffs and you've got gunboats in the water, it's just not a fair game. To elevate your guns that high and try to hit the thing that you're trying to shoot at on the cliffs is just going to be very tough, and it's not successful. So eventually, as the water starts to drop, Farragut gets nervous about his ships being on dry land, so to speak, and he has to head south. So that ends the Navy's first couple attempts to gain the surrender of Vicksburg at the time. One other very quick point. They started to dig, General Williams had troops that started to dig a canal across that narrow neck. I mean, the hairpin curve. So start digging a canal across that. That didn't seem to be working out too well. So anyway, they headed south. Now, next step, Ulysses Grant. That's the guy who brought you here for tonight. And McClellan's challenge. Well, what do we know about Ulysses Grant? West Point class of 1843. Kind of a mediocre student in many respects. He was known for being an incredible horseman, the best horseman in the class at that time. He went off to the Mexican War. He had some success in the Mexican War, saw action with Scott as Scott drove towards Mexico City. And one of the things that he noticed during that campaign was that General Scott, the same Winfield Scott who was still in charge of the Army 20-some years later, decided to cut his supply line and march across Mexico to capture Mexico City. That was audacious stuff at the time. You don't cut yourself off from your supply line, but Scott did it. He got away with it, and of course, that's something that Grant files away. After the war, he's a failed businessman. Most of us know the story. He ends up being in charge of one infantry regiment, and because he's a fighter as well, has one of the first actions at the Battle of Belmont in the Western Theater and gradually moves his way up. Now, we know about Henry and Donelson, great success at Donelson. And then at Shiloh, his reputation after that was severely damaged. Rumors about him drinking. Why was the Army not prepared that first day? Why did Johnston's forces surprise him so badly? And even though they won the battle on the second day, he was kind of in the doghouse, so to speak, and he was relieved by General Halleck, who replaced him, and it was General Halleck that then took the city of Corinth, the very important rail center that was just a few miles south of Shiloh. Well, how about this other guy, John McClernand, another Illinoisan, a good friend of Abraham Lincoln, a fellow lawyer and a politician, so he shared some things in common with Lincoln. They knew each other well. He was a relatively capable commander, military commander, but he was also very politically ambitious and saw being in the Army and being a successful general is his ticket to the governorship. And, well, let's face it, what happens if you have ambitions to be a governor? You probably also have ambitions to strive for the national level. And certainly McClellan did that. So after Shiloh, Halleck replaces Grant until a couple things are happening in the Eastern Front. And because Lincoln is so disgruntled with McClellan, brings Halleck over as general-in-chief and demotes McClellan as just commander of the Army of Potomac for a while. Well, that kind of puts Grant back in the driver's seat. This is where McClellan enters into the picture again. And October 20th, he goes out east all the way to Washington, D.C., takes a leave, and meets with Lincoln and Halleck and probably Stanton by that time as well, and convinces them, and here's his pitch. Mr. President, if you let me raise troops in Indiana and Illinois and Iowa, I can guarantee you I'll raise 60,000 troops. You give me command of those troops, I'll take Vicksburg. Okay, what's the president to say? Okay, sounds like a decent plan to me. I don't think Stanton was ever too crazy about it, but his two political bosses, Stanton would be the political bias. Halleck was okay with it because Lincoln was okay with it. So McClellan comes back to the Midwest, raises 40,000 troops, no small feat, and starts to move south with that force with the intent of going after the city of Vicksburg. Now, here's where it gets a little bit interesting. What's Grant supposed to think when he hears wind about this? Whoa, what's going on? Remember, he's still in the doghouse to a certain extent, but this is not good as far as he's concerned. So he has this series of communications going back and forth by telegraph to Washington, D.C., and he telegraphs. We are creatures of our society. He telegraphs Grant and says, I might never get back again. Am I to have Sherman move subject to my order, or is he and his forces reserved for some special purpose? Well, the special purpose is Sherman going to end up being controlled by McClellan? He didn't want that. Here's the answer Halleck sent back by telegraph. You have command of all troops sent to your department and have permission to fight the enemy where you please. Okay. For a guy like Grant, that's all the green light he really needs. Very, very quick comment about the Battle of Corinth. I mentioned right after the Battle of Shiloh, the Union forces took Corinth in a very important transportation node in northeast Mississippi. And October 3rd and 4th, the Confederates recognized its importance, go after it again. And the commander of the Army of Mississippi at that time, the Confederates named their armies after states, was General Earl Van Dorn, and he gets Sterling from the western side of the Mississippi, and together they attack Corinth, and it proves to be very unsuccessful. So yet again, the Confederates lose a significant battle in the Western theater. It might be going well over in the east, but in the west it doesn't. And it's shortly after that that Van Dorn falls out of favor, and that's important to know because that's where Pemberton has a chance to come into this. So, next. These are busy slides. This is always part of your handout so you can look at the chain of command. We've talked about McClellan already. We've talked about Grant. William Tecumseh Sherman. Most of you know the story about Sherman as well. He started off fairly successful in the war, got command of the Army of Ohio, looked south and saw forces in the south that looked like they well outnumbered his, expressed his vehemence about how he needed to have more reinforcements and the enemy was very sizable, and was in part, and that's part of the reason why he was labeled to be insane and removed from command. He got back into favor while he was working under Grant at Donelson and especially at Shiloh, where they both, Grant didn't prove to be a good commander leading up to the battle, but once they got into the combat, they were unquestionably valiant, brave, and calm and collected once they were in command. So that's where Sherman is. He owes a lot by this time to his friendship with Grant. And I wanted to play this quote because This is one of my favorite quotes of the Civil War, actually. And this is Sherman's comments about Grant.
I am a damned sight smarter than Grant. I know a great deal more about war, military history, strategy, and grand tactics than he does. I know more about organization, supply, and administration, and about everything else than he does. But I'll tell you where he beats me, and where he beats the world. He don't care a damn for what the enemy does out of his sight. And it scares the hell out of me.
And I would submit to you that it would scare the heck out of all of us. That was the thing that separated so many people. McClellan always overestimated greatly what the enemy had. We're going to see a couple Confederates that did the same thing over and over again. You don't know how people are going to perform until you put them in that position. And when you can't see the whole battlefield, when you don't know what everything else is going on, that particular trait that Grant had counted for a lot. A lot. James McPherson, much younger. Sherman and Grant, actually Sherman was a couple years older than Grant. McPherson is a few years younger, also a West Point graduate, first in his class. And like so many West Pointers at the top of his class, the branch he chose was engineers. But he's spotted by Grant early in the war, and Grant keeps elevating him up because he's obviously a young man with a great amount of potential. So he has command of the 17th Corps. I've got this 9th Corps down at the bottom. You might remember hearing about the 9th Corps in Virginia. That's Burnside's old corps. And by this time in the war, they were starting to move west. But they're in a box down below because for most of this campaign, they're out of the picture. It's only at the end when the siege of Vicksburg occurs that that's going to happen. The cavalry is really not something that Grant has much control on, and he's not going to have much cavalry through this entire campaign. But it's significant to note, and I put down here, even though it's not assigned to his army, Benjamin Grierson and that cavalry raid is going to be incredibly important to the success that Grant will have later on. And one final note, it would be remiss of me to leave out the Navy out of this deal. And I wanted to talk about Admiral David Porter. David Porter is not an Annapolis grad. When he was coming up through the Navy, I don't know there was an Annapolis. Maybe he missed it by a few years. His father was a War of 1812 naval hero. And he basically grew up on a ship, cabin boy kind of stuff. Fought in the Mexican War in the Navy, worked his way up. And like so many people who are not West Point or Annapolis trained, he had a healthy suspicion of West Pointers. But he liked Grant, and he decided that Grant was the guy who could help him win the battle, win Vicksburg. And he also decided that McClellan was not a guy to be trusted. So that's a little bit more about Porter. And the relationship between Grant and Porter was solid all the way through this engagement. Okay. On the Confederate side, two people I wanted to talk about here, obviously the two most important. And I think it's important for us also to recall, or to keep in your mind, that primarily we're going to be talking about this side of the equation right here. General Pemberton and the 5 divisions that he controlled. But I want to start with a little bit about Joseph E. Johnston. You should remember Joseph E. Johnston from our discussion about the first Bull Run, because it's Beauregard, and then Johnston's bringing forces in late. Johnston takes control of the overall battle, and the Confederates win that battle. He then goes and fights McClellan as McClellan's fighting in the Peninsula Campaign up towards Richmond. And that's a long campaign, but Johnston is steadily withdrawing towards Richmond through the whole thing. At the Battle of Seven Pines, Fair Oaks, he is seriously wounded. And it's that point in time when Robert E. Lee takes over the Army of Northern Virginia. And for the next many months now, Johnston is going to be recovering from his wounds in Tennessee. But it's about this time that Johnston now is given command by President Davis, Jefferson Davis, of the entire Western Theater. That includes Braxton Bragg in Tennessee. That includes the Army of Mississippi, which is the one that's guarding Vicksburg. And it includes Kirby Smith on the other side of the Mississippi River. That's a huge expanse. The person who is going to take over from Van Dorn is Lieutenant General John Pemberton. Pemberton's background is, I think he had a little bit of action. Well, he came up through the Army like most others. He saw some action in Mexico. He missed most of the early actions of the Civil War, had the important position down in the South Carolina coast and Charleston area of commanding the garrison there along the coastline from incursions by the North and the blockade that's going on. There was a point in time that Pemberton made the statement, here's an unpolitic kind of thing to say, that his army was more important than the city of Charleston. If one had to be sacrificed, it would have to be Charleston. Well, the city leaders of Charleston had a different notion about that thing, contacted Davis. Davis basically relieves him. And what happens so oftentimes when somebody is relieved for awkward reasons, what do? Yeah, promote him, yeah. So he gets sent to the west, gets command of the Confederate Army of Mississippi, and now people are scratching their heads, well, he really hasn't had a lot of field experience. How did he end up here? I'm not trying to cast aspersions on the gentleman's courage or anything like that. I'll let you figure that out as we go through here. But that's how he ended up in the Army of Mississippi. There was a small river defense force. These are big guns. These aren't the kind that you can put behind a wagon and haul anywhere. They're siege guns. And then he has really no cavalry to speak of. So you don't see any line extending down here. But there are two brigades. Early in this campaign, you're going to see that Van Dorn, he was demoted, but gets a cavalry command under Pemberton. That'll be important. And then you've got Johnston's forces. And this is very much in flux, as you'll see as we go through here. There really isn't much there at the beginning. Okay, I'm afraid I'm probably talking too much here, but let's move on. Grant's initial plan in late 1862, we're talking November, December time frame, basically two-front strategy. He wants to drive down this rail line. Here's Corinth right up here. It's very close to, there it is. It's very close to the Tennessee border. So Grant's going to come down this rail line here towards all the way down to the point where you can get to Jackson and then take a right-hand turn and go to Vicksburg. But look at how long that supply line would be and how tenuous that supply line is going to be. And at the same time, he wants to send Sherman down. And here's the plan. You keep Sherman busy, then McClellan can't get his hands on Sherman. Have him go all the way down and attack at Chickasaw Bluffs, Chickasaw Bayou, right down here on the north side of Vicksburg. Those two things are supposed to happen simultaneously. Well, Grant gets down to Jackson. He gets down to Hollow Springs. And then he keeps moving south. But at this time, Van Dorn now, in his cavalry unit, moves north and cuts the supply line here at Holly Springs, I believe is the name of it. Holly Springs. And that happens on December 20th. And this is a huge supply base. It's going to allow Grant to continue his drive south. After Van Dorn hits that, he continues north, and on December 24th, he hits the town of Jackson, Tennessee. At the same time, you've got Nathan Bedford Forrest, who's ranging into western Tennessee, even farther north, and causing havoc across that whole supply line. And ultimately, you start to figure out, here's what Grant figures out. It's tough to have that long a supply line and to be that dependent on the rail lines. You've got to have the rail lines. The road network simply won't support an army of that size. You got to have that. And he also knows, boy, awfully tough to cut the Mississippi River. Can't do that. He can control that. So that's one of the lessons he's going to learn. One other lesson he learns. As he moves north after his supply base at Holly Springs has been destroyed, his soldiers don't have enough to subsist on. So he gives the order, go ahead and supply yourself off of the countryside as you move north. Get your provisions off of the countryside. We'll try to keep you equipped with ammunition as you move north. Okay, that's the second time something like that has happened in Grant's career. Meanwhile, we've got McClellan, and what he has done is get command of this force, and he's going to take his force up Arkansas Post. This is basically his own idea, going up the Arkansas River to control that. So it's good in a couple respects. McClellan is able to capture that garrison of about 5,000 there in Arkansas Post, and it keeps him out of Grant's hair for a little bit. So that's how the year ends in 1862. Now what's Grant going to do? And this is where it really gets interesting as far as I'm concerned. Who would have thought all these things? December 26th to December 29th, I didn't want to overlook this. This is Sherman at Chickasaw Bluffs. Okay, here's the bluffs right here, and you can see the Confederates. It's going to take the Union too long to actually get into position, so it allows Pemberton plenty of time to shift forces north from the Vicksburg area and really reinforce this ridgeline here with fortifications and bring in your artillery. And it's like going up the bluffs in Vicksburg, except worse, because to get there, you got to go across cypress swamps. You got to go across this. This is the Chickasaw Bayou down here. Bayou is nothing more than a backwater, stagnant water, swampy area. The whole place is a mess, impossible to maneuver in there. And you're doing it in December. Yeah, not when I'd want to be doing it, when I'm wet and miserable all the time. The first day on the 28th, there are attacks over here by Steele's division against the right of the Confederate line at S.D. Lee, Brigadier General S.D. Lee. He's commanding a brigade at that time. That's a miserable failure. The next day, the attack is across the entire front. And just to give you a sense of what they recognized when they were in the midst of this, one of the commanders, a brigade commander, gets the order from a colonel from Grant's staff to attack. And this is in Morgan's division right here in the center. And here's what this person says. This is John DeCourcy says, "My poor brigade, your order will be obeyed, General." That message is taken back to Sherman, and here's Sherman's response to this. "Tell Morgan to give the signal for the assault. We'll lose 5,000 men before we take Vicksburg, and may as well lose them here as anywhere else." Yeah, these are the kind of quotes that tend to be preserved in history, I'm afraid. Here's the casualty rates. Pretty lopsided affair, isn't it? 1,776 Union and 207 Confederate. So, Grant knows a couple things. That long supply line that you're relying on the rail line is not going to work. Chickasaw Bluffs, we can't get up that. That's not going to work. So what's next? Bypassing Vicksburg. And he's going to look at several different things. Now, you can decide if you thought at the time Grant was figuring that any of these things were going to be successful. Later on in his memoirs, he was saying he was just keeping his army busy. That's not the kind of thing you tell the soldiers once they're actually doing it, that they're just keeping you busy. But you're going to hear a sequence of these, and they're all amazing to me. The first one is to go back here and this canal that General Williams' troops were digging a few months earlier. It goes right across here. It's going to be, I think, 60 feet wide and 13 feet deep. You got to dig this canal. On each end of the canal, there's a dam. You just haven't dug out the dirt at the time. You've got thousands of troops and thousands of contraband. Now, we all know what contraband are. Those are former slaves. And so they now start working for the Union cause. And they dig in January, in February, in miserable conditions, marshy terrain, poor health conditions by far. You start to see the number of illnesses go up. But McClellan's corps is given this task. He manages to bring down a couple steam-powered shovels that go to work on this thing. The only problem with that is there is one Confederate gun called Whistling Dick that is in range of these steam shovels and can start the pots out at them. And it becomes something of the thing to do for the citizens of Vicksburg to go out on the bluffs and watch the Union forces dig the ditch. Well, a little bit later, the river starts to rise with the spring rains, and the dams basically this earthen embankments on either side gives way. And what was supposed to happen when that occurred was that the river would rush through there and scour off the rest of the canal, and then you can get past. Well, all it did is it basically flooded this whole area around here. And they figured, well, the Mississippi doesn't want to go in there. You know, why would the Mississippi suddenly take a right-hand turn instead of, I think physics will tell you it's just going to keep going around this way. And that's what happened with this particular attempt. The next one, to dig a canal around Lake Providence. Now get a scale of this. Here's this first canal right here. There's Vicksburg. There's this first canal. So way upriver, they're going to cut a canal from the river to Lake Providence. And there was something of a dam there. And this used to be, the reason this lake is here, because that used to be the way the Mississippi River went. Now the problem wasn't so much right through here. The problem was from here to what you see on the map here is Bayou Marone. I just think the Macon Bayou, I think the names here are important. Here's what they wanted to do, what the Union wanted to do. First of all, they had to dig to Lake Providence. Then they had to connect to Bayou Baxter, and that's basically the stretch right here. That was the big problem area. Once they got there, they can hook up with Macon Bayou, and then the Tensas River, and then the Red River, and then the Mississippi River. That's a couple hundred miles or more. And that would put them well south of Vicksburg, and in fact, just a few miles north of Port Hudson, which was the other big, heavily defended spot on the Mississippi River. And then the Union could go either direction here. The problem was right through here in this stretch. And McPherson is given in charge of this. He's the excellent engineer of the group, and he does very well. One of the problems, though, is that this bayou that's between Lake Providence and right here is basically a cypress swamp. So how do you get rid of these huge cypress trees? You chop them down, and he designs this special saw that was basically a curve, and you hook it up on your steamships and just kind of saw back and forth like this until you saw those stumps out of the water line, and then you can move forward. So an engineering feat. He is relatively successful and actually can say by March 18th that he has successfully established this link to the south, but it's tenuous at best. And look at this. This is, in general, Confederate-controlled territory. How hard is it going to be for the Confederates to take pot shots at anybody going down here for the entire length of this? We're not talking about anything close to the size of the Mississippi. So Grant eventually abandons that. Now, these things are kind of going on at the same time in many respects. So that's the second way of bypassing. The third is the Yazoo River bypass. This time, instead of going south, we're looking way north. And you look right here, Moon Lake. Was this, for many, many decades, was the way that the Mississippi River would go. It would the main channel here, but a by-channel would go down through here that would eventually end up in the Yazoo River. And a lot of these cities along through here made their livelihood by trading on the river system. And, of course, it eventually empties back into the main Mississippi River, of course, right here. But the citizens of Mississippi, I think, had made this huge dike right here, about 100 feet wide and 18 feet high. That was an awful lot of labor back in those days, I would think, that prevented this because there was problems with flooding every year. Well, the Union decided that maybe if we blew that dike open, we can get down this way and eventually hook up into the Yazoo River. Now, you got to look at the names of here again. The Coldwater, and then you've got the Tallahatchie River emptying into yeah, that rings a bell. That name's familiar, isn't it? Try not to hum that tune now for a while. Then you get to the Yallabusha River, and by the time that empties into the Yazoo, you've got a fairly sizable navigable river. Well, right there is where the Confederates got wind of this and built Fort Pemberton. The problem at the Union encounter is it's very slow going for Porter and his gunships and steamships, paddle wheelers that they're using for personnel transports to go down this pass. And especially in this upper area, look at the kind of things that they encounter. Well, what are the Confederates to do? They got plenty of trees that you can chop down and throw across the river. And that causes the Union to slow down. You can sink things in the middle of the river. You can set up snipers, but the first two are especially important. And what the Union found is the more that deeper they got into this, all these overhanging branches would just rip the superstructure off these ships right off the decks. Strip it right off. They get down to Fort Pemberton. General Loring is in charge of the defense, and it does not go well for the Union forces there. And eventually, the whole thing has to be turned around and go back up the river. So there's the third one, and that doesn't work. Now, the fourth one perhaps is the most interesting one. When they opened up this dike, this flooded the whole area. And Porter noticed that, holy cow, and it's springtime now, heavy rain, springtime, they've opened up the dike. I should have mentioned earlier, there was a 9-foot difference between the Mississippi River and the dike below. Can you imagine the water rushing through when they blew that dike? There'd be an engineering thing to see. But this whole area had been flooded so much that Porter decided he could just sail his gunships and follow by Sherman's troop ships right up through here, right up through the Steel Bayou, and then hook up into the Sunflower River and then work his way south to the Yazoo River, and then they could get down here to Haynes Bluff, which is the place they've been trying to get to all along. Okay, so they try that. And that seems to be going well. You know, you're sailing on your gunboats and you see these trees that are submerged by 15 or 20 feet of water, and they're fairly well spaced apart. But what happens when you go farther north? It gets a little bit shallower, it gets a little bit closer. You got the same problem they had coming down the Yazoo from the other direction, except in this case, all this floodwater. What happens to all the animals when they're flooded? Where do animals go? They go to higher ground. Well, a lot of them went into the trees. So as they are going up here, and this happened in the troop ships especially, it starts to rain varmints, is how they put it. It got so bad that they would have soldiers on these ships with brooms so they could sweep the animals off. And what kind of animals would you expect they'd have? Well, snakes. Yeah, see, the ladies jumped right on that one. I would think squirrels don't need the help. They can stay in the trees. But other animals ended up in this. Possum, just about everything. Wildcats, lots of snakes, lots of cockroaches, especially when you bump these ships into this. Oftentimes you'd have the ship bump into a tree and it just kind of slowly falls over. And the animals come raining down on them. So that doesn't do too well, especially when they get about this range right here and they find out they've got willow thickets and there's just no way these gunboats are going to get in there. They're really bogging down by this time, and it's at that location that the Confederates are there to greet them. And so the whole thing has to be turned around. Now, by this time, that's not an easy thing for these ships to be doing, is turning around in very confined quarters. But they end up coming back down again. So that's how it's working so far for Grant's experiments. That gets us up to about March time frame. And all of these things have been failures. Imagine yourself now, you're a journalist or a politician, and you're looking at all of this with a critical eye. What are you thinking about Grant by this time? Holy cow, this guy is something else. It's not working at all. One of the Union soldiers was captured, if I can find that quote here quickly. And he's being questioned about this whole operation, and one of the Confederates who had captured him says, "Hasn't that old fool tried this ditching and flanking 5 times already?" And the answer was yes, but he's got 37 more plans in his pocket. Yeah, you don't want to give him any credit here. Now we get to what Grant sees as a much more viable alternative in the spring of 1863. He now plans, and still getting below Vicksburg, getting to better land where you can get off. And he wants to march 2 corps, McClellan's and then McPherson's, down here through this marshy terrain, but he can find the roads. It's going to take a while, but eventually they're going to get to a little spot on the western side of the Mississippi named Hard Times. I love the names in this one. It's just great. And right across is the city of Grand Gulf, which is a heavily fortified position. Well, they didn't know it at the time it was going to be that heavily fortified. The plan was to get to Hard Times, to get gunboats to run past the fortifications of Vicksburg, and then ferry the troops across here. At the same time, there's going to be 2 distractions going on. One is going to be Sherman up here in the same place in the Chickasaw Bayou area is going to have a feint to draw the Confederates away in that direction, and then Grierson's raid, which we'll get to in just a minute. And Pemberton's trying to figure all this out. In fact, for a while, Pemberton and the whole Confederates thought the Union had finally given up and they'd gone north and they're going to forget about this whole nonsense. So on the evening of April 16th, the citizens of Vicksburg are celebrating. They have a grand ball in the town, and it's that day that the first part of Grant's plan is going to be executed, and that's to run past the guns of Vicksburg. This, they knew, was going to be a very dicey affair. These are substantial fortifications. They command, because they're so high and shooting down into the river, it's going to be extremely tough to do that. So the scheme is to take the gunboats and empty transports. They're empty because Grant is marching his troops overland to get down to the south. But you need those troop ships, those transports, to ferry them across the Mississippi. So you lash the troop ships on the side of the gunboats. You fortify the troop ships, especially with bales of cotton, anything you can, so you can prevent that plunging fire to get into them. And then you race across. You do this at night. That was the plan. You hug as closely as you can to the Louisiana side of the river, unless and until you're spotted by the Confederates. And then the safer side of the river to be is very close to the bluffs of Vicksburg, because they can't possibly crank their guns down that far. That's the plan. It goes pretty well until they make the turn around DeSoto Point, and they are spotted by the Confederates. The Confederates quickly figure out they got to get across the river or alert people on the other side of the river, who start torching houses on the Louisiana side of the river and put out tar pots on the Louisiana side. So now you've got the Navy fleet that's going by perfectly silhouetted on the river, and it ends up being a turkey shoot. But what they found out was it was very successful. There was only minimal damage to the Union ships getting past. So it worked. They got their troop ships south. They got the gunboats south. It would be a different factor to go north again. So to a certain extent, Grant is committed to this. There's no going back now. On the 22nd, they try the second time. And this time, they have a little bit less success, but they are able to get mostly, these are transports that are going by. And part of what gets by now is 600,000 rations. It's going to keep that army supplied for a long time once they get down south. So they've gotten past this. Grierson's raid. They're celebrating this weekend or last weekend? This weekend over in Jacksonville. Benjamin Grierson, favorite son. Colonel Benjamin Grierson, a musician, a shop owner from Jacksonville, Illinois. As a young boy, he was kicked by a pony, so he didn't really like horses that much. But I don't know how he ended up in the cavalry, but that's the way the Army works, isn't it? He ended up in the cavalry and did very well for himself, had experience going after Nathan Bedford Forrest in a couple campaigns. So he is selected by General Hurlbut, and certainly got the blessing from General Grant, to lead this raid. And here's Grant's instructions to Grierson. Do all the mischief you can. You know, it's pretty general, broad marching orders, if you will. He's going to start from LaGrange, Tennessee, right up here, and the plan was to move south to get down here to Newton Station, destroy this important rail center at Newton Station. Here's Jackson, here's Vicksburg. So this is going to sever that supply line for the Confederates, and then somehow after that, make your way up through Alabama and get up north again. That was the original plan. So Grierson goes south with 3 regiments, 2 from Illinois, 1 from Iowa, and gets down to this vicinity and sends, I think, the Iowa regiment back north. It's kind of hard to see it, but this is their route as they go back up north. Part of the intent was to deceive the Confederates. So you're going to ride right over your hoof tracks in the road and make the Confederates think that the whole thing has gone north. But they continued south. One of the problems the Confederates have at this time is they really have no cavalry of their own. And you might say, well, what's going on with that? Van Dorn, by this time, was working in support of General Bragg in Tennessee, and Nathan Bedford's force had always been assigned, was already assigned at that time. And in fact, there's another raid that was going on at the same time that came from Rosecrans' force, the Army of the Tennessee. And this one is commanded by Colonel Abel Strait, 1,700 troopers. And since they were going through rugged terrain, these troopers got mules instead of horses. But they had a pretty successful raid until they got to Alabama and were cornered by Nathan Bedford's force, and the whole group was captured. But it took Forrest out of the picture, and Van Horn was out of the picture. So most of what was done in terms of trying to chase down Grierson was done by foot troops and local militia units, and not nearly as effective. He gets to Newton Station, they do all the damage they possibly can, and then at that point Grierson decides to head further south all the way down here to Baton Rouge. And incredibly successful. 600 miles in 16 days, captured or paroled 500 Confederate soldiers, destroyed 56 miles of track and telegraph wire, 3,000 firearms, lots of horses. He lost 3 killed, 7 wounded, and 9 missing. So, success in anybody's definition. Grand Gulf. Okay, again, here is the route that the Union forces are marching down to get to Hard Times, which is right here, right across the river from Grand Gulf. The assumption was that Porter's gunboats would be down here, would shell Grand Gulf until he puts them into submission. The Confederate defense would collapse, and then they could ferry the troops across. It did not happen. After something like 5 hours of bombardment, it still did not happen. So, it's time to adjust again. They find a slave and interrogated, talked to the slave, and the slave told them, General, if you were to get down here around Bruinsburg, that's a good place to land. There's an excellent road network here, and there's no defenses there. So that's what they tried. They boarded a few miles downstream from Grand Gulf. They took the ferries down to Bruinsburg, and they disembarked at Bruinsburg against no resistance at all. Once there, and this is April 30th now when they finally got across, I want to read you what Grant's opinion was at that time. Now, mind you, he hasn't even gotten close to solving the problem of capturing Vicksburg or destroying the Confederate Army. But here is his opinion after how many months he's been working on this in this particular point in time. When this was effected, crossing the river and getting to Mississippi, I felt a degree of relief scarcely ever equaled since. Vicksburg was not yet taken, it is true, nor were its defenders demoralized by any of our previous moves. I was now in the enemy's country, with the vast river and the stronghold of Vicksburg between me and my base of supplies. But I was on dry ground, on the same side of the river with the enemy. All the campaigns, labors, hardship, and exposures from the month of December previous to this time that had been made and endured were for the accomplishment of this one object. So that gives you an idea into what Grant is thinking. He'd finally achieved the thing, that the first and most important step was to get on the right side of the river in a position where he could then maneuver successfully against Pemberton. And he had the initiative. The ball was in his court. General Bowen was the commander who had deployed south. He was at Grand Gulf. His soldiers did so well in defending that position. But once they found out that the Union forces had landed south of the river, he quickly put them on the road and drove them south and south of Bayou Pierre River. which is the main river that now Grant is on the south side of that. He's got to get north of there. And that's the first place now that Grant's army is going to encounter the Confederate force. It's only one division. What's Bowen to do but to scream as loud as he can for reinforcements from Pemberton? Time is on Grant's side, but only if he acts quickly. And that's exactly what he does. Most of these battles, we're going to move very quickly because there's just so many of them. There's so much terrain to cover here. So, Bowen gets south, puts up a good defense, but quickly McClellan is able to outflank him, 3-1 odds, and Bowen is forced to retreat. In the process, he burns the bridges across Pierre Bayou, but the Union forces quickly put up pontoon bridges and get across. Now, so here's just an image from that. This is the important point now. What is Grant to do after this? He's got a couple of choices and people telling him what he should do. First of all, President Lincoln and General Halleck are telling him, we want you to go south, about 20 or 30 miles down south at Port Hudson, and to support General Banks, who is besieging at that time Port Hudson. That's what we want you to do. Well, that wasn't exactly what Grant wanted to do for a couple reasons. One, Banks had data rank on him. So if the two men got together, that meant that Banks might be a commander. But maybe more importantly, or more justified in this case, is that Banks was working his way up the Red River, going after the Confederates there. He didn't have that much going on at Port Hudson. So Grant used that as an excuse to kind of ignore what he was being told by, the commander-in-chief. And he decides to advance against Vicksburg and to do so quickly. And to do that, he's going to have to cut loose from his supply base. He recognizes that there's no way that he's going to get this army supply, that you're just going to have to forget about it. Now, that's an overstatement, and oftentimes when you read about this, a lot of authors do overstress that point. One of the things he did was he rounded up everything he could get, gigs and surreys and cotton wagons and buggies, everything you could find, and he told his soldiers to go out and get them, and they were good at doing that kind of thing. And they put together this makeshift wagon train. But the wagon train was only going to provide a few things. Ammunition, that was top of the list, hardtack, salt, coffee, and sugar. And everything else they would provide themselves from the countryside. And you start off with 3 days' provisions, and you start marching northeast. And basically, you're on your own. Now, one of the things I wanted to do here, and his goal was to get between the Confederates in Vicksburg and General Johnston, who had his command in Jackson. We'll see a map here in just a bit. One of the things I wanted to do, and one of the things that's always credited for Grant, is how good his instructions were. Clear, and yet not confining to the point where the other general receiving them didn't have some latitude. So here's the instructions that McPherson got about this time.
Move your command tonight to the next crossroads if there is water, and tomorrow with all activity into Raymond. At the latter place, you will use your utmost exertions to secure all subsistence stores that may be there, as well as in the vicinity. We must fight the enemy before our rations fail, and we are equally bound to make our rations last as long as possible. Upon one occasion, you made 2 days' rations last 7. We may have to do the same thing again.
That's as good a definition of commander's intent as you're going to find in the Civil War. McPherson knew exactly what was expected of it and how much latitude he had to work beyond that point. What about the other side? Pemberton. Both Pemberton and Johnston are essentially cautious men by nature. And here's the instructions Pemberton got from General Johnston. Johnston tells him, get your whole army, go after Grant, and engage him in combat as soon as you can. And in Johnston's eyes, the army is only going to increase, Grant's force is only going to increase over time, and so Pemberton needs to strike, and strike as quickly as he could. But to do that, Johnston understood that Pemberton would have to basically leave Vicksburg to its own defenses. Take your chances. You got to take those chances to get the numbers there that are going to be favorable to your side. What is President Davis telling him? President Davis is telling Pemberton, hold Vicksburg. Don't abandon Vicksburg. If you have to, fight house to house. That's how important Vicksburg is. And here's one of the problems. Pemberton is told that he's supposed to take his instructions from Davis. Now, anybody who's been in the military knows that's a convoluted chain of command. It doesn't work when you got two bosses. It's just not a good idea. But that was the situation that he was on. His decision ultimately is going to be to take 3 of his 5 divisions that he had in the region, consolidate them, and go after Grant, and leave 2 divisions in Vicksburg itself. Compromise. As far as Johnston was concerned, 3 divisions wasn't going to do the trick. And speed, alacrity was going to be of the essence for this whole thing. Here's the map. It's kind of bright, but I think this is the best map I could find that lays out the terrain. Here's Grand Gulf. Here's Port Gibson. Grant now has won the first battle at Port Gibson. Here's Jackson with a very small force under Johnston. Here is Vicksburg with Pemberton's force. And it's going to be Edwards Station right here where those 3 divisions are eventually going to be. And Grant's notion was to march his army between these 2 rivers. The Bayou Pierre was right down here, and the Big Black, which is here, and it goes right up through this region here. That's where the Big Black is. So you had a little bit of safety between those 2 rivers. Now remember, he doesn't have much cavalry force, but he deploys his forces this way. McClellan on the left, so McClellan is screening his army from the enemy, as you will. Sherman in the center and McPherson on the right flank. And they marched towards Raymond, and the goal was to get to Clinton. Clinton would be the spot between Johnston and Pemberton. That was the original goal. And you're cutting yourself off. Remember, they're just on their own at this time. The first engagement they have then is in the town of Raymond. That's May 12th. A brigade under control of Johnston is sent out to Raymond. He's expecting to encounter nothing more than a brigade of Union forces. So he gets to Raymond and almost immediately goes on the offensive, gets in the attack mode, charges, and it's a gallant attempt, but pretty quickly he figures out he's seriously outnumbered. And in fear of having his flanks overlap, so in fact the person who carries the day in here is none other than Black Jack Logan, John A. Logan of Murfreesboro, of Illinois fame. Most historians would consider him the best political general of the Civil War. Certainly he did. He thought so. And I don't have reason to disagree with that either. So Logan carries the day in the Battle of Raymond. The next point in the map is Jackson. Now, I told you that the initial intent was to go to Clinton between the 2 forces, but by the time Grant got to Raymond, he decided he needed to go after Johnston and take Johnston out of the game right away before Pemberton had a chance to reinforce on the other side. So that's what they did. It's all very quick. No hesitation on Grant's part. Let's move forward. Shifts his focus to Jackson. McPherson takes the lead, goes up through Clinton, and then takes a right-hand turn, heads towards Jackson. And by this time, General Johnston decided, this doesn't look good. I'm not going to make a defense at Jackson. I'm going to withdraw north of the city. And I'll have General Gregg, same General Gregg who had defended so valiantly at Raymond, he'll be my rear guard through Jackson. So it's McPherson's troops who meet Gregg's troops as they approach Jackson. And yet another major battle, but it goes pretty quickly, and obviously the numbers on the Union side are in their favor. Johnson abandons the town, and Grant has what he wants now. He can now focus on Pemberton. What I want to do is there are several clips now as we play through the rest of this from 2 different people. Osborne Oldroyd, I think he's probably a private at this time of the war. He's from the 20th Ohio, so you're going to hear his voice, I think, 3 times, the perspective from the average soldier about how these things are going. And he's going to talk in this clip about the approach, because the weather doesn't always cooperate. There's a driving downpour as the Union forces are approaching Jackson, and that's what you're going to hear here. Oops. I'm going the wrong direction entirely.
May 14th. Started again this morning for Jackson. When within 5 miles of the city, we heard heavy firing. It has rained hard today, and we've had both a wet and muddy time, pushing at the heavy artillery and provision wagons accompanying us when they stuck in the mud. The rain came down in perfect torrents. What a sight. Ambulances creeping along at the side of the track, artillery toiling in the deep ruts, while generals, with their aides and orderlies, splashed mud and water in every direction in passing. We were all wet to the skin, but plodded on patiently for the love of country.
Johnston had been in Tennessee. He arrived shortly for the Battle of Jackson. He surmised what he was looking at, determined the size of the enemy force, knew what he had, and here's the comment he made, and he telegraphed back to Richmond, "I am too late." That gives you a little bit of window into who Johnston was at the time. Champions Hill. The most important battle in this entire campaign, is the largest battle, is going to happen at Champions Hill. What that is now is Pemberton has been forced out. He's finally moved out of the defensive works at Vicksburg, and he's going to meet Grant's forces in the field. The plan hopefully would have been that Johnston would be on one side of Grant, Pemberton would have been on the other, and they would have relatively equal numbers by that time. But you recall, Pemberton only wanted to take 3 divisions. He's got Stevenson's division here in the north. He's got Loring's division and Bowen's division here stretched along this ridge line. Here is Champions Hill right here. And you imagine that initially this was held by the Confederate forces. Champions Hill is the predominant piece of terrain. It's 70 feet higher than everything else around it. It can see this important road intersection right down here, and from Champions Hill you can look right down this ridgeline and see the rest of the Confederate Army. McClellan is marching up, suddenly encounters this Confederate force at Champions Hill, and the Confederates are in defensive positions by this time, and Grant immediately takes the initiative and says, "Let's go for it. We're going to attack here." General Hovey of McPherson's Corps. Now, you're going to look at your map here. A couple of things about this I should have mentioned earlier. A couple of things about this chain of command that you had. Early, by the time you get to this point in the battle, that chain of command for the Union forces makes sense. Several months before, there was a lot of units that were moving around. But for whatever reason, at this point in the battle, Hovey's division, which I believe is part of McClellan's Corps, is actually under the control of McPherson. So you've got Logan's division up here. You got McPherson's division or corps right here, and Hovey is the one that we really need to focus on. His division is going to take the brunt of the attack. First 1 brigade and then a couple regiments from the 2nd Brigade of Hovey's division attack right down the throat of Champions Hill, and eventually are able to take 4 guns right at the crest of Champions Hill and force the Confederates off. Stevenson is eventually, you don't see it on this one, but his forces are eventually going to have to fall back behind the Jackson Road in this vicinity right here. And parts of Logan's forces are actually going to sever the Jackson Road, which puts the entire Confederate force in a bind because they got to use that to get across the Big Black River farther down the road. So at this point in the battle, we've got Pemberton telling both Bowen and Loring to send units up north to reinforce Stevenson's corps, or Stevenson's division up on the north side. The initial response from both generals is nothing. They don't respond at all. But a couple hours later, in the afternoon, Bowen's division finally moves north. And as they move north, they slam into that same piece of terrain around Champions Hill and are able to retake Champions Hill after some very bloody combat around that location. Now, look at that cul-de-sac, though, they've got right there. And here's Osterhaus and his division right here. And Grant is pumping units in the front to blunt the attack of the Confederates. And so they're really in a very bad spot Osterhaus division attacks this direction, and it doesn't take long for the entire Confederate position to collapse. Well, it's just about this time that General Loring and his division decide to get into the action, so they start moving north as well. Just at the point in time when this road intersection is lost to the Confederates, and the whole rest of the Confederate force has got to move as quickly as they can back towards Vicksburg itself. So eventually what's going to happen is Loring's division gets cut off, and they have a hard time now getting back to Vicksburg. Wanted to show you this just as a good picture of the kind of combat that was at the top of Champions Hill around these guns. And then I've got a picture here of Private George Sizer of the 24th Iowa. His particular company and that regiment was part of the attack right there, that crucial attack at Champions Hill. He was 25 at the time this picture was, at the time he was at the battle. I'm not sure how old he was here. This is his sweetheart back home in Miles, Iowa. She was 15 at the time. When he left for war, she was 14 years old, and he spent the war writing her letters. So I wanted to hear his version of how this battle went.
Again I write and can announce myself alive and well by God's mercy. For who but him could lead me safe through so fierce a shower of death and destruction? It would be vain for me to attempt to describe so fierce a battle. On the 16th day of May, we was told the enemy was ahead of us, so we was taken into a rye field and formed into battle line, where we sent out skirmishers who found the enemy, and the work of death began. First, the 1st Brigade of our division, then 2 regiments of the 2nd came into action. Then we was called upon, and away we went. We soon captured a rebel battery of 4 guns, but had no support, so we was driven back again, and a large number of our men killed and wounded. I was in the whole of it, but did not know a man was hit until we received orders to fall back. Then I looked back and saw half of the company was down. Our regiment lost in killed and wounded 201, but it was bravely done and worthy of the name of Iowa soldiers. Our regiment lost the most men in that fight, more than any other one, and our company the most of any company. We was the last company to leave the ground, and that only when 29 men of ours lay on the ground, and some of them we took away with us. What monster war is here. It teaches us to kill our fellow mortal and joy in it.
Those are the kind of letters that were always written by the soldiers on both sides to their mothers and sweethearts and relatives and friends back home. And they paint such a vivid picture of the war. And I can say, to a certain extent, I can thank George Sizer for my interest in history and in the Civil War in particular, because these 2 people are my great-grandparents. And I've got all the letters. The next step on the battle, then, is the Big Black River. The Confederates are withdrawing straight west towards Vicksburg. The Big Black is the next terrain feature that's going to be really important, because you got to fight across that. It's not an easy river to get across. And they set up their defenses right here. 3 brigades, and guess which division ends up getting this task? It's Bowen's division again. That's the workhorse division for Pemberton. So you got Cockrell's brigade, Vaughn's brigade, and Green's brigade set up in pretty good defensive positions. And McClellan comes charging down the road and encounters this. And immediately, once again, they go into action. McClellan's corps goes into attack. There is 1 brigade right up here, Lawler's brigade. These are actually 3 divisions and through here, Smith, Osterhaus, and Carr. But 1 brigade peels off and gets in this area, and they find themselves in a piece of terrain where they're basically en defilade from the enemy position and can approach close enough so they fix bayonets and they figure out, if we just make a determined assault, they can get only 1 round fired at us before we can overwhelm their defenses. So it's an ideal position. Lawler's brigade kicks off the attack. They hit Vaughn in force right here, just as it was planned. And the whole left side of the Confederate position starts to collapse, which leaves Cockrell no choice at all but to withdraw as well. Now, oftentimes in a position like this, where would be the best side to defend the river? You'd want to do it from this side of the river. The reason that they're on this side is they're still hoping that Loring's division is going to make its way back into the defenses of Vicksburg. And once this line collapses and Cockrell has to leave the field and they all pour across a railroad bridge and a pontoon bridge, which is really nothing more than a steamship that had been turned sideways across the river. Once the force is back there, Loring is on his own, and there's going to be no way that Loring is going to make his way back into the defenses of Vicksburg. So at that point in time, he heads straight south and then loops up north and starts heading for Jackson to join himself with Johnston's troops, what little Johnston had at the time. And the rest of the Confederate force now is going to stream across the river. It doesn't take the Union forces long to put across a pontoon bridge over the Big Black River. You can see that's a sizable river. And here's the other voice we're going to hear a couple times. This is from an anonymous diarist who's writing about her experiences and what she's saying during the campaign and during the siege of Vicksburg.
May 17th. About 3 o'clock, the rush of the retreat began. I shall never forget that woeful sight of a beaten, demoralized army that came rushing back. Humanity in the last throes of endurance. Wan, hollow-eyed, ragged, footsore, bloody, the men limped along unarmed, but followed by siege guns, ambulances, gun carriages, and wagons in aimless confusion. At twilight, 2 or 3 bands on the courthouse hill and other points began playing Dixie, Bonnie Blue Flag, and so on, and drums began to beat all about.
It's about this time now we can finally turn our attention to Vicksburg. And for most people who don't know much about it, that's where they think the whole thing occurred. It's just what's going to happen now the next couple months here at the siege of Vicksburg itself. I hope you understand why we needed to take that much time in setting it all up, because it's so much more than just the Vicksburg siege itself. The Confederates now have 4 divisions, the 2 remaining divisions that Pemberton had taken out, and the 2 divisions that had stayed there at Vicksburg in the first place. And you can see them arrayed around the defensives. The Union has 3 corps and growing, so it's roughly about 29,500 in that neighborhood the Confederates have besieged, and 35,000 plus. And we're going to see those numbers growing for the Union side over time. So by the time you get to the actual surrender, it's going to be 71,000 for the Union. Plus, you've got the gunboat supporter. So that's what you got. These 3 pictures is simply what different fortifications, different strong points along this defensive wall are going to look like. And you set these kind of redans, redoubts, those kinds of things, so that you can get the right kind of enfilading fire on the enemy as you're looking down through these angles. A little bit about siege warfare, not a whole lot. The Confederates had dug in well. And this is going to be one place where we really see siege warfare. You're going to see it in 1864 as well. But here's one of the first places. A deep ditch, a parapet. Once you get down in the ditch, it's very tough to get out of there, and that's the Union's problem. Right here, we've got an abattis, and this picture right here is about as good a picture of what the abattis looked like at the time. Think about barbed wire in today's military. They didn't have it at that time. What they would do is they would just topple over trees, sharpen all the branches that were pointing towards the enemy's lines, and now imagine as you're trying to move in formation across the landscape and you encounter this kind of stuff. There's no way possible, 1, that you can get through there quickly, or 2, that you're going to hold any formation at all as you move through. Gabions here, it was simply a way to load lots of dirts and rock and then use those to make your defensive positions. Bombardments would be going on the whole time. Now you might recall at the beginning, town of about 4,500. Now with the army there, it's 34,000 plus that are in that city. Bombardments from Grant's guns. And you'd either hit these defensive positions. If you didn't hit them, it would sail over, and then where would it land? Somewhere in Vicksburg, where all the civilians were hiding out. Porter's gunboats, the guns couldn't elevate that well, but this is where you would have these huge siege mortars. And these are very high trajectory weapons, so they go up like this and they come straight down and raise havoc. And you're not hitting the trench lines as much as you're just bombarding the city, and both sides. Snipers start to do their work on both sides. Anybody who sticks their head up too too far for too long is likely to have their head blown off. And it became something of a game over time. And, of course, this is the Western Army on both sides. They got plenty of people who knew how to fire a rifle. And mining operations that we're going to see a little bit later. Now, here's the second quote we've got from Osborne Oldroyd.
May 24th, Sunday, and how little like the Sabbath day it seems. Cannon are still sending their messengers of death into the enemy's lines, as on weekdays, and the mini balls sing the same song, while the shovel throws up as much dirt as on any other day. What a relief it would be if, by common consent, both armies should cease firing today. It is our regiment's turn to watch at the front, so before daylight we moved up and took our position. We placed our muskets across the rifle pits, pointing towards the fort, and then laid down and ran our eyes over the gun, with fingers on trigger, ready to fire at anything we might see moving. For hours, not a movement was seen, till finally an old half-starved mule meandered too close to our lines, when off went 100 or more muskets, and down fell the poor mule. This little incident, for a few minutes, broke the monotony. A coat and hat were elevated on a stick above our rifle pits, and in an instant they were riddled with bullets from the enemy. The rebels were a little excited at the ruse, and probably thought, after their firing, there must be one less Yankee in our camp. In their eagerness, a few of them raised their heads a little above their breastworks, when 100 bullets flew at them from our side. They all dropped instantly, and we cannot tell whether they were hit or not.
Okay. The siege of Vicksburg. The first couple weeks, Grant tried two major assaults. In the first case, on May 19th, it just involved Sherman's Corps. And this is the only assault I'm really going to describe in detail. It's simply because of the matter of time. But it's going to give you a real good picture of what it was like. Sherman's forces attack there. Brigade-sized elements. They attack in line. They move forward. They encounter all these obstacles that we were talking about. A handful of them get to the trenches, and then they stuck in the bottom of the trenches, and they mill around there for, I don't understand the bravery of these people. Oftentimes they'd be down in those trenches for a long time, until the Confederates on top of the parapets started to light cannonball fuses and just roll them down, cannonballs, into the trenches. And that pretty much ended the battle. Sherman he had 600 casualties in that one assault. Sherman learned a couple things there. Oh, by the way, there was 5 Illinois regiments in that assault, 5 of them. He learned that you got a problem getting through all these obstacles, and you need to have a lot more artillery support to keep the enemy's head down. So he's going to change his whole plan once you get to May 22nd. And his attempt to do that is to have his troops move down the road. And let me see, what's the name of this road here? Graveyard Road. Seems fitting. In column, they're going to move down here, columns of 4 in front. The whole regiment, the whole brigade strung out behind them. In front of that was a specially selected, entirely volunteer group named the Forlorn Corps. And it was forlorn because it was assumed if you volunteer for this duty, you're probably not going to come back. They were armed with 2 things, with planks and with debris. I said, okay, planks and debris. The idea was to get the debris up into this trench line, to throw the debris in there, to throw the planks over across the debris, and then the troops that would follow after you would use that to get up the wall high enough and into the enemy defense works. Well, I don't need to tell you how that worked. It didn't work well at all. Most of the Forlorn Corps, again, some of them got to the trenches, not a lot of them. Many of them died right there. The other troops behind never even made it to the trenches. There was supporting attacks after that in other portions of the line. And by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after a few hours of this, Sherman says to a subordinate, "This is murder. Order those troops back." Now, by this time, this was on the 22nd. This was all three corps, McPherson, McClellan, and Sherman, were launching attacks in the same time and the same day. McClellan, farther down south in the defense works, had to go against the railroad redoubt. This is the railroad from Jackson over to Vicksburg. That was a crucial area. There was a couple Iowa troops that actually made it to the top of the railroad redoubt. You can see it right here. They were able to plant the flag and then were stuck there. They were basically isolated. They couldn't get any farther. But McClellan looked at that and sent out a message. We are hotly engaged with the enemy. We have part possession of 2 forts, and the stars and stripes are floating over them. A vigorous push ought to be made along the entire line. So Sherman sees this. He's conferring with Grant at the time. Sherman says, I don't believe that for a second, or words to that effect. Grant basically says, well, I think we have to take it at face value, and orders both McPherson and Sherman to continue the attack. McPherson sends a division to support what McClellan has done, but it all ends in disaster. And there are hundreds now of dead Union forces laying up in front of this embankments that the Confederates have constructed. That happens on the 22nd. Several people wanted a truce. They made appeals to Grant. Grant says, I'm not going to give him a truce until his surgeons convinced him, General, we've got some serious health issues involved here, cholera and some other things. We need to have a truce just to collect the bodies up. So finally, 3 days afterwards, in the hot summer sun, the troops went out to the field and collected up the dead and wounded. Imagine being wounded out there for 2 or 3 days. Okay. Civilians. I wish I had more time to spend on this. You can see what the civilians did as a matter of coping with this. The clay cliffs of Vicksburg were an ideal place to dig in. You could dig fairly quickly and easily. Once you had a cave, some of these things got to be pretty elaborate. With more than one room, they'd haul in furniture, they'd haul in rugs, put up pictures on the wall. But they're still living in a cave under a bombardment, and life was very risky. And in terms of what it was like to live there, I think our anonymous diarist does as well as anybody. But before I do that, let me just mention that as time went on, 1st of June, the entire Army went on half rations. The civilians had to cope with getting their own provisions, and that meant skyrocketing prices when they went to the market. By the middle of June, 1/4 rations. So the clock is ticking, because if something's going to happen to break out of this, the longer you're there, the weaker the soldiers get, the less they're able to actually do. But just take a look at this, or take a listen to this quote. I think it's pretty graphic. Gives you an idea what it was like.
May 28th. The regular siege has continued. We are utterly cut off from the world, surrounded by a circle of fire. The fiery shower of shells goes on day and night. People do nothing but eat what they can get, sleep when they can, and dodge the shells. There are 3 intervals when the shelling stops, either for the guns to cool or for the gunners' meals, I suppose, about 8 in the morning, the same in the evening, and at noon. I am so tired of cornbread, which I never liked, that I eat it with tears in my eyes. We are lucky to get a quart of milk daily from a family near, who have a cow they hourly expect to be killed. I send $5 to market each morning, and it buys a small piece of mule meat. Rice and milk is my main food. I can't eat the mule meat. We boil the rice and eat it cold with milk for supper. Martha runs the gauntlet to buy the meat and milk once a day in a perfect terror.
Yeah, I think she does a pretty good job of giving you an idea of what it was like for them. There were relief efforts. Remember, Johnston's over there in Jackson with forces. And quite frankly, this is the part of the whole battle that I quite don't understand. There's one number that's incorrect here. By late May, Johnston's got something like 22,000 troops. And that number is going to be increasing over time because he's doing everything he can to convince Davis and the rest of the Confederate leadership to ship him reinforcements. He's even going to get a division from Bragg's command. That's when General Breckinridge is going to be sent over. So while he's calling for reinforcements, poor Pemberton over here is getting 2 conflicting messages. What messages can get to him in the first place? Johnston says, break out of Vicksburg as quickly as you can. Let's join forces and you evacuate Vicksburg. That's not what he's hearing from Davis. That's not what he understands Davis wants him to do at all. So he's never going to attempt a breakout of Vicksburg at the time. Johnston, on his part, is never going to attempt a relief effort. Even though there's a couple points in time, I should say again, that's 22,000. And over time, that number is going to increase. So there was several moments in time when the combined Confederate forces outstripped what the Union had. Grant is going to try to get reinforcements as quickly as he can. He gets the 9th Corps that you saw on your chart in June, in middle June. He also is going to bring a couple divisions from Hurlbut's Corps up in Memphis down there as well. So by the time you get to July 4th, you're in the neighborhood of 71,000 troops. And a lot of those troops by July 4th are pointing east towards Jackson and Johnston's expected attack. Again, Johnston never attacks. A couple other things we need to mention here, very briefly. Grant gets a little bit bored during the siege. What do you suppose Grant did during the siege? He went on a serious bender for about 2 or 3 days, and his staff did all they could to suppress the information getting out. And they were incredibly loyal to him in that respect. They knew he was the guy who was going to deliver a victory to him, but he could destroy himself as easily as anybody could. The other person who was always problematic was McClellan. Now, you remember that the rest of the generals weren't entirely pleased with McClellan after the assaults on the 22nd of May. Shortly after that, McClellan started talking to newspaper reporters, and Sherman gets this newspaper article that's talking about how McClellan had almost broken through, but if only he had been properly reinforced by McPherson and Sherman, then he could have carried the day. Well, what's Sherman to do but to talk to Grant? And Grant, at that time, says, I will get rid of McClellan at the first chance I get. And here's what happens. Actually, I got these two stories reversed. He was fired after the incident I just talked to you about. Shortly before that, he was getting some instructions to move some of his forces over towards the Black River to block Johnston. And the Colonel Wilson, has to deliver that message. And he delivers it to McClellan, and McClellan says, I'll be damned if I'll do it. I am tired of being dictated to. I won't stand it any longer, and you can go back and tell General Grant. So Wilson, of course, goes back and tells General Grant, who didn't take it too well. But before he goes back, Wilson, obviously a little bit indignant, says, General, do you really want me to say that? He says, well, I'm not cursing you. I was simply expressing my intense vehemence on the subject matter. So when Wilson goes back and he tells Grant about this whole thing, he tells him about that last comment. I'm simply expressing my intense vehemence about the matter. And that became the joke around the camp for a long time afterwards. Anytime somebody got a little bit lively, well, I'm simply expressing my intense vehemence about the matter. Well, Grant finally gets his reason to relieve McClellan and is happy to do so. That leads us to the surrender. Right before that, you've got an occasion where a letter starts to circulate and ends up in Pemberton's hands, and the Army, the anonymous letter, who would sign this thing? The Army is saying, either feed us or surrender us, because we're starving. On July 1st, he takes counsel of his generals and asks them if they think it would be wise to try to break out of Vicksburg. And all the generals are saying the same thing. We don't have the strength to do it. No, that's not a good idea. One more quote here from our anonymous diarist.
June 25th, a horrible day. The most horrible yet to me because I've lost my nerve. We were all in the cellar when a shell came tearing through the roof, burst upstairs, tore up that room, and the pieces coming through both floors down into the cellar. One of them tore open the leg of Henry's pantaloons. When Martha went for the milk, she came back horror-stricken to tell us the black girl there had her arm taken off by a shell. For the first time, I quailed. Every night I had lain down expecting death, and every morning rose to the same prospect without being unnerved. But now I first seemed to realize that something worse than death might come. I might be crippled and not killed. Life without all one's powers and limbs was a thought that broke down my courage. I said to Henry, "You must get me out of this horrible place. I cannot stay. I know I shall be crippled." Now the regret comes that I lost control.
You can hear the desperation where they've gotten by that time. July 3rd, negotiations begin. And General Bowen, once again, is the courier between the two armies. He goes and meets with Grant's command under a flag of truce, and in the process, he managed to convince both sides that the other general officer would be willing to meet his counterpart and sit down and talk. Well, that wasn't true. He was stretching the truth quite a bit, but the two men, Grant and Pemberton, did meet on July 3rd, and Grant was able to tell him in person what his surrender terms were. Now, what would we expect Grant to say? Exactly the same thing he said at Donelson. And at that point in time, Pemberton says, "I can assure you, you will bury many more of your men before you will enter Vicksburg." Well, the negotiations aren't going well at all. So Bowen convinces the two generals to go off and talk. I mean, these two gentlemen probably knew each other before the war. It was a small enough army. And now the negotiations occurs between subordinate officers on both sides. And they were able to negotiate the surrender terms. And the surrender terms are pretty straightforward. That Pendleton's entire force would be paroled. They would surrender their weapons. The officers would be able to keep their firearms, their personal property, and that meant they would be able to keep their horses. For a while, they thought that meant they would be able to keep their slaves or their servants that were with them as well. But that part of it was renegotiated. That would not be the case. But the entire force would be paroled, and they would be able to leave the city honorably in that respect. The way parole worked at that time is you were on parole until you could be exchanged with a person of the equal rank on the opposite side. And pretty elaborate structure by that time. Why did Grant agree to this? He had a force in Johnston that was about 30,000 strong by that time. He had to worry about them. He had other things to concern himself with. And what was he going to do with close to 30,000 captured soldiers? That's how it's ended. The other issue at hand was July 4th. July 4th, do we really want to surrender on July 4th? Now, I failed to mention earlier something that I should have mentioned definitely. Pemberton was born in Philadelphia. He was a son of a Quaker. He was a Pennsylvanian. He was only a Southerner because his wife was from Norfolk, Virginia. And he stayed with the Southern cause in part because of that. So I'm sure there was suspicion about his true intentions all along. But he said, "I know the Northerners. We will get better conditions. We will be treated better if we surrender on the 4th of July. And that was the reason he decided to do that. So, the 4th of July, you can see the Union forces marching in. Logan was given the distinction to lead them, and the deed was done. Now, there's agonizing stories to talk about afterwards about their entry into the city, what happened to the city afterwards, what happens to Pemberton's forces afterwards. Generally, they had to march out and then surrender their weapons and then come back into the city, and that at point in time they would do all the parole paperwork. But we don't have I don't want to spend too much time on that. I wanted to get to some of the reactions of the impact of the battle. First of all, Johnson is taken care of pretty quickly. He withdraws to Jackson without actually taking any combat, and then evacuates the city as well. He's still not ready to take on Grant and his forces. You remember that Port Hudson downriver was being besieged by Banks and his forces. It surrendered a few days later. And once that happened, the entire Mississippi River now is controlled by the Union forces. And here's the reaction. You've heard this quote, I suspect, before. Lincoln's quote, "The Father of Waters again goes unvexed to the sea." Grant, the fate of the Confederacy was sealed at Vicksburg. Now, all these quotes get to how important they thought the surrender of Vicksburg was. Sherman, the results at Vicksburg and Gettysburg, Of course, remember Gettysburg, the battle was ended on the 3rd of July, and now you've got Vicksburg on the 4th of July. Sherman says it should have ended the war, but the rebel leaders were mad and seemed determined that their people should drink of the very lowest dregs of the cups of war, which they themselves had prepared. Well, you can always count on a good quote from Lincoln, and you can always count from a good quote from Sherman, I think. Here's what Robert E. Lee said about Vicksburg, and I'm sure he was thinking about Gettysburg as well. For myself, I felt that our last hope was gone, and that now it was only a question of time with us. That's pretty telling, because the war is going to last 2 more years. Davis, well, he continued to call Lincoln a despot. The Yankee armies were criminals and savages. I mean, he had plenty of evidence of that. And as far as he's concerned, there was no going back. And the last hope now was that election of 1864. And Lincoln loses. Maybe we can win the war that way. One other comment here, one quote, and this is Lincoln's letter to Grant. And this is another one of my favorites.
Major General Grant, my dear General, I do not remember that you and I ever met personally. I write this now as a grateful acknowledgement for the almost inestimable service you have done the country. I wish to say a word further. When you first reached the vicinity of Vicksburg, I thought you should do what you finally did, march the troops across the neck, run the batteries with the transports, and thus go below. And I never had any faith except a general hope that you knew better than I that the Yazoo Pass expedition and the like could succeed. When you got below and took Port Gibson, Grand Gulf, and vicinity, I thought you should go down the river and join General Banks. And when you turned northward east of the Big Black, I feared it was a mistake. I now wish to make the personal acknowledgement that you were right and I was wrong. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln.
Yeah. Would that be the kind of thing our politicians would say today? Okay. So that was the assessment. The casualties. Higher number for the Union, as we might expect. The Confederates were lower until you get to this crucial number right here. 29,500 Confederate soldiers are taken out of the picture. And for many of them, it dejected. They go back home after being paroled, and they're not coming back. Now, quite a few of them did afterwards, but for many of them, that just didn't happen. And look at Port Hudson, more of the same. The Union casualty rate was much higher because of some really horrible assaults, but 6,340 more Confederates captured at that battle. You put all that together, and you get to some significant changes. And as you heard in all these quotes, the Union now controls the entire Mississippi River, and almost a third or more than a third of the Confederate territory and resources are cut off from the rest of the Confederacy. So, I've gone way too long. Here is the campaign analyzed, and I think I'll just leave that up while I turn it over to questions because you've been very patient with me so far tonight. Thank you, Eileen. Looks like I got here just in the nick of time. And thank you all for coming this evening. For those of you who heard my presentation about Vicksburg last time, a couple, 3 weeks ago, you heard me explain that I agree with many historians who think that perhaps Vicksburg is the more important battle strategically in the history of the Civil War. But I have been constantly reminded over the last few days as this flood of information coming out of the media that as far as the American public is concerned, Gettysburg is the battle to be paying attention to. And I've been thinking about why that might be the case, and there's plenty of very good reasons. There's no question that it is one of the turning points of the war. And that, coupled with Vicksburg, in my mind, plus the Emancipation Proclamation, those are the main turning points of the war. But it's also easily the largest battle in terms of those who are engaged, and especially in terms of the casualties involved. 3-day battle, all 3 days, very bloody, gruesome fighting that was going on. And it also has the distinction of being in the Eastern Theater. In other words, close to most of the newspapers of the day. So it got a lot of publicity because of that reason. And I think another big reason is that it was where a couple of the most prominent Confederate leaders served, and in the top of that list is Robert E. Lee. And that gets me to, I guess, thinking about more literary terms, and I don't know if this will work for you or not, but it makes some sense to me. There's something very tragic about this battle in some respects. Now, if you take the Union perspective, which most of us do, you think that's absolutely not the case. But there is this whole notion of the great lost cause, the glorious lost cause. And much of the Civil War history, the military history, has been written by Southerners. And so they look at this battle and try to figure out, how did we lose it? This is the place that we lost it. So it takes on the role of Greek tragedy. And I think that's in large part why Americans embrace this battle and are so fascinated by this battle, even to this day. But you didn't come here to hear me talk about that, so let's move on here quickly. And we have to start with a refresher of what happened just a couple of months before, in May of 1863. Of course, right at the beginning of that month is this major, incredible victory that the Confederates had, led by Robert E. Lee, at Chancellorsville, just a few miles west of Fredericksburg, where they had also beaten the Union forces. In this case, it was Joseph Hooker who they beat. The telling moment of the whole battle was when Stonewall Jackson, Thomas Stonewall Jackson, did that huge left flanking movement and caught Oliver Howard's 11th Corps by surprise and just rolled that corps on up. And after that, the Union forces were basically reacting and on their heels, and it just didn't turn out well. The problem with that battle, as far as the Confederates were concerned, was the casualties that they had. 1,700 killed, over 13,000, almost 13,500 casualties altogether. A lot of those people the Confederates are not going to be able to replace. And right at the top of that list is Stonewall Jackson, who was killed. He died a few days after the battle. The Union, coming out of that battle, had their own problems. In that case, they had 2-year regiments that had enlisted, instead of the 3-year norm, 2-year regiments, and a bunch of 9-month regiments. And a lot of these folks are now going to be getting out of the Union Army somewhere in May, June, July, into August timeframe. So there's a real imperative as far as Hooker's concerned to get this army fighting. That's one of the main reasons he fought when he did at Chancellorsville. If we look at what was going on in the West, it's an entirely different picture for the Confederacy. And of course, that's what we talked about so much last time at Vicksburg. The war was just not going well. There was several months early in 1863 that the Confederates thought that they were getting the better of Grant, but he was nothing but persistent, and by the time you get to late April, he's already south of Vicksburg, moving north towards the siege that would eventually lead to the surrender of the garrison at Vicksburg. Bragg is versus Rocrans in Tennessee, and that's, at this time in the war, that's basically a stalemate. But Bragg was, although he is a favorite of Jefferson Davis, he was certainly not in the same level as Robert E. Lee or some of the commanders in the East. And here's the bottom line for the Confederates. They've got a shrinking pool of manpower to play into. Now, politics always plays into warfare more than we'd like to admit, and that's certainly the case after Chancellorsville. This was an incredible defeat for Hooker. Part of that defeat can be explained because he got injured early in the campaign and got a concussion. But it wasn't so severe that it took him out of the battle. So he was foggy for much of the battle and didn't perform well. But regardless, he came out of it, and he blamed 3 other commanders, corps commanders, for what was going on. A couple of them are up here. Near the top of the list was Oliver Howard, the commander of the 11th Corps that got rolled up by Jackson's forces. Another one was Sedgwick, who was the commander of a corps, 6th Corps, in Fredericksburg. And Hooker had given him a lot of responsibility, and it just didn't seem that Sedgwick was up to the task to act independently. That was the assumption that Hooker had given him. You've got to act independently. So Sedgwick took some of the blame. Although most of the Union didn't recognize it at the time, he was deserving that blame. And then General Stoneman, who was the commander of the cavalry, was absolutely not aggressive enough when he went on a major raid towards Richmond, but basically to cut the Confederate railroad lines and to burn the bridges over the rivers. That never happened. So those are the 3 people that Hooker is glad to blame for this. And May 13th, though, Hooker writes to Lincoln that he hopes to commence his campaign the next day. And here's Lincoln's response. I must tell you that I have some painful intimations that some of your corps and division commanders are not giving you their entire confidence. This would be ruinous if true. Now, if ever there was a person who was deserving to have general officers talking behind their back, Hooker's your man, because he had no qualms about talking about Burnside in very explicit terms. But I'm sure this took him somewhat by surprise and was very disturbing to him. And in fact, it was true. General Halleck, the general-in-chief, had talked to several of these commanders on May 7th, a few days before this, and 3 of them came up and were basically actively advocating that Hooker be replaced. General Slocum was leading that course, and also in that group is General Darius Couch and General Sedgwick. Those 3 were actively looking to try to replace Hooker, and generally with General Meade, who really didn't want to have anything to do with it. He wasn't interested in having his name thrust forward like that. Reynolds and Howard, 1st Corps commander and the 11th Corps commander, were also somewhat on the fence, but they would have certainly been willing to go along with the notion that it was time for Hooker to step down. So all of that is going on at this time, at the very time that Hooker's trying to convince Halleck and Lincoln that he needs to go on the offensive. Lee's strategy then, coming out of Chancellorsville, what does he want to accomplish? Well, the first thing is he's going to look at what he wants to do with his army and where he does not want to fight his army. On May 13th, he and Longstreet kind of brainstormed some of this out, and by that time already, Lee was talking about going north. They knew at that time that Vicksburg was a big problem. It looked like the siege was going to be inevitable. In fact, the siege starts on the 18th of May, and that if the siege was inevitable, it was inevitable that Vicksburg would eventually fall. So part of the rationale was we need to do something to kind of counterbalance this impending disaster we're going to have in the West. He had a low regard for Hooker. He liked the idea of going north and living off the fat of the northern land. Maryland was good in that respect when he went during the Antietam campaign. If he thought Pennsylvania would be even better in that respect. He doesn't want to fight south of the Rappahannock River. His army was essentially starving for lack of supplies there. Better to go north and do that. So he seeks to have battle on the south terms, there is still this notion, although I don't think it's realistic at this time, that doesn't mean that they didn't hope for it, that they could get either England or France to recognize the nation, especially if they had success in this battle up north. So what is his objective, Lee's objective? Northern morale and peace Democrats. And let me just read one quote here, Robert E. Lee, and when he's writing to his wife. If successful this year, next fall, there will be a great change in public opinion at the North. The Republicans will be destroyed, and I think the Friends of Peace will become so strong that the next administration will go in on that basis. In other words, it's a long-range objective, but if Lee can sustain a decisive victory in the North, that would be great encouragement for those who are advocating for peace in the North, the peace Democrats. And by 1864, we know that George McClellan is going to be their candidate. The other objective, then, is a decisive victory. And this is always in the mind of the ever-aggressive, audacious Robert E. Lee, to thump him to the point where they'll be begging for peace. And here's a perfect example of his mindset. Robert E. Lee it was not in his makeup to back off and let the enemy have the initiative and let the enemy take the offensive. Here's what he said. Oftentimes, he that played a very bold game, but it was the only possible one. Now, we're going to hear much more about what Longstreet has to say about this campaign in a few slides here. Here's the Army of Northern Virginia. Before this campaign, there were 2 corps. And you notice all these corps are over 20,000 men. These are much larger than the Union Corps, and we'll see that in a few slides. But Lee has to reorganize because one of his corps commanders, Thomas Stonewall Jackson, had just been killed in the last battle. So he still has James Longstreet, the old war horse. Longstreet is a West Point officer, 54th out of 56th in the class of 1842. But you find out when you study military history that doesn't necessarily mean there'll be a failure once they get to the battlefield. And Longstreet was Lee's closest, most trusted advisor by this time. Originally from South Carolina, he'd served in the Mexican War, as almost all of these people had, and he was the perfect foil to what Lee had, who could take initiative on the battlefield and make things happen and move things forward. But, as we're going to see later on, by this time already, he's starting to really work on Lee and trying to convince him, go on the strategic offensive, but once you get to the battlefield you like, go on the tactical defensive. Hunker down and let the enemy attack you on your choice of a battlefield. The Second Corps, 2 corps, Lieutenant General Richard Ewell with 3 divisions. They had to do some shuffling around with these divisions. He was known, this won't surprise you, what would you have for a nickname for that gentleman? Old Baldy. That's his nickname. 1840 West Point graduate, near the top of his class. Served with Phil Kearney in the Oregon and Santa Fe Trails. Was a veteran serving under Winfield Scott in the Mexican War. Was involved with the Valley campaigns. In other words, he's one of Jackson's proteges. And after the Battle of Second Bull Run, he got hit in the leg and his leg was amputated. So he's sitting out Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville, but now he's ready to come back to command, and he gets the Second Corps. The Third Corps goes to Ambrose Powell Hill. They normally refer to him as Powell Hill. We know him as A.P. Hill. He comes from Virginia. He started in the class of 1847. He graduated in that class. He started in 1842. He was a classmate to begin with George McClellan and Stoneman and Pickett and Darius Couch, the names you're going to hear tonight. He didn't stay in that class, though, because he got gonorrhea and was kicked out for a year and came back and finished up a year later. Now, here's one of the amazing parts of the Civil War. You study these people and the personalities really come out. His roommate for that first year at the academy was none other than George McClellan. In fact, he was engaged to this woman who eventually ended up marrying George McClellan. So it's a small army back in those days. And it tells you something about, imagine this also, what you know and what you remember about Stonewall Jackson, an incredibly pious religious man. How do you suppose Stonewall Jackson and A.P. Hill got along? Not well at all. And Stonewall Jackson had a way of taking some very general orders that gave him a lot of flexibility that he received from Robert E. Lee and giving very specific pointed orders to his subordinates. And the top of that list are Richard Ewell and A.P. Hill. So these are gentlemen who are used to getting very specific orders where there's no question exactly what they're supposed to do. And that's important as we go down the road here. Okay, Brandy Station. As the Army now is moving north, just to begin, right before they do begin to move north, Jeb Stuart decides that he wants to have a grand ball. You know, this flashing, debonair cavalry officer loves to impress the ladies, certainly loved to impress the ladies of Northern Virginia, so he puts on this incredibly lavish grand ball on June 4th, and the next day he has his entire cavalry corps participate in a parade, a grand review. So he's got 5 brigades, 6 artillery batteries, well over 10,000 troopers. They're marching across in front of this large gathering of the citizens of Northern Virginia. And as they start, they do a trot, and then they go into a gallop, and they all go galloping across in front of the reviewing stands. And then they have a mock battle, and all the way to include having artillery fire that's blank rounds as the cavalry is attacking them. So it's a great show, just the kind of thing that Stuart loves. Well, the only problem was Robert E. Lee wasn't there. So June 8th, he does it all over again. And of course, Lee is favorably impressed. Everybody's impressed. The only problem was at about the same time, General Pleasanton, who is the commander of the Union cavalry, had taken over from Stoneman since he was obviously a failure, is told to go on a major reconnaissance, a spoiling attack, to figure out where the Confederates are. He crosses the Rappahannock River right through here on 2 locations. In the north is Buford, and in the south is Gregg. And Buford's division engages Stuart almost immediately, surprises him. But it's a give and take kind of an affair. Certainly the Confederate cavalry had good reason to be proud of their many successes they had had prior to this time. And it's a give and take, but it looks like Stuart's getting the better hand until Gregg's forces come around and get them right here at Brandy Station, and they have to react to that. Now, we could spend a long time talking about some of these engagements, but we're not going to. The important thing in this case is that Stuart is embarrassed. In fact, the newspapers really go after him for being caught flat-footed. And it says he's puffed up cavalry. This is from the Richmond Examiner. The consequences of negligence and bad management. Now, this is one day before Stuart is supposed to screen the rebel army as they head up north, be the right screen of the army. And this is about the same time that Hooker says, okay, we're getting intimations now. The rebels are moving up north. Mr. Lincoln, General Halleck, we want to actually attack Richmond. Let's take Richmond since they're removing the defenses. And here is Lincoln's guidance. And I think you can continue to see Lincoln's role as a military strategist in his own right by this time.
Your long dispatch of today is just received. If left to me, I would not go south of the Rappahannock upon Lee's moving north of it. If you had Richmond invested today, you would not be able to take it in 20 days. Meanwhile, your communications, and with them, your army would be ruined. I think Lee's army, and not Richmond, is your true objective point. If he comes towards the upper Potomac, follow on his flank, and on the inside track, shortening your lines whilst he lengthens his. Fight him when opportunity offers. If he stays where he is, fret him and fret him.
There's Lincoln. By this time of the war, in fact, he's been very consistent on this point. The objective is the enemy army. It's not cities. It's the enemy's army. And so that's his guidance to Hooker. Now, let's take a quick look at the Confederates moving north. I'm sure you all can make sense of all these arrows going north. It does get a little busy, but stay with me here. You've got Ewell's corps that is leading this movement north. And they're basically going to get through the passes into the Blue Ridge Mountains, into the Shenandoah Valley, and then move north, basically with that cover of the Shenandoah Valley. And you can see here's some cavalry. This is the Confederate cavalry here in the screening operation. So you've got Ewell, and then following Ewell is Longstreet's corps, and following Longstreet, right behind Longstreet, is A.P. Hill's corps, all moving north. And of course, as you do so, you're totally uncovering Fredericksburg and leaving Richmond somewhat vulnerable, although Richmond has its own defenses. The first major engagement they get at is right here at Winchester. And the Union commander was instructed to evacuate. He decides not to evacuate. And as a result, Robert Milroy's command is eventually going to be taken captive after putting up some stiff resistance. But that wasn't the point of the whole thing. He was supposed to have gotten out of there. And in the movie, the unit moves north. By June 22nd, oops, sorry about that. By June 22nd, Ewell is in Pennsylvania. And by that time, the Union is quite a ways south of that. Once they get into Pennsylvania, 2 divisions of Ewell's corps head north towards Carlisle, Pennsylvania, and then eventually they're going to head towards Harrisburg. And at least 1 brigade is going to head towards Gettysburg and then continue west to Wrightsville, right here. That's the plan, and that's what they actually did execute. June 25th, okay, June 22nd, the Confederates are here. June 25th, Hooker is just finally crossing the Potomac River. But there's one other thing that we need to know here before we get into the campaign in Pennsylvania itself. And that's this interesting experience that Stuart had. Now remember, the last time we were talking about Stuart, he's been embarrassed at Brandy Station. He is Lee's cavalry force. Actually, they had bolstered the force. They had additional brigades that were now added to the cavalry that Lee had to his availability. One was Imboden's brigade of irregulars. We're going to see Morgan's irregulars are going to play a role here later on, but there's also a William Grumble Jones who comes from the Shenandoah Valley, and a couple other units, smaller units. The whole rub is, though, that initially there's going to be this screening action, as we talked about. And early on in here, we have a series of battles. June 17th and 18th, the Battle of Aldie. This is Union cavalry against Confederate cavalry. June 18th, Battle of Middleburg. And June 21st and 22nd, Battle of Upperville. These are 3 engagements where Stuart is doing what he's supposed to do, preventing the Union cavalry from seeing what's going on behind those mountains. But it's about that time, though, that there's a discussion with what to do next. And I've got to read a couple quotes here. Lee at one time authorizes Stuart to go ahead, because Stuart's really just jumping at the chance to take this end run around the Union Army. He's done it twice before. The last time he did it was after Antietam campaign. He rode entirely around the Union Army. He's done it twice before. He wants to do it again. Is what literally another feather in his cap, so to speak. That's what he wants. Here's Lee's conditional kind of instructions, that he would but only if he can move into Maryland and take possession of General Ewell's right, guarding his flank, keeping him informed of the enemy's movement, and collect all the supplies you can for the use of the army. In other words, you're supposed to keep pretty close to Ewell and keep Ewell informed so that the Union army is not going to surprise him. But that order goes to Longstreet, and then it goes to Stuart. It gets altered a little bit, and there's some discussion now. And Stuart's still gnawing at the bit to do the run around the Union Army. And finally, he gets these instructions from Lee. If you can pass around their army without hindrance, cross the river east of the mountains. Okay, didn't say which mountains. And he gives them enough rope to hang himself. And that's exactly what Stuart is now going to do. So June 25th, he starts this ride. He goes across the Potomac River. He actually raids far enough towards Washington, D.C. that he can see the Capitol Dome. He captures this very substantial wagon train with lots of supplies, a lot of forage, and then he continues north. He gets into a little engagement here in Hanover, right here, runs into some Union cavalry, and instead of going straight west from there, he realizes he's got to head east and then a little north. And so for a long period of time, as far as Lee's concerned, he's blind. Stuart's supposed to be providing reconnaissance and telling him where the enemy is. And Stuart's not telling him anything because, quite frankly, Stuart doesn't know where the Confederate army is. In fact, they find out about some of these things by reading about it in the Baltimore newspaper. So, bit of a problem. The next shoe to drop is going to happen on the Union side. In this movement north, Harper's Ferry is bypassed. Now remember, in the Antietam campaign, they didn't do that. It was actually A.P. Hill's division in the Antietam campaign that took Harper's Ferry and then rushed up to Antietam to save the day. But in this case, they bypassed it. Now, there's a garrison there, and Hooker desperately wants to get the garrison. But General Halleck is being very tight-fisted with giving him control, allowing him control. This continuous feud between the two men is going on, and it's going to make things worse. So, Hooker writes to Halleck, is the army to be maneuvered from Washington? Is there any reason Maryland Heights should not be abandoned? So here's a very pointed message. Hooker wants that army. And Halleck's response, I cannot approve their abandonment, except in case of absolute necessity. Well, I don't know exactly what's going on in Hooker's mind, but he turns around to General French, who is the commander of the garrison at Harper's Ferry, and orders him to accompany the army to move north. Well, what's General French to do? He's not going to put his rear end that far out there, so he telegraphs Washington, D.C. to Halleck, and Halleck's response, pay no attention to General Hooker's orders. Well, as far as Hooker's concerned, this is throwing down the gauntlet. I beg to be understood respectfully but firmly that I am unable to comply with this condition with the means at my disposal, and earnestly request that I may at once be relieved from the position I occupy. He's asking to be relieved. Probably doesn't really want to be relieved, but he's going to, throw down the gauntlet and see what happens. It takes Lincoln and Halleck very little time to decide that they're going to replace him and put George Meade in his stead. Now again, George Meade was the general officer that everybody else was recommending take the command. I kind of jumped over a couple things. Lincoln and Halleck had actually offered the command to several officers. One of them was Reynolds, another one was Couch, another one was even Hancock, Winfield Scott Hancock. All of them turned it down. Reynolds turned it down at one time because he said, well, I'll take it, but only if I know Washington, D.C. is not going to interfere with my command. Well, those were conditions that Halleck wasn't ready to accept. But everybody thought that Meade was the right guy. And so on June 28th, George Gordon Meade takes command. Now think about it. July 1st, we know, if we're jumping up ahead, 150 years ago today is day 2 of the Battle of Gettysburg. July 1st is day 1. This is 4 days in front of that. You're taking command of an army that's rapidly on the move north, heading for an engagement. You don't know where the enemy is. Imagine the uncertainty and what's going on in George Meade's mind at that particular point in time. It's incredible to even think about it. Here's the Army of the Potomac. Much more robust, but again, this concern over the 2-year units leaving soon. There's 31 New York regiments and 2 Maine regiments that are 2-year regiments. There's 16,700 9-month regiments, primarily from Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Now, these were ones that were raised when the fear of Antietam was going on. 25 units are scheduled to muster out in June alone. So that's already going on. In the midst of this, this number is being depleted on a daily basis. Looks like a big number, but it's being depleted steadily. And 48,000 fewer troops by July 1st versus May 1st. So, if you're going to have a battle, you want to have it soon, even though you're in the midst of this morale crisis as well as this numerical crisis in the Army. Now, you notice a couple changes here. General Couch, who was commander of the 2nd Corps, had asked to be relieved, and he was given another command. And Winfield Scott Hancock comes in. You've got Dan Sickles still in the 3rd Corps. We'll get to him later. George Sykes takes over command of the 5th Corps. That was Meade's old Corps command. So there's a little bit of maneuvering back and forth, but not quite as much turmoil as the Confederates had to place. And still in place is Sedgwick, who didn't prove quite up to the task as an independent command, but he still had his gumption when it came to being somebody else's subordinate. And then Oliver Howard in the 11th Corps, which was severely diminished because of their experience at Chancellorsville. That corps had a lot to prove. And a couple of these corps, 3rd Corps and Slocum's 7th Corps, are quite a bit smaller. 12th Corps. There is an artillery reserve, but one other thing that the Union did right before this battle was revert to their old artillery organization, and General Henry Hunt, who was a staff officer under George Meade, was the artillery staff officer, and he's going to give a great amount of latitude to control the artillery on the battlefield, and that's going to be important later on. So, the Confederates are into Pennsylvania now. And what are they to do once they get there, other than hopefully Lee finds the conditions for the right kind of battle? Here's his General Order number 72, to live off the land, but prohibit plundering of private property. And when you do so, if you have to seize private property, because after all, that's why they're going north, to get provisions, food supplies, forage for their animal, their livestock, they're going to pay for it. Well, what's the Confederate Army going to pay with? Confederate script. So as long as the Confederates win, it might be okay for you, but I'm sure they didn't think too much of it. Wanted to play one quote here. One of the Confederates, and here's his image of what Lee had ordered that they do.
We have inflicted serious injury upon the corpulent Dutch farmers of that loyal state in the destruction of bee gums, fowls, eggs, butter, cherries, green apples, cider, and apple butter. It will take at least 3 seasons to replenish the stock, besides playing sad havoc with their horses and cattle. Our army will not cost the Confederacy a great deal as long as we remain in Pennsylvania.
So they're liking it. They were almost starving in Virginia. They're living off the fat of the land right now. Now, another thing that the Confederates are doing as they move forward, they're seizing the things that they need, paying for them as they go. When they run across blacks, the question is, are they escaped slaves? Are they freedmen? In most cases, the African Americans are rounded up and shipped back south. So that's something the Union Army obviously wasn't doing. And they also were demanding tribute in many of these towns. Now here is Greencastle. It's one of the first places that they got to as they moved into Pennsylvania. The tribute for Greencastle, I just want to read this quickly. 120 pistols, 100 saddles and bridles, 1,000 pounds of leather, 2,000 pounds of lead, 200 curry combs, 12 boxes of tin, foodstuffs including onions, potatoes, radishes, and sauerkraut. Not sure that's what I'd ask for, but that's what they wanted. When they got to Gettysburg, and it was Jubal Early's division that got to Gettysburg the first time as they're passing through, the tribute was 7,000 pounds of bacon, 1,200 pounds of sugar, 1,000 pounds of salt, 600 pounds of coffee. They always wanted coffee. 600 barrels of flour, 10 barrels of onions, 10 barrels of whiskey, 1,000 pairs of shoes, and 500 hats, or $5,000 in cash. Now, the citizens of Gettysburg didn't really have either one of those. They certainly weren't willing to cough up $5,000. So some of the rebels kind of took some latitude and got the things that they needed, raided some cellars and grabbed some things. But one Gettysburg woman described them that they were all those in and around the streets behaved themselves well. Okay? When they got to York, another one of the brigade commanders, Extra Billy Smith, who was the former governor of Virginia. Well, he didn't just get to town and deliver the tribute demands, but he had to make a speech, being a politician. So here's his speech. My friends, how do you like this way of coming back into the Union? I hope you like it. I have been in favor of it for a good while. But don't misunderstand us. We are not here with any hostile intent, unless the conduct on your side shall render hostilities unavoidable. You see, it was getting a little warm down our way. We needed a summer outing and thought we would take it as at the north instead of patronizing the Virginia Springs as we generally do. So a little bit of humor in the midst of warfare, I guess. York's tribute, 21,000 pounds of bacon, 2,000 shoes, and $100,000 in cash. And again, the citizens of York had nothing close to that they wanted to surrender. Anyway, it's about this same time, though, June 28th, that Lee starts getting very nervous because he still doesn't know where the Union Army is, other than maybe to read some things in the newspaper, and that's not nearly enough. And he says, I cannot hear from General Stuart, the eyes of the army. And this is after a spy, Henry Harrison, an actor and a spy who was a good friend of Longstreet, had reported into Longstreet with a report that he'd seen the Union Army and they were well into Maryland and heading north fast. And that's when you have Lee asking these questions. What do you think of Harrison? And he got the answer that, well, old Pete thinks a good deal of Harrison. So on that alone, Lee feels he has no choice but to consolidate his army. By that time, you've got elements that are up here near Harrisburg, over in Wrightsville, all over this vicinity. He's got to get them together because the last thing he wants to do is to take on the Union Army piecemeal. He needs to have his whole force because he knows that the Union is going to outnumber him. So the command goes out. He wants them to consolidate at Cashtown right here. And at the time, he's over here in Chambersburg. Now, this is where Gettysburg really becomes important because, as we'll see in a map here soon, in this region of Pennsylvania, all roads seem to lead to Gettysburg. Let's take a look at Gettysburg itself. It's not a big city. Remember, we were talking about Vicksburg. Gettysburg is only 2,400 people, so it's a small town. Those days, it probably sounded much larger, but it's a small town. But it's an important crossroads area. Look at all of the roads. Chambersburg Pike here is an important one. Here's the pike from York. Here's the Baltimore Pike. There's also a railroad that's about halfway built, heading towards this Susquehanna River, but here's where it ends. And if you continue this north, there is already a cut. They've already cut through the small hills there, and that's going to be important to the battle later on. There's a Lutheran seminary sitting outside of town somewhere over here on Seminary Ridge. There's also a Pennsylvania college. There's a little bit of industry in town. And let's take a look at some of the other dominant terrain features. Here's McPherson's Ridge. And as you get up here to the top of McPherson's Ridge is Oak Hill. That's a dominant piece of terrain. Then you've got, from McPherson's Ridge, you've got another low-lying ridge here in Seminary Ridge, and then a third. And that's the one that we hear so much about. Actually, Seminary Ridge kind of goes down here, if you will. Here is Cemetery Hill and Cemetery Ridge. And as you get down to this part of Cemetery Ridge, it really gets pretty low. There's not much of a ridge line at all. The terrain over here is actually a little bit higher. And then you have Little Round Top and Round Top. You also have Culp's Hill right here. Cemetery Hill, Culp's Hill, both on the south side of Gettysburg itself. North of the city, you've got some pretty open, low-lying terrain right up here. Now, let's take a couple closer looks. This is the very imposing gatehouse for Evergreen Cemetery, right there on Cemetery Hill. Here is the Lutheran Seminary, which will eventually be an important place both on day one and once the Confederates take it on day two. Here is, gosh, my brain went just dead here. Devil's Den. And Big Round Top and Little Round Top. I should point out, Devil's Den, very close to Little Round Top, Big Round Top. The wheat field, the peach orchard, all very important pieces of terrain as we get into the battle itself. So that's the terrain that they're going to be fighting over for the next 3 days. First contact happens on July 1st in the morning. Lee's intent actually is to kind of let General Heath, it's spelled H-E-T-H, but it's pronounced Heath, to do a little bit of reconning, thinking that you might just run into some local militia when you head towards Gettysburg. But they're feeling out where the enemy is supposed to be. And Heath's instructions are, find where the enemy is, but do not engage in battle. I want to get my army together before we get to that. So instructions, do not engage in combat. Meade's intent, he's in northern Maryland. He's hoping to entice the Confederates down into his terrain. And it doesn't necessarily work out that way, but he gives some latitude to a couple people, primarily to Reynolds, who's going to be the first Corps commander on the scene. He wants to have battle at Pipe Creek, and he's just a few miles south of there. Those are locations that he feels comfortable to have battle with. But Buford is the one who first encounters the Confederates as they're moving eastward from Chambersburg and Cashtown towards Gettysburg itself. At 7:30, a small picket of Buford's soldiers is the first to encounter, and it's actually the 8th Illinois, a lieutenant by the name of Marcellus Jones, who's out on the picket line, picket station, dismounted soldiers, and they spot in the distance some Confederates. So Buford asked for a carbine. They got Spencer carbines, and uses a fence rail, takes aim at the Confederates, fires one round, and doesn't hit a thing, which is typical for the Civil War era. That's the first round, fired by an Illinois soldier. Heath knows that he's encountered the enemy, still thinks it's probably not much, so he continues to push. And at the same time, Buford deploys his cavalry along McPherson's Ridge. He tells them to dismount. There are a certain percentage of the cavalrymen who are always behind the front lines holding the horses, while the dismounted cavalry go forward and get in prone position and get their carbines ready to go. Because they have carbines, they can put out a much higher volume of fire than the Confederates would expect. Make them even think that perhaps there's infantry there once they get there. So, Heath continues to attack. About 10 o'clock, Reynolds gets to the battlefield, at the very beginning of the first Corps units that are getting there. And now you've got both Heath and the Confederates slamming straight up against first Buford, who's holding his own pretty well, and then Reynolds replaces his First Corps regiments with Buford, who is pulled back now, because that's not what cavalry is supposed to be doing. And Heath decides, we've got the better of these people. We're going to press the attack. Now remember, that wasn't in the cards at all. But Heath also knows, and by the time Lee gets there, he has a little bit of a discussion with Heath. Is this the right place to have the battle? But eventually, Heath carries the day, and they decide to press the attack. In part because it's not just Heath, part of A.P. Hill's corps that's coming from the west. You also have Ewell's corps approaching from the north, from Carlisle area. Remember, that's where they were when the order to consolidate was happening. So it's touch and go. The First Corps replaces. You've got the Iron Brigade is anchoring the left side of the Union line. They'd been famous at the Second Bull Run and very prominent thereafter. Been in a lot of battles, had their ranks depleted, but they proved their nickname at this particular battle once again. And you have reinforcements showing up from both sides, continuing to do so. The Confederates are initially repulsed at McPherson's Ridge by Reynolds' forces. Only an hour afterwards that Reynolds gets to the battlefield, he's hit in the head, actually in the neck. By the time he hits the ground, he's dead. But what he had already done is steel the nerve of the Union forces that were there, and most importantly of all, he had decided this is good terrain to fight a major battle on. He had basically committed the Union Army to fight at Gettysburg. The terrain wasn't the town itself. The key terrain, as far as Reynolds was concerned, were those two hills south of town. You've got Cemetery Hill and Culp's Hill. That's where he thought the battle ought to be fought. Those are the two pieces of terrain that must be held at all costs. Well, the battle just goes back and forth, as you always see in the Civil War. Units, regiment at a time, brigade at a time, committed back and forth. Archer's brigades come from the west. You have Davis's brigade now that's coming from the north. Remember that railroad cut? Here's a picture of the railroad cut. And the problem, once you get in the railroad cut, you can drive the Union forces up, but the Confederates got inside the cut, and that's way too deep. They can't fight themselves out of it. At a critical moment in time, the replacement for General Reynolds was General Doubleday, of Doubleday fame, you know, the founder of baseball. At least that's the theory. Anyway, he takes over command of the First Corps, and he commands the 6th Wisconsin, which was one of those regiments of the Iron Brigade, which was in reserve, to march all the way across the back of the battlefield, from the south end all the way to the north end of the battlefield, and charge right into the railroad cut. And they actually do that, an amazing speed and celerity, get to that cut, and some vicious fighting, but it ends with the commander of the 6th Wisconsin taking the surrender of the commander of the 2nd Mississippi in the midst of the cut right here. But that's the highlight for the Union. It doesn't all go well for the Union at that time. General Pender, another one of the divisions, part of A.P. Hill's corps, continues the attack. And here's the numbers. Because you've got one Union Corps versus one Confederate Corps, and the Confederate Corps is so much larger, it's just not going to go well if the Confederates deploy everything. They've got 8 rebel brigades versus 6 Union brigades. A little bit of a feel for what the combat is like in this part of the terrain. Remember, this is just day one. It's just getting started.
Up and down the line, men were reeling and falling. Splinters flying from wheels and axles where bullets hit. In rear, horses tearing and plunging, mad with wounds or terror. Drivers yelling, shells bursting, shot shrieking overhead, howling about our ears or throwing up great clouds of dust where they struck. The musketry crashing on 3 sides of us. Bullets hissing, humming, and whistling everywhere. Smoke, dust, splinters, blood, wreck, and carnage indescribable.
That's only half of what's going on in day one. The other half is what's going to be happening to the 11th Corps, which is arriving approximately at 12 noonish time frame and then moving north straight through Gettysburg, north into these positions. And at that same time now, General Early of Ewell's Corps is driving down from the north. So right here, this is a position right here it's worth taking a look at. Barlow's Knob. It's named Barlow's Knob because Barlow is the commander in that area. He moves forward because it's the most prominent piece of terrain in an otherwise very inconspicuous area of the battlefield. This is all pretty level terrain. But he's moving forward well in front of the rest of the Union lines. These are the units of the 11th Corps. And if you remember, von Gilsa's unit was the first unit to encounter Jackson's troops and the first unit to break back in May in Chancellorsville. Now they're put in an incredibly precarious position. A couple brigades against Early's division. And you can just see by the map right here that Avery's brigade is easily going to outflank them. Once you get outflanked, you've got the enemy in front of you and you got the enemy to your side with nothing else out there, you start to panic. And unfortunately, once again, Ames and von Gilsa are going to buckle under the attack of Jubal Early. There's 9 brigades here versus 4 brigades of Union. I should mention the 9 brigades versus 4 is only because there's 2 brigades that were posted down here on Cemetery Hill. Remember, that's what Reno identified as the key terrain. So let's put a couple brigades there right at the beginning. But it's not going to go well for von Gilsa and Ames, way up here in the front. They break at 3:15 in that neighborhood. By 4:15, you have a general retreat that starts in the 11th Corps and eventually is going to include the entire 1st Corps over here, which has done incredibly well, but suffered horrendous casualties trying to hold off an entire corps of the Confederates. And they retreat, move back through town. It gets really ugly. Many of them are captured as they retreat through Gettysburg. The Confederates are right on their heels. One general officer actually doesn't get captured only because he hides behind a woodpile, and he's going to spend the rest of the battle hiding in the wood near this woodpile and relying on the kindness of a citizen of Gettysburg to give him a few scraps of bread to keep him alive. But the rest of the army now goes to Cemetery Hill. 2 demoralized corps. The 11th Corps is really in a shambles, and the 1st Corps, as I mentioned, has taken a tremendous bloodletting. Now, what do the folks over here in the 1st Corps think about their colleagues, their comrades in the 11th Corps? Here's a quote from Colonel Wainwright of the 1st Corps Artillery. Not supposed to do that.
As soon as the rebels began to fire, the 2 lines of Deutschmen in front of the batteries began to run, and nearly the whole of them cleared out. I pitied General Ames most heartily. His men did not stand at all, save one. I believe not a single regiment of the 11th Corps exposed to the attack stood fire, but ran away almost to a man. Stuart stretched his men along the road with fence rails to try to stop the runaways, but could do nothing. Officers and men, however, got a supper. They had been without food all day. For when they knocked a Deutschman down, they took his haversack from him.
Okay. One other point here. Lee's on the battlefield by this time. It's getting close to the end of the day. He feels his blood up. This is the time to take advantage of the success that Ewell has had in the north. And so he directs Ewell, he sends him a courier to order Ewell to continue the attack, except the order is one of those conditional orders that Lee typically likes to give. Continue the attack and seize Cemetery Hill if practicable. If practicable. Those 2 words could make a big difference in this entire battle. As far as Ewell's concerned, his soldiers are pretty well exhausted. It wasn't practical for him to continue the assault. So that doesn't happen on the night of day 1. And this is where they form up. By this time, General Hancock, who's the commander of the 2nd Corps, has ridden forward with instructions from General Meade to take command of all of the forces that are already there at Gettysburg. And the rest of the Union Army is rapidly going to be occupying the town that evening. It's an interesting choice because Oliver Howard easily outranks Hancock. He's got the data rank by a long shot, and I think Doubleday does as well. But by this time, Meade had the authority given to him by Halleck, I believe, to ignore date of rank and appoint the people he thought were best able to command. And Hancock was definitely the right choice for this. And as soon as they get there, they're going to start to build barricades and to dig in, because they're expecting the Confederates to attack, obviously. Meade's plan, then. What should they do? Once they've got the commanders there, to stay on the defensive. They've got the advantage in a couple respects, and it's important to look at the terrain right here. Now, don't need to pay too much attention to the timeline that you're looking at here. This is a little bit ahead of the time from what we're going to have initially. He gets his units together. He's got the 12th Corps is going to occupy this portion, Culp's Hill and below, Slocum's Corps. You've got the 11th Corps, Howard, and the 1st Corps right here, basically on Cemetery Hill and just below that. In the center of the line now is Hancock's 2nd Corps. And remember, he's basically the commander of this portion of the battlefield. And then, farther south, is Sickles' 3rd Corps. The instructions essentially were to extend from Hancock's left all the way down to the anchor of the line, which is going to be down here in Little Round Top. Little Round Top, because Big Round Top, even though it's higher, is heavily wooded. And the western slope of Little Round Top is been forested. It's basically open terrain, very rocky terrain, but open terrain. So that's where Sickles is supposed to go, right through here. So what you've got is this inverted fish hook. And also what you have is interior lines. You're going to have Sykes' 5th Corps and Sedgwick's 6th Corps that are eventually going to get there as well. Both of those divisions are going to serve as reinforcements, the reserves for General Meade. And he can move them around pretty easily because he's going to have interior lines moving back and forth. What you have for Lee and Longstreet and Hill and Ewell, they're on the exterior of this. If Lee wants to move some of Ewell's forces over here to the right flank, they've got to go all the way around to the side. Much bigger difference. A word about General Sickles, then. General Sickles is a very interesting character. He hails from New York. He's a politician. By the time you get to the Civil War, he's in Congress. But prior to that, he had been in the New York legislature. And while he was in the New York legislature, he was actually censured by the New York legislature because at one point in time he brought a prostitute into the legislature, and they didn't take lightly to that. In fact, he took the same prostitute and introduced her over to, took her over to England and introduced her to Queen Victoria. And actually, the name he used was one of his political enemies back in New York. She was going by that name. He also got into some other scrapes. He married a woman half his age when he was in his 30s. He married a 15-year-old woman who was well-read, obviously. She spoke several languages, but I'm sure people were raising eyebrows over it. It wasn't too many years later that he heard that she was having an affair. Well, she was having an affair with Francis Scott Key's son. And they got into a scuffle, a duel perhaps, and it turns out that Sickles killed Francis Scott Key's son. He goes to trial. One of his lawyers is Edwin Stanton. See, it's a small world back then, who's going to be the Secretary of the Army later on. And Stanton manages to get him acquitted, claiming that he was maddened and temporarily insane when he committed this act. So I guess you could say he was the first guy to get off because of temporary insanity. But now he's commander of the 3rd Corps in the Union Army. And he goes forward, and about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when he's sitting up here, he's looking across this terrain, and he says, you know, out here at this peach orchard right around here in the Emmetsburg Pike, it sure looks like that's a little bit higher terrain. That'd be better for me to fight on than up here. So he moves his entire corps, without getting permission to do so, towards the Emmetsburg Pike. And when he does so, he encounters Meade, who is terribly upset with him. And I've got to find the right quote here, searching for it. Anyway, here's what happens. They're looking at the terrain, and basically Meade says, what in the world did you move your forces down there for? And Sickles tries to explain, well, it's better terrain down there, General. I think that's a better place for us to fight. And about that time, Sickles says, no, you need to move your forces back here. And then he sees that the Confederates are finally starting to engage them, and says, looks like they've decided you're going to fight down there as well. So that's how that's going to work for them. Here's Lee's plan. His frame of mind, first of all, he still doesn't have his cavalry. He decides that Gettysburg, though, is going to be the place where he's going to fight. And he also knows that most of Longstreet's corps is still not there. Hood is rapidly closing in with one division. Pickett is not going to be there for at least another day. And the reason Pickett's not there is because he's back in Chambersburg, because Lee doesn't know where the enemy was, and so he had to leave one of his divisions in Chambersburg until he finds out what's going on with Stuart. So Pickett's out of the picture for a while. Longstreet's suggestion, and this is going to be very important because the two generals are now really going to be fighting over the strategic and the tactical vision they have for this battle. Longstreet's suggestion is basically, General, let's take the entire army, basically disengage from where we're at right now, swing way to the south, get someplace between Meade's forces and the pike down to Baltimore and Washington, D.C. Essentially get between Meade and Washington, D.C., thinking that Meade's going to have to respond to that. And if not that, maybe we can do a tactical movement. So you're not going to go nearly as far, but you still get down on the south side of the Union forces into a blocking position. The notion is, in Longstreet's mind, it's much better to be on the tactical defense, to let the enemy attack you. Strategic, you pick the terrain. Tactical, you let them attack. And he thinks back to Fredericksburg, that horrendous experience the Union had at Fredericksburg. It's worth listening to the quote that we've got here for Longstreet.
If we could have chosen a point to meet our plans of operation, I do not think we could have found a better one than that upon which they are now concentrating. All we have to do is throw our army around by their left, and we shall interpose between the Federal army and Washington. We can get a strong position and wait. And if they fail to attack us, we shall have everything in condition to move back tomorrow night in the direction of Washington, selecting beforehand a good position into which we can place our troops to receive battle next day. Finding our object is Washington, and that army, the Federals, will be sure to attack us. When they attack, we shall beat them, as we proposed to do before we left Fredericksburg. And the probabilities are that the fruits of our success will be great.
Lee's response essentially was, if the enemy is there tomorrow, we must attack him. Lee knows exactly where they're at. He's audacious. He always wants to be on the offensive. He wants to be on the offensive because that means he has the initiative. Longstreet's response, if he is there, it will be because he is anxious that we should attack him. A good reason, in my judgment, for not doing so. So, there's real tension. For the first time, you're really seeing some real tension between the senior leaders in the Army of Northern Virginia. And I'm not sure that it's something that Lee was used to or entirely comfortable with. Who would be? You've got some serious contention from some of your most respected officer. Later on, he gets with Ewell and basically suggests to Ewell, maybe we should move south, kind of borrowing some of Longstreet's plan. And Ewell says, General, we fought over this terrain. My soldiers would be demoralized if we were to leave Gettysburg now, leave the city. We won this terrain. We should stay here and fight. And so now you've got another general trying to argue with him. Lee opts to stay and fight at Gettysburg. That's the bottom line for day 2. At the time, it's going to be a coordinated attack. Somewhere in the morning, he wants Ewell to attack up Culp's Hill and Longstreet to attack on the Union left flank. And when they were discussing it, they didn't think there was any Union forces down here. In fact, Longstreet had done a brief reconnaissance, hadn't got all the way that they should have, but thought that Little Round Top was totally vacant, that there was no Union forces here. And for a while, they were probably correct. So that's the plan. The other part of the plan then, once they do a launch on Longstreet's front, to do en echelon, which means that first you have a unit on the right flank attack, and then right down line, like dominoes, each brigade attacks in succession. And the thought was those first brigades would push forward and start to cave in the Union line. They'd start to back up. And then you can see where the dominoes would really build on the Union side, and the whole line would collapse. That's the theory, at least. One thing that's wrong with this right here, Hood gets replaced later in the next day only because he just arrived on the battlefield. The attack was initially planned for McLaws' division instead. But moving forward, July 2nd, the bloodiest day at Gettysburg. It's just about ready to begin now. The problem was, although it's supposed to start early in the morning, it doesn't happen that way. Longstreet gets delayed a couple reasons. One, he's still waiting for Hood's elements to arrive. Another reason, part of the plan was that he had to move his forces over to the Union left flank, over to the Confederate right flank here, in such a way that the Union couldn't see what was going on. And they got out to about here and realized, you can watch everything that we're doing. So they had to backtrack. Anything like this takes time. You always get the estimates of how long things take wrong when you're in combat. They had to backtrack, come back up this way, go through the ridge right here so they can get behind McPherson's ridge, basically, and down here where they're in a more hidden position, and then move forward with McLaws' forces. And then when you change the plan and decide it's not just going to be McLaws, it's going to be Hood. Once he arrives on the battlefield, that delays it further. Anyway, by this time, by early afternoon, Lee is getting very anxious and uptight about the whole thing because the plan is already going awry as far as he's concerned, and he's a little bit upset. Part of this also is that Longstreet is feeling a little bit slighted by Lee himself because that evening, Lee started to do something that Longstreet thought was peculiar, bypassing Longstreet and giving orders to division and brigade commanders directly. So he got a little, I don't know what's exactly in his mind, but the story is he got a little bit upset about that. So the communication between these two key leaders is not as good as it should be at that time. 4 o'clock, the rebel artillery starts, and their target is at the Peach Orchard primarily, is a real soft spot. 4 o'clock is also the time that Hood's division is going to attack in the Devil Dens area up towards Little Round Top. And by 4:30, they're well into the Devil's Dens area. The next position we have to look at then is that right flank and Hood's attacking position. Roughly about the same time, General Governor Warren, who is Meade's chief engineer officer, is scouting ahead and actually rode up to Little Round Top and realized, oh my gosh, there's a signal detachment up there with their signal flags. And that was it. And he looked at the terrain and says, this is an important piece of terrain. Of course, Sickles had kind of evacuated all of that and realized he's got to get somebody up there as quickly as he can because they can already see in the distance some glimmer of bayonets that obviously the Confederates under Hood, in this case, are getting ready to attack. So he rides back with the intention of going to the 5th Corps commander and saying that you need to send somebody forward, and runs into the commander of one of those brigades from the 5th Corps under the command of Colonel Strong Vincent, who wonders what's going on and realizes this is a key moment and takes it upon himself to order his entire brigade to Little Round Top. And in his brigade is the 20th Maine. And here's a name that rings familiar to almost many of you at least. Colonel Joshua Chamberlain is the commander of the 20th Maine, which has got 300 some soldiers by that time. You know, the regiment starts with 1,000. They whittled down to in the neighborhood of 200 plus. They got reinforced by a renegade group of Maine mutineers, if you will, by about 120 right before the battle begins. So here's this hodgepodge organization that Chamberlain has to anchor the entire left flank of the Union Army with on Little Round Top, just as the Confederates are going to attack. 4:30, Law's brigade occupies Round Top. Don't get confused. This right here. Now look at, it's entirely wooded. Only half of Little Round Top is wooded. But this is a great launching pad as they attack straight down the slopes into the positions that the Union have. At 4:45, the attack begins on Little Round Top. It's only minutes before the Union had actually gotten there. Chamberlain refuses his line. What that means is he took half of his unit and told them to basically turn to the left flank. So now he's got this angle, and he's going to be attacked by the 15th and the 47th Alabama. 2 regiments are going to be bearing in on him in his position. The rebels, the 15th and 47th, continue the attack. And we need to see what Colonel Oates, the commander of the 15th, says about the battle. In this very brutal back and forth campaign.
I again ordered the advance, waving my sword, shouting, "Forward, men, to the ledge!" and was promptly followed by the command in splendid style. The 20th Maine fell back to the next ridge, then charged my line, coming right up in hand-to-hand encounter. A Maine man reached to grasp the staff of the colors when Ensign Archibald stepped back and Sergeant Pat O'Connor stove his bayonet through the head of a Yankee.
In the crucial moment of the battle, after a long engagement back and forth, and Chamberlain's troops are practically out of ammunition completely, even after they've rummaged through the dead and the wounded, the Confederates that they've encountered, scraping up as much ammunition as they had, realize they don't have enough ammunition to repulse one more Confederate assault. So here's a crucial point in American history, if you will, because this is an important piece of terrain. Chamberlain decides, rather than withdraw, to have his soldiers fix bayonets and charge into the advancing Confederates. And imagine the surprise of the 15th Alabama as they see these Union forces spilling off the top of the ridgeline and carry the day. Here is a short excerpt of how Chamberlain described the battle years later.
We opened a brisk fire at close range, which was so sudden and effective that they soon fell back, only to burst forth again with a shout, and rapidly advanced, firing as they came. It did not seem possible to withstand another shock like this now coming on. The edge of the conflict swayed to and fro, with wild whirlpools and eddies. At times I saw around me more of the enemy than of my own men. Gaps opening, swallowing, closing again. Squads of stalwart men who had cut their way through us, disappearing as if translated. All around, a strange, mingled roar.
That happens at 6 o'clock. We're going to jump back a little bit because the combat that's going on in the rest of Longstreet's line is every bit as brutal and desperate. But this is a key moment in part because if the Confederates had gained Little Round Top, then been able to haul their artillery up, they could have fired right down the line of the Union forces as they were, the rest of the Union forces on Seminary Ridge. They would have been pretty vulnerable. The wheat field and peach orchard. 4 o'clock again is when that initial artillery barrage begins against the peach orchard, some artillery units that the Union had there. 4:30, you've got the 1st Brigade under Robertson attacks into Rose Woods. Now that's actually not into the peach orchard area, but towards the wheat field, if you will. By 5 o'clock, another brigade moves forward and attacks towards the wheat field. And I want you to notice a couple things here. I did this deliberately. In this, boy, I didn't do that deliberately. In this case, the wheat field is lowercase. These places, Devil's Den, wheat field, peach orchard, become so significant in the lore of the Civil War and the lore that's attached to the Battle of Gettysburg that they are now proper names. Wheat field and peach orchard. And more than any other battle you can think of, it's a cottage industry of the kinds of painting and artwork and things that are meant to memorialize this particular battle. And so I've picked quite a few of these as we go through the next few slides. Here's the 4th Michigan in the wheat field. Another give and take, back and forth. The rebels throw in one regiment or a brigade. The Confederates are serving, or they're sending in other units as well. Meade is coordinating much of this. Hancock is coordinating much of this. And what's happening as the battle goes back and forth over the next few hours, the 3rd Corps isn't all that's going to be able to hold the line. Everybody recognize that. So Meade starts sending in units from the 5th Corps and from the 6th Corps. He starts pulling units from the 12th Corps on Culp's Hill and from the 2nd Corps, all being fed into this part of the battlefield as it goes back and forth. Both sides are committing reinforcements. Here's another quote that gives you a sense of the sounds of what it must have been like with this cannon and rifle shot and the screams and the horses and everything else that's going on. And this is a Massachusetts private we're going to listen to here.
The hoarse and indistinguishable orders of commanding officers, the screaming and bursting of shells, canister and shrapnel as they tore through the struggling masses of humanity, the death screams of wounded animals, the groans of their human companions, wounded and dying, and trampled underfoot by hurrying batteries, riderless horses, and the moving lines of battle. A perfect hell on earth, never, perhaps, to be equaled, certainly not to be surpassed, nor ever to be forgotten in a man's lifetime. It has never been effaced from my memory, day or night, for 50 years.
He's not the only one. This battle, for whoever was there, this battle is going to stay with their memories. 6 o'clock, Barksdale Mississippian Brigade attacks the Union forces at the peach orchard. Now, they'd had attacks there already, but this is the one that's really going to carry the day. And they move forward. Now, this is exactly the same time as you recall that the final climactic action at Little Round Top is going on. 6 o'clock, it's going exactly the opposite direction. The Confederates are beginning to move forward. And suddenly there's this huge gap in the Union lines as the Union starts to withdraw. 2 more brigades are fed into the attack. Sickles' headquarters, which is a little bit farther up the slope, is taking fire. He mounts on. He's nothing if not brave and conspicuous in his performance in the battlefield, but he takes a round shot through his leg, and he's seriously injured now. Taken off his horse, put on a stretcher, and here's the next chapter of Sickles' very colorful life. He's on the stretcher, smoking a cigar, still encouraging his soldiers forward as they haul him off to the battlefield. And once he gets to the surgeon's tent, insists that they hold on to his leg so he can preserve the leg bone that had been cut off. And that's what it is right there. That's Sickles' leg bone that for the rest of his life was going to be on display in a museum up in Washington, D.C. And how do the soldiers from the 2nd Corps feel about this now that Sickles' been injured? Here's one quote. "The loss of his leg is a great gain to us, whatever it may be to him." Okay. I've got Confederate high water mark here. It's a matter of debate. Most people would say it's at the height of Pickett's charge. But this is really the greatest success at this particular point. It's Barksdale's brigade continuing right into the gap that had been formed now as these forces right here start to disintegrate. Here's Barksdale's brigade coming through here like this. And they're all hustling back as quick as they can, and Hancock is desperate now to form some kind of a defensive line right along the ridge line, what little ridge line there is for Cemetery Ridge. And he can find nobody except one small Minnesota regiment of a couple hundred soldiers. They had seen action in practically every major battle up to this point, and they had only a couple hundred soldiers left in their particular regiment. But he feeds the 1st Minnesota into this. And the orders that they get is attack, Colonel, and take those colors. And Colonel Colville, the commander of the unit, says, I immediately gave the order, forward, double quick, and under a galling fire from the enemy, we advanced. And again, it's one of those moments that has been immortalized in paintings, the 1st Minnesota's attack. Unfortunately, they did stop the Confederates, put them on their heels long enough that Hancock can form some kind of a defensive line behind them, and suffered something in the neighborhood of 82% casualties in doing so. That gives you the scale of the bloodshed that's going on throughout this area. It's about this time that Crawford's division from the 5th Corps arrives, more reinforcements being fed into this area, and finally the Confederates face reality and start to withdraw. Now, they hold possession of the peach orchard. They hold possession of the wheat field. These are fairly far forward for them, but they can't take Seminary Ridge. It just was not going to happen. Longstreet, having observed all of this, and he's also very conspicuous in his role on the battlefield, here's the comment he had about that particular day on the battlefield. It was the best 3 hours of fighting by soldiers on any battlefield. From somebody like Longstreet, that's saying a lot. So, that does not end what's going to be happening on the 2nd of July. And again, that's 150 years ago today. Culp's Hill. Now remember, Lee wanted to have the attack on Culp's Hill by Ewell's Corps and Longstreet's Corps on Seminary Ridge happening roughly the same time in the morning. Well, Culp's Hill doesn't get attacked until 7:15 p.m. And I'd already mentioned that before that time, Meade had robbed a lot of the forces that were on Culp's Hill to feed into the line on Seminary Ridge. There was only one brigade left on Culp's Hill by that time. It was a brigade under the command of a Colonel Greene, who was an engineer by training, and he'd spent the day having his soldiers build as robust of barricades as they possibly could. Interesting that for whatever reason the Union forces weren't necessarily doing that as much as they could have on Seminary Ridge, but they were on Culp's Hill. So they were attacking into, the Confederates are not going to attack into these barricades. The only problem is Greene, with his 1,300 some men, didn't have nearly enough to man all the barricades once they'd been stripped away. His troops had been stripped away. So now you've got something like 6,000 rebels attacking at 7:15 against his 1,300 who are dug in behind these barricades. That also goes seesawing back and forth. Part of the barricades are actually occupied on Culp's Hill by Confederate forces right next to the 137th New York, which doggedly holds part of its barricaded position for quite a few hours before they're finally forced out. I should also mention 745, Early's division, another division out of Ewell's Corps, is going to be attacking Cemetery Hill. Remember that picture that we saw before? Evergreen Cemetery? That's the gate to the cemetery as the Confederates are attacking towards that. Finally, at 9:15, the combat on Cemetery Hill and Culp's Hill is going to end. It's been quite a day. And it's time to start planning for what's going to be happening the next day. Meade conducts a council of war that night on July the 2nd. He gets all of his corps commanders together. He gets Governor Warren, that engineer officer, General Hunt, his artillery officer, together, and basically gives them 3 questions to consider. Should we stay where we're at? Should the Army of the Potomac stay right here in Gettysburg? And the answer was a unanimous yes. Should we defend or attack? And almost a unanimous consent on this one as well. Defend. Once you got to that point, then the third question was obvious. For how long? If Lee doesn't do anything, how long should we wait? And the answer was generally, at least a day, and then we'll see what Lee's doing and respond to what Lee does. But the thought was, knowing Lee's mind, that he probably was going to attack. The last piece of advice then that Meade is going to give, is to General Gibbon, who is essentially the commander of the Second Corps because General Hancock was commanding the left flank of the Army. So General Gibbon, the former he got a start as the commander of the Iron Brigade, by the way, a seasoned soldier, an excellent commander. This is the advice he's given by Meade. Meade says to me, if Lee attacks tomorrow, it will be in your front. I asked him why he thought so, and he replied, because he has made attacks on both of our flanks and failed, and if he concludes to try it again, it will be on our center. And here's Gibbon's thoughts. I expressed a hope that he would, and told General Meade with confidence that if he did, we would defeat him. So you're almost inviting Lee to attack exactly where Meade wants him to. So what's going on the other side, on the Confederate side? That's a very different story. And you can begin to see the relationship of the Confederate commanders. It's strained already on day 2, but it's going to continue that way. And what doesn't happen this night, and that's a reflection in part of how Lee likes to command, is he doesn't have a council of war. He sends couriers back and forth. He does have General Stuart finally arrive about 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 2nd. Now, if you watch the movie Gettysburg, if you read Killer Angels, there's all this wonderful dialogue that's supposed to be happening between Lee and Stuart. It's doubtful if any of that actually happened. What is reported is that one of the comments that Lee said to Stuart, well, General, you are here at last. From Lee, that's a pretty stiff reprimand. And I'm sure that Stuart felt that. Here's what Shelby Foote said, and you probably have heard this as well if you watched the Gettysburg series, the Civil War series. General, I bring you 200 Yankee wagons full of supplies. And Lee's response, General, they are an impediment to me now. I ask that you help me whip these people. So, Stuart's finally there. His troopers are riding hard. They're going to be there later that night. Pickett's division will soon be there as well. So there's a couple of things that are going to be different now for Lee. He's got his cavalry finally, and he's got that new division that has not been committed to battle up to this point. And there's a little bit of dialogue, not directly, between he and Longstreet. Orders for July 3rd. The attack would the attack would be renewed at daylight. Basically, just a repetition of the night before. And we're going to see that's going to be tweaked the next day. 4:30 in the morning, the Union starts this time, and they now have the initiative. Small as it might be, they're setting the stage for this change that's going to occur in Longstreet's plan because they attacked at Culp's Hill by starting a vicious artillery duel with those units that had seized part of the breastworks the evening before. That goes on for close to 7 hours, back and forth, as they jockey for position. By this time, General Geary's division had reoccupied some of Culp's Hill. They were moving forces back and forth between Cemetery Hill and Culp's Hill. By noon, the Confederates start in a serious way with their assaults. And again, it goes on back and forth. And what also occurs now, it's obvious to Lee that a coordinated attack on the 3rd is not going to happen because the Union had seized the initiative, and it's obviously that Ewell's not going to be able to attack by the time that Longstreet's forces are ready. So some adjustments have to be made. I already mentioned the initial plan. Let's talk a little bit about the Union preparation, because that's important. Cemetery Hill positions and Cemetery Ridge. Here's Cemetery Hill and extending down the ridge line. And I already told you that this really tapers off as you go farther south. Right here in the center of this is a stone wall. It's not a very high wall. It's probably about this high. And then the Union throws some wooden rails on top of that to bolster that a little bit. I believe it's also the farmhouse for a freedman slave who had been living there for a while. Right here is an angle in that particular stone wall that will forever after be known as the angle. And right adjacent to that is a group of trees, a copse of trees is what they referred to it as at the time. This eventually is going to be the aiming point for the entire Confederate Army for that attack. You see Hancock arrays his forces here. And what you have on the south side then is Lee, and his plan now has evolved. And what we're going to see is Lee wants to have an attack kicked off by Pickett and his forces. Longstreet starts to appeal to him that that's not nearly enough, that he needs to have a lot more into this attack than just Pickett's division. So Lee turns to A.P. Hill's corps and gets, sorry for my being so clumsy on this. He gets Pettigrew. Actually, there's going to be 3 brigades right here under Pickett, and you've got 6 brigades here under Pettigrew and Trimble. So A.P. Hill is going to contribute more to this assault than Longstreet is, and that Pickett is. But it remains named Pickett's charge here to history today. Anderson's a couple brigades here in a supporting attack that got into the action a little bit later. But you can see how all of this is going to be centered right here on the angle. And that's the plan. And here's the dialogue. More important dialogue between Longstreet and Lee. He wants to renew the attack on Cemetery Ridge. And Longstreet tries to argue against it. He's still trying to convince him to go around the end, go around the south side. He's already had scouts going out to look at that area. And Lee says, the enemy is there and I'm going to strike him. And here's the response that many of you heard before. General, I have been a soldier all my life. I have been engaged in fights by the couples, by squads, companies, regiments, divisions, and armies. And it is my opinion that no 15,000 men ever arrayed for battle can take that position. That's Longstreet to Lee. That's how strongly Longstreet is against this idea of this attack. The Union is there. They're watching the Confederates line up. It just doesn't look like it's going well. And it's going to be successful at all. Longstreet's convinced it can't be. Lee, ever confident in his soldiers, thinks that he can carry the day. Part of the reason is because he's going to start with this horrendous artillery barrage. And that artillery barrage is aimed at the Union artillery to take them out or force them off the battlefield, and then start to deplete the Union forces that are under this, the trench lines, behind the stone wall, behind these wooden rails, to deplete them to the point where it's going to be at least an even match. And then he's going to throw something like 12,500 troops at that line against the Union that are entrenched in there. Here's the forces that he's got at his hand. General Pickett, I've already talked about Pettigrew and Trimble up in the northern part, but here's the ones that we've heard so much about. General Pickett with the 3 brigade commanders, General Garnett, General James Kemper, General Lou Armistead, leading the 3 brigades of Pickett's division. Here's another little anecdote of Gettysburg history. General Armistead and General Reynolds and General Hancock all served together in California. Immediately prior to the start of the war, those 3 men were best of friends serving together in California. And it was weighing heavily on Armistead's mind that he was not going to have to be fighting and attacking against his very good friend Hancock on the other side of Seminary Ridge. A little bit more about the artillery barrage. The Confederate preparations. What had happened prior to the actual artillery barrage beginning? William Pendleton was the commander of the Confederate artillery, though he didn't have the same centralized control that the Union side had. The Corps commanders retained that. And Pendleton, although he was a trained officer and a West Point officer, didn't have a good feel for the battlefield as well. A couple things are going to be happening here on Pendleton's side. The artillery is up front. The infantry is going to wait for the attack to begin well behind those artillery positions. And the whole idea of this artillery barrage, as I already talked about, is to take out the enemy artillery and soften up the infantry. Part of the problem, though, was to keep the ammunition out of range. They moved the ammunition too far back. So far back they aren't going to be able to resupply in the midst of the battle itself. On the Union side, you have General Henry Hunt, who was a different kind of sort, who relished the notion of being in charge of everything, who personally positioned most of the artillery, positioned where not just the artillery was, but the artillery trains with all the extra ammunition, artillery reserve with extra batteries that they could rush into some of the hot spots later on in the battle. And then he goes through and talks to all his artillery commanders and tells them, when the rebel artillery starts, do not waste your ammunition firing on the rebel artillery. Wait 15 or 20 minutes. And then when you do fire back, do it at a very slow, deliberate pace, because what I want you to do is to have plenty of ammunition when the infantry assault begins. That's our main target. It's not the enemy artillery, it's the infantry. 1:07, pretty precise time. People were paying attention, checking their watches when that started, when the artillery barrage started. And it was intense. General Hancock in the center of the line with the 2nd Corps is amazed that the Union artillery isn't responding, because General Hunt hadn't talked to him about it. So he starts going up and down the line and telling his artillery, fire, for God's sakes, fire. This is demoralizing my troops, fire. And he's able to convince a few of them until he finally gets the message later on. But the bottom line is that the artillery in his part of the line, which is going to be facing Pickett's portion of the charge, depletes most of their long-range ammunition in the process of this 45-minute artillery duel. About 30 minutes into it, there's real concern on Longstreet's mind again. And here's what Longstreet tells Porter Alexander, who is in charge of his corps artillery. Colonel, if artillery fire does not have the effect to drive off the enemy or greatly demoralize him so as to make our efforts pretty certain, I would prefer that you should not advise Pickett to make the charge. I shall rely a great deal upon your judgment to determine the matter, and shall expect you to let General Pickett know when the moment offers. For an artillery colonel to have the decision thrust upon him of when the infantry attack should begin, that's quite a responsibility that Longstreet had just given to him. But it gives you another look into the mindset of Longstreet at the time as well. The artillery barrage goes on for 45 minutes. After this brief exchange between Alexander and Longstreet, we have this exchange. Porter Alexander sends a message to Pickett. General, if you are to advance at all, you must come at once, or we will not be able to support you as we ought. Meaning that he was running out of ammunition. He had little else to fire. And there wasn't time to go back to the Confederate artillery trains and get that ammunition and bring it forward. It just wasn't going to be, that would take practically an hour to do that. So, Alexander a little bit later writes another note. For God's sake, come quick. They just saw where the Union artillery fire starts to slacken measurably. And it looks like the Union is withdrawing their artillery guns away from the line. So here's the moment they've been waiting for. For God's sake, come quick. The 18 guns are gone. Come quick, or my ammunition will not let you be supported properly. Pickett finds Longstreet, approaches him, goes up and asks Longstreet, I'm going forward now, sir. General, shall I advance? Longstreet says nothing. He merely nods. And that's when Pickett says, I'm going to move forward, sir. And the attack is ready to begin. So, 3 o'clock now. The most famous attack in American military history is ready to be launched. Pickett rallies his forces. You can imagine the speeches that are given to the Confederate soldiers all across the line. Here's one of the things that Pickett says, "Up, men, and to your post. Don't forget today that you are from old Virginia." Spoken like true states' rights. And they begin to move forward. As they move forward, what you have here on the left, you've got a long expanse before they get to the Emmitsburg Road. And in this part of the line, the Union artillery has not wasted their ammunition, so they can engage the Confederates at a long range with shell and shot, exploding shell. You get over into the midst of them, and sometimes you get an exploding shell that hits at the right place. You can take 5 or 10 men out. And what the Confederates do every time something like that happens, they're taking a swath of the line out as they move forward. They just simply close ranks. And again, everybody is focusing in on this one place of copse of trees right here at the angle. That's where they're all headed. So already at a much farther range, at 1,000 yards out, the Confederates on the left flank are being engaged. As they move forward, the 8th Ohio is right here and catches them in the flank. As they get close to the Emmitsburg Road right here, they discover, they knew already, they just couldn't get to it, there's a fence on each side of that road that they have to climb over. As they climb over, they're well within range of the Union infantry. And what the Union infantry had done on this part of the line is stacked regiment upon regiment. They moved everybody forward. Instead of holding people in reserve, they moved regiments forward. So there's 2, 4 people thick. And in many cases, there would be a soldier up front who would fire and simply have the rifles pass forward to him. So there'd be a continuous, steady, rolling fire coming from these lines right here. It does not go well at all. Although this Brockenbrough's brigade is the first to break, it only gets about this far. The other 3 brigades move forward and get all the way here, but they are decimated. And especially so when the 8th Ohio hits them in the flank. Now look also, artillery in Cemetery Hill right here, as they can fire right down the gullet of Emmitsburg Road. Enfilading fire, devastating fire. Meanwhile, on the right side of the line, you've got Pickett moving forward with his 3 brigades. And to be able to focus on the right part of the Union line, they not only get across the Emmitsburg Road with not nearly as much trouble because their pickets have been able to take those fences down. They're far enough away from the Union lines. Once they get past that, though, they have to flank to the left and basically walk in front of the enemy line as they're taking fire from the enemy, both artillery and infantry fire, as well as artillery fire from up here, until they can wheel on around and hit the angle like they're supposed to. In the process of doing that, Garnett is hit and killed. Kemper is hit and seriously injured, almost captured by the Union forces until Confederates recapture him, his body, and then drag him off to the rear. And Armistead.
More than half a mile their
Okay, I did want to play this.
More than half a mile their front extends, man touching man, rank pressing rank. The red flags wave, their horsemen gallop up and down, the arms of 13,000 men, barrel and bayonet gleam in the sun, a sloping forest of flashing steel. Right on they move as with one soul, in perfect order without impediment of ditch or wall or stream, over ridge and slope, through orchard and meadow and cornfield, magnificent, grim, irresistible.
So that's one artist's rendition of what the battlefield looked like that day. Here is one of the most famous moments of the Civil War. Armistead leading his troops, his Virginians, into that angle, into the enemy artillery, as they begin to turn the enemy artillery. And he does so by having them guide on the hat that he put on his sword and moving forward. And he tells them, give them cold steel, boys. But we know the story. Not too long after this, he's shot, collapses right next to one of the enemy artillery, and soon the Union feed more reinforcements in there, and this is the high point that many people look at. There was a brigade of Confederate infantry that made the angle, at least the remnants of a brigade that made it, a few hundred men, and they are forced back. And by 3:45, the whole Confederate line now is collapsing back towards friendly lines on Seminary Ridge. And as they get back, they encounter Robert E. Lee. And his comments to them as they come back into the Seminary Ridge line, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. He also encounters General Pickett when he comes back and tells Pickett, General, get your division ready for a counterattack. And Pickett's answer to General Lee, General, I have no division now. And to a certain extent, he was right. At least a third to a half of his forces were out in the battlefield someplace, captured, injured, or killed. Okay, I'm going to move very quickly through the last couple of slides here. Just the couple highlights. I wanted to put this up just to say that there was cavalry action also on the 3rd of July. Their mission, the Confederates were to get around the eastern side of the Union line to try to get all the way down to Baltimore Pike to cut the line of communications. Stuart tried to do that. He ran into a couple divisions under David Gregg. And for those of you who are interested in people like George Armstrong Custer, this is where he comes to prominence and basically turns the tide in some swirling melees of cavalry action, sabers and against sabers and pistols, etc., like that. One of the things that he is known for saying at this time, he leads a brigade, a brand new command for him, by the way, a brigade of Michiganders, and he says, "Come on, you Wolverines," as he charges in, always at the front. July 3rd ends horribly for Lee. That evening he decides they have to pull back. By the 4th, they're moving back. It's raining by this time in the battlefield. And again, to move through this fairly quickly, the Confederates go this direction, through the gap in South Mountain, swinging down to the south into Pennsylvania and Maryland with the intent of crossing here at Williamsport and Falling Water. Because of the rain, the Potomac was flooding at the time, so they're going to be bottled up there for a few days. But they get to the river long before the Union gets there because the Union is going this route, much longer route. And you can criticize Meade for not taking after Lee as quickly as he should have, but roughly a few hours or a day afterwards, he's already got his soldiers on a forced march as well. But here's where the debate really begins. Lincoln is pleading and prodding with Meade, crush the Confederates now. You've got them bottled up. They can't get across the Potomac. That's the time to attack. They're demoralized. You've got the advantage. Meade gets another general's council and asks his council, what should we do? Should we attack? And basically, the unanimous consent was no. By this time, Hancock was not in command of the 2nd Corps. He'd been injured, severely injured. Reynolds is not in command of the 1st Corps. He had been killed that first day. Those were his two most aggressive, best commanders. They're both out of the picture. Howard, well, his corps had failed twice miserably. Sedgwick wasn't necessarily the kind of commander you want to put your trust into. So Meade had a real conundrum. And the decision is that they would not attack. By July 13th and 14th, the rebels are able to get across the river and get back into Virginia again. The aftermath of the battle, This is just some of the many people who were killed or injured. And obviously, I picked the senior leadership. It's especially painful for the Confederates. You can't replace leaders like this. Archer had been captured the first day. The ones that are in red here were killed. Pender, Garnett, and Armistead, of course, brigade commanders in the Pickett's division. Pender was a division commander. Hood was injured seriously on day 2. Heath was injured in his attack. These are people that Lee is not going to be able to replace. The same is true for the Union, although not quite as bad for them. You can see the ugly nature of the battlefield. The cameramen descended on the battlefield a couple days afterwards and started taking pictures. There were thousands of dead. There were 3,000 horses on the battlefield as well, scattered about in all kinds of different locations. And it would be a gruesome task to take care of those casualties. And to give you a real sense of what it had to be like to do that job.
The dead bodies of men and horses had lain there, putrefying under the summer sun for 3 days. Corpses swollen to twice their original size. Some of them actually burst asunder with the pressure of foul gases and vapors. Several human or inhuman corpses sat upright against a fence, with arms extended in the air and faces hideous with something very like a fixed leer, as if taking a fiendish pleasure in showing us what we essentially were and might at any moment become.
Here's a sense of the casualties just in that last day. Now remember, day 2 was the worst day as far as casualty is concerned, but in Pickett's charge, 6,600 of the roughly 12,500 were casualties just in that one action. And of the brigade and regimental commanders in Pickett's division, 13 out of the 15 were casualties. That gives you a sense of what was lost. Here are the casualty figures. Like most battles in the Civil War, you can check a variety of different sources and they'll be all over the map. You see 46,286 is the total. Most people would tell you that this figure right here, which I got from some official records by the regiment, was well below the mark for the Confederates. And I've got to believe, just simply because of Pickett's charge and that they were on the offensive most of the time, that the other estimates that it was nearer to 28,000 is probably correct. So you're going to hear anything from 51 to 53,000 overall casualties for this one campaign. There might be good reasons why the Confederates wanted to minimize their loss. Here is one of the quotes that you had from Lee as he reports in his casualties.
It is believed that the enemy suffered severely in these operations, but our own loss has not been light. General Barksdale is killed. Generals Garnett and Armistead are missing as prisoners. Generals Pender and Trimble are wounded in the leg, General Hood in the arm, and General Heth slightly in the head. General Kemper, it is feared, is mortally wounded. Our losses embrace many other valuable officers and men. General Wade Hampton was severely wounded in a different action in which the cavalry was engaged yesterday.
Okay. I'm not going to spend too much time in here. I think what I'd like to do now is to show what we've got here for at least my assessment of the strengths and the weaknesses of the two main leaders, Meade on the Union side and Lee on the Confederate side. And unusual in the case of Lee, lots of things to discuss about. But what questions do I have? Thank you, Eileen. It doesn't hurt that you've got great material to work with. The stories of the Civil War just ring with excitement and drama and pathos, and this battle is really no different. One of the things that's different, this is actually the 9th presentation that we've given so far, but it's the first that focuses on this particular theater of war and focuses on the Army of the Cumberland, the Union Army that was commanded by Rosecrans during this battle. So it's high time we pay homage to that army, to that theater, and especially in this case, this is the largest battle that we're going to be talking about in the Western Theater, and has the second highest level of casualties behind only Gettysburg. So there you go, the importance of Chickamauga and Chattanooga. 2 separate battles, but we'll try to move through this and make sure that you have an essence of what is actually going on. Actually, before we get to Chickamauga, I wanted to make one other comment here about what the Army of the Cumberland was doing versus the Army of Tennessee. Now, this is a point of some confusion, perhaps. The Army of Tennessee, in this case, is the Confederate Army, and they named their armies after regions. In this case, they named it after a state. We're going to be hearing a little bit later about the Army of the Tennessee, which is going to be commanded by Sherman at the Battle of Chattanooga, and the Union named their armies after rivers. Thus, the Army of the Cumberland, for the Cumberland River, and the Army of the Tennessee in this case. So December 31st, the last day of 1862, a tough year for the Union, is also the date that those 2 armies fought at Stones River. And it continued on through January 2nd. It was a tough battle, but at the end result, General Rosecrans beat Bragg by virtue of Bragg retreating farther south into Tennessee, and so it's a Union victory. And that's where we need to pick up our story. So, as we oftentimes do, we start with a map and kind of show you the terrain. And what you're looking at here, the dark lines are actually the railroad systems. The railroads are going to be very important. And this battle illustrates this better than any other battle I think we've encountered. And we've talked a lot about railroads already. You can see several different colors here. We'll take another look at this later. But different gauges, especially in the Confederacy, they were plagued by different gauges of railroad, which caused all kinds of logistical nightmares. But we're going into an area now. Here is Chattanooga, and just across the border, we'll be soon talking about Chickamauga in Georgia itself. But look at this. It's at the tail end of the Appalachian Mountains. And for the soldiers of the time, it sure looked like big mountains to somebody who's from Ohio or Indiana or Illinois. Biggest mountains that they'd probably seen in their lives. Very rugged terrain, poor farmland, very difficult to get across. The roads that were in this region were all unimproved roads. In other words, they're just dirt paths more than anything else. Carved out of the forest in most cases, carved into the sides of mountains, meandering their way up and down the mountains. So the railroads and the rivers were very important in both cases. Chattanooga at the time, this will surprise folks, a city of 2,000. Not a big town, but both North and South recognized its strategic importance. And it was because of 2 things. Because it was on the Tennessee River, and the Tennessee River wrapped all the way up into the Ohio and then down the Mississippi. So it was, great transportation, especially when you consider the roads of the day. And also, look what's here. A confluence of railroads, all converging on Chattanooga itself. So small town, but very important. Both sides recognize that. Now, a little bit closer look now of the Chattanooga area. You've got these rugged mountains on the north side and even more so on the south. So here's Sand Mountain and Raccoon Mountain right here. And then further south here, you've got Lookout Mountain. Now, you're thinking it's not a mountain, it's a whole ridgeline, and it is. A very prominent ridgeline. But right at the tip of this, overlooking Chattanooga itself, is this dramatic rise and overlooks the city. And we'll see pictures of that later on. Further south, you've got Missionary Ridge. That's right through here. And just on the other side of Missionary Ridge is a fairly broad valley where the Battle of Chickamauga is going to be fought. In the center of that valley, not surprisingly, is the Chickamauga Creek. It's not very large. It's fordable in many places as long as you don't mind getting wet. And then it's rimmed on the other side by mountains as well. So that's the terrain we're looking at. A little bit about our Union commander, William Rosecrans. Old Rosie. Actually, that's a nickname he earned while he was at West Point. Born in Ohio in 1819, West Point class of 1842, fifth in his class out of 56, and as I mentioned before, he earned his nickname there. He graduated and then soon found his way back to West Point, teaching engineering and serving as the commissary officer there. And actually, he missed the war. He missed the big fight. That's what officers who have a future in mind, who are ambitious, want a future in the Army, wanted to fight in the Mexican War. He was stuck at West Point for the entire time. He resigns the Army in 1854, went into mining, engineering, actually opened up a small oil refinery before the war. But in 1861, he comes back in the Army and uses his connections and uses his background as a military officer to join the Army, worked with McClellan. When McClellan was successful to take over the western part of Virginia, what's now is West Virginia, really the brains behind that was Rosecrans. Now, a little bit about his personality. He's likable. He inspires a lot of loyalty from his subordinate commanders. He loves to stay up late at night, and he loves to have others to chat with while he stays up late at night. So it drove some of his subordinates crazy to a certain extent, and they wondered where he got his stamina from. Well, that's going to be a problem later on. He also is going to have a problem, though, with his hair-trigger temper. He's a decent strategist that we will see, and he sometimes kind of ignores the chain of command, which is going to be a problem for him as well. Instead of going to the corps commanders, you go directly to the division commanders and occasionally even down to brigade level. You're not supposed to do that. It's supposed to flow through those channels so everybody's aware of what's actually going on. Now, a little bit about this gentleman right over here, James Garfield, future President of the United States. James Garfield, also from Ohio. Now, here's an ambitious politician. I mean, people from Illinois can understand this, I guess. James Garfield makes his way to Washington, D.C. early in the war and meets Salmon Chase. Meets Salmon Chase through his daughter, who is reported to be the most beautiful woman in Washington, D.C. at the time, and a rival for Mary Lincoln, by the way. Anyway, he gets connected pretty soon to Salmon Chase and then makes his way west. He's appointed to the Army of Cumberland, gets there, starts to talk to Rosecrans, and Rosecrans identifies talent, and maybe he identifies ambition, and decides to make Garfield his chief of staff. So here is the Army of the Cumberland. We've got George Thomas heading the 14th Corps, the 20th Corps, Major General Alexander McCook, Major General Thomas Crittenden. And in 2 out of the 3 cases here, these are West Point officers. Thomas is the oldest, born in 1816, 12th out of 42 from the class of 1840 in West Point. Seminole Wars, Mexican Wars, and in the parlance of the military, he punched his tickets as he moved up. He was methodical, he was phlegmatic, he was very unemotional, in other words, calm, a man of few words, you couldn't fluster him much, and we're going to see that as we get into these battles as well. Major General Alexander McCook, one of the officers he knew called him a chucklehead. Didn't think too much of McCook, but he came from a long line of fighters called the Fighting McCooks. So he came from the right kind of blood. 3 brothers and 2 cousins were generals during the Civil War. So no shortage there. He was a great storyteller, and he had a good singing voice as well. So he had that going for him at least. Otherwise rated as somewhat mediocre, as was Thomas Crittenden. another relatively mediocre commander, at least considered by historians, and even those at the time. He was from Kentucky. He was a lawyer by trade and a Kentucky senator, so he had connections of his own. He had experience in the Mexican War, and that was the way he was able to launch himself into the position. And if you're going to look at maybe one of the problems that Rosecrans had was that he was loyal to a fault to these two gentlemen right here. Thomas was clearly of a different cut than the other two were. We have a reserve corps under Major General Gordon Granger. We'll hear about him a little bit later. And then a small cavalry corps. That was something of a problem. Rosecrans wanted to have a much more robust cavalry because the Confederates he faced included Morgan, included Nathan Bedford Forrest, included Wheeler, who commanded a division of cavalry at one time and later. So that was a concern that he had all the time. And what he did, we're going to talk next about Wilder and the Lightning Brigade. This was an innovative approach to solving a problem. Colonel John Wilder was actually a brigade commander in the 20th Corps, in the 14th Corps, Thomas's Corps. And Rosecrans, needing to have more cavalry, was looking around and wanted to recruit some, see what he could do. Well, Wilder steps forward and says, I will raise a brigade of cavalry. So what he does is he scours the countryside as much as he can, and he finds every mule and horse that he can. He dragoons them into his service, and that was step one. Step two was, had Mr. Spencer of the Spencer repeating rifle came to the camp one day, approached Rosecrans trying to sell his new invention, the Spencer repeating rifle, the one that if you've been to this exhibit, you've seen, the one that Abraham Lincoln tested that in the grounds of the White House. Well, they were all enthusiastic about it, but there was no way the War Department was going to pay for this. So what Wilder does is he takes a vote within his regiment and asks the soldiers, would you like to have these? Would you be willing to help procure these? And they all voted and said, yes, that sounds like a great idea. So Wilder procured the weapons. He got a loan to be able to do that in the first place, and eventually I think the soldiers paid him back for that purchase. But here's the one brigade that's not only mounted, but it has perhaps the best weapon in the Western theater with this 7-round Spencer repeating rifle. Versus what they had with the rest of the Army is the rifled muskets. Tullahoma, that's the first step. Rosecrans, ever since Stones River, is being pressured incessantly from Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. wants him to do something with this army. Rosecrans said, I need more time. I'm deficit in lots of equipment. I'm going to be moving over some of the worst terrain in the Western theater. There's lousy roads. I need to build up my cavalry force. I need to start reinforcing the railroad system. I need to start working on the roads so I can, once I do move forward, I could be able to support myself logistically. Washington, D.C. wasn't too terribly interested in that. About the same time as you get into the late spring, there are other things that are going on in the Western theater and the East. One, you've got Grant trying every way he possibly can to get to Vicksburg. And you've got in the Eastern theater Hooker, the catastrophe at Chancellorsville, and then shortly thereafter, of course, Lee goes on the move north. What Lincoln and Halleck and Stanton wanted, those are the three powers of the War Department and the President of the United States in Washington, D.C., was for all these theaters to be going on at the same time to really stress the Confederacy as much as possible. But Rosecrans couldn't be pushed until he was finally ordered to do so. Got to push the right button here. On June 25th, Rosecrans moves out on various fronts. You can see Crittenden on the left flank, Thomas going down the center towards Hoover's Gap, and then you've got the other corps and Stanley on the right flank, all moving south. What Rosecrans was attempting to do was to maneuver Bragg out of his positions. And we'll get to Bragg in just a little bit here. Not actually fight, but if you can win the battle by maneuver and minimum blood, all the better. Leading Thomas's group is Colonel Wilder and his Lightning Brigade. They get to the gap, they encounter the enemy, and 2 or 3 hour battle, they take on a couple different brigades of Confederate cavalry and fight them to a standstill. And eventually it's so successful that here's what Thomas says of Wilder's brigade. You have saved the lives of 1,000 men by your gallant conduct today. I didn't expect to get to this gap for 3 days. So with that distraction, with the other units moving parallel south, Bragg has little choice but to fall back onto the city of Chattanooga. And something like 600 casualties overall. That's minuscule compared to a lot of these other campaigns we've talked about. So after 9 days, that's what's happening. What's Washington, D.C.'s response to this? Well, you think they'd be excited. They got Bragg to move back. The message from Washington, D.C., press on. And Rosecrans kind of took this personally. Here he'd had this great victory, and all they care about is moving farther south. Okay, so be it. And he goes back in the same mode again. I need to refurbish my army. I need to upgrade the railroads and the road network. I need to resupply, move my supply bases farther south. Braxton Bragg. Now here's a colorful guy. Perhaps the least popular commander of a field force on either side during the Civil War. He's unpopular with his soldiers. He's unpopular with his generals. He is West Point class of 1837. He's a veteran of the Seminole Wars and Mexican Wars. And here's his big claim to fame up to this point. At Buena Vista in the Mexican War, he comes riding to the rescue of a gentleman by the name of Jefferson Davis, who had gotten his regiment caught in a little bit of a trap, and he was being attacked by the Mexicans on the flank, and here comes Bragg and his force riding to the rescue. Davis never forgot that. Bragg retires in 1856, but he comes back shortly after the war begins. A little bit about him in terms of his personality, I think probably describes this best, and this is from General D.H. Hill.
The nightmare upon Bragg was due doubtless to his uncertainty about the movements of his enemy, and to the certainty that there was not that mutual confidence between him and some of his subordinates that there ought to be between a chief and his officers to ensure victory. Bragg's want of definite and precise information had led him more than once to issue impossible orders, and therefore those entrusted with their execution got in the way of disregarding them. Another more serious trouble with him was the disposition to find a scapegoat for every failure and disaster. This made his officers cautious about striking a blow when an opportunity presented itself, unless they were protected by a positive order.
Just a little bit more about Bragg. He was something of a draconian, believed in discipline, believed that there are rules that need to be followed. He also had some serious health issues, and that seemed to be aggravated whenever he was under a lot of stress. Well, he's going to be under a lot of stress, as we see in the near future. Leonidas Polk, one of the corps commanders for Bragg. Polk is the fighting bishop. Born in 1806 in Raleigh, North Carolina, West Point grad in 1827. In the same year, he converts, becomes an Episcopalian, and goes to the seminary right out of West Point. So he resigns his commission, goes straight into the seminary. He's appointed as a major general in 1861, and he's got a long series of battles up to the point where we see him in this case. General Daniel Harvey Hill in the center here. You might remember him from the Eastern Theater. He's one of Lee's lieutenants, especially at Antietam, getting some fame during Antietam. But he also had a talent of seeming to rub Robert E. Lee wrong, so Lee eventually jettisons him, and he makes his way west and joins Bragg's army. And he's going to have difficulties with Bragg as well. But then just about every general officer has difficulties with Bragg. Then you've got John Breckinridge over here, a name that should be familiar to most of us. Born in 1821 in Kentucky. He's not a West Pointer. He went to College of New Jersey, later to be known as Princeton. Volunteered during the Mexican War, but the reason we should know him is he became a very successful politician from Kentucky, U.S. House for a few years before he became Buchanan's vice president, and then a presidential candidate in his own right in 1860, carrying all the states of the South, while Lincoln carried all the states in the North. Boy, there was a slip. Okay, try not to do that one again. As of August 20th now, this is the Army of Tennessee with Braxton Bragg. 2 corps, Polk and D.H. Hill. By September 6th, we see that the Confederacy has decided to reinforce Bragg in a very serious way as he moves south. And so, he now is going to get 2 more corps, a couple of divisions each. You've got Major General Simon Buckner, who's going to be coming from Knoxville, evacuates Knoxville with, I think it's 8,000 troops. At the same time, John Breckinridge and General William Walker are coming with another corps, the Reserve Corps. Breckinridge takes over a division in Hill's group, 11,500 more, and they're coming from Mississippi. And finally, the big decision that took an awful lot of debate was to bring General James Longstreet's corps, at least 2 divisions of it, primarily 2 and then later a 3rd, all the way from Lee's command in Northern Virginia. This had been something that had been debated for a long time. There was a group of people in the Confederacy that were pursuing a Western strategy. And Longstreet was one of the people who was supportive of that whole concept and wanted to go west because he felt that that's where the Confederacy could actually win the war. Now, a lot of people would say he also wanted an independent command when he went west. He didn't get that. He ended up having to work under Bragg himself. And like all the other general officers in the Confederacy, he soon was going to have lots of issues with Braxton Bragg. Now, the Confederacy had a better situated with cavalry at the time. Major General Joseph Wheeler with 3 divisions, and then you've got Nathan Bedford Forrest. Later on, when they start to reorganize, it will be a little bit more balanced force, but pretty robust. And you can see why Rosecrans was so concerned about the cavalry that he had. Longstreet heads west. Now, this is where my interest in railroads comes to the forefront. And you saw this map before. The conditions of the southern railroads. You see several different gauges of railroad here. But by this time, been 2.5 years into the war, the Confederacy didn't have the manufacturing base to sustain the rolling stock, to build new locomotives. So those are wearing down in a serious way. They didn't have the resources to maintain the lines, so those are getting in a bad way. There are places where the bridges had been destroyed, especially in the Virginia area, so that's problematic well. So getting those units from Northern Virginia all the way over to Chattanooga is a problem. Now, when you'd think it would be fairly simple, you've got this line right here that goes right through Knoxville. But you remember Buckner evacuated Knoxville to support Bragg here at Chattanooga region. So that means that the Union can move in. Now this army has to move south all the way through here, eventually all the way to Atlanta, and then directly north. It takes a lot of time, several days to do that. Something like 8 places that you had to transfer, where you had to stop the railroad at one place, unload the troops, march to the next location, maybe cross the river, and load up again. All of that takes time and in the worst kind of railroad conditions you could possibly imagine. One other thing that you couldn't do is bring lots of artillery, because the rail system simply wouldn't support that, nor could you bring a lot of cavalry with you. The officers, of course, were able to bring their horses, but that's about it. But morale was extremely high. And this is a picture of what the Confederate soldiers encountered as they went through all these small towns, meandering their way through the South. And it's got a great quote here, I think.
The ladies were showering bouquets of flowers on us and cheering our hearts with their winning smiles and graces, and what is best of all, feeding our hungry souls with an abundance of everything good. Great tables were stretched, filled with the bounties of the land, while the fairest and best women on earth stood by and ministered to every with or want. Was there ever a purer devotion, a more passionate patriotism, a more sincere loyalty than that displayed by the women of the South toward the soldier boys and the cause for which they fought? Was there ever elsewhere on earth such women?
And the feeling was mutual, I'm sure. But this movement, speed is essential, and we're going to see it's crucial here. The Longstreet's troops don't actually arrive until right in the middle of the battle. Longstreet himself arrives after the first major day of conflict. Rosecrans continued to move south. August 15th through September 8th, now he's finally launched again after much pestering from Lincoln and from Stanton to get moving again. And once again, you see that Rosecrans is moving on several different fronts. Crittenden's Corps, the 21st, is moving to oppose directly across the river from Chattanooga, to threaten Chattanooga. It is make as much of a fuss as he possibly can to distract Bragg, so Bragg is focusing on Crittenden's force. Meanwhile, you've got one division down here, Stevenson's division at Cupstown Ferry, and then you've got Thomas following behind that, and McCook as well. And once McCook gets into Georgia and Alabama, he's going to go farther west. So that's the initial movement. August 16th, the actual movement begins. By August 28th, they're making river crossings, and this is river crossings after having constructed pontoon bridges to get across the Tennessee River. And September 8th, Bragg feels he has been outflanked again, and he has no alternative but to head south and to evacuate Chattanooga. So Bragg, by September 8th, is moving south, right in this direction here. And Rosecrans thinks he's falling all the way back to Dalton, Georgia, and perhaps even all the way back to Atlanta. That was the assumption that he was making. Even though he didn't have good intelligence for that, that was his belief. By September 11th, here we've got a river crossing at Chattanooga. You can see how dramatic the terrain is at Chattanooga. And you've got the Union forces at about a 40-mile front right here. There's a huge distance between these forces. So here's McCook, here's Thomas's corps, and you've got Negley's division up in front, about 2 or 3 hours distance from this one right here, and then Crittenden up in the Chattanooga area. This should make any commander have pause to realize his forces are that far separated and therefore vulnerable if they were to have a surprise attack. And that's exactly what Bragg had in mind. Now he's receiving reinforcements. Now he's ready to go on the offensive again. As I just mentioned, the Army of Cumberland's covering that 40-mile front. Negley's division is especially vulnerable as they're going through the gap right here, through Pigeon Mountain, right in that area right there. And on September 11th, Bragg devises a trap. What he wants to do is to have D.H. Hill right here be the blocking force and have another division under General Hinman come in behind, going down McLemore's Cove right down here, and cut off Negley. So if you do that, you cut off the route from the rest of Thomas's corps. D.H. Hill hits him hard in the front, and you can annihilate that division. That was certainly Bragg's intent. But this is where we begin to see some of the doubt and the questioning and the friction that you had in the Confederate command. Hill is not convinced that this is a smaller force, that maybe the Union has more forces up there. Hinman starts the movement and then starts to get cold feet and gets within a few miles or a short distance of Negley's forces and then kind of stops. So you've got a case where Bragg's trap isn't closing like he had intended. and the whole thing eventually falls apart. Claiborne was supposed to be the launching force, the division under D.H. Hill. That does not happen. Rosecrans eventually is able to rally. He's going to pull Negley's force back across that stream into this gap right here, and the whole opportunity is lost. And just an observation by a soldier in an Illinois regiment. I found this in our archives right here. And here's his view.
I found my regiment about 12 miles above on Bridgeport, Alabama, on the Tennessee River on the first day of September. Our division, the 3rd Division, 14th Army Corps, crossed the Tennessee on rafts constructed by our own men. A few days after we commenced crossing the mountains, on the 14th of the month, we were in Lookout Valley, 14 miles from Chattanooga, completely flanking the enemy. While we were here, Bragg evacuated the place, and right here, General Rosecrans committed his first error. Instead of marching his army to Chattanooga, taking possession and making it a base of operations, he divided his forces and went in pursuit of the enemy. The 14th Corps, under General Thomas, crossed Lookout Mountain 27 miles from Chattanooga, and we found ourselves confronting the whole rebel army, 85,000 strong. Now, Bragg missed his chance. He could have overwhelmed Thomas and then turned upon McCook, whose corps was 25 miles on our right in the direction of Rome.
Okay. A little bit of exaggeration in terms of the size of Bragg's forces, but that's what soldiers do sometimes when they're under stress. And here you can see the trap is closing. But it never quite closed all the way. Now, a little bit more about the terrain at Chickamauga Creek. Bragg's plan now at Chickamauga Creek, after all the forces, here's the rush now. Rosecrans is trying to consolidate his forces as quickly as he possibly can. So McCook is coming, driving hard, and Crittenden is closing in from the opposite direction, all towards Chickamauga area, Chickamauga Creek. And that's what you see meandering through right here. Where Rosecrans is located on the dawn of September 18th, he's basically down here in Lee and Gordon's Mill, right down here. And he has a small cavalry force under Colonel Minty in this location. And here's Wilder's brigade right here, and another one of the stream crossings. Let's take a closer look at the terrain, though, because I think this is important for us. The creek is fordable in several locations. Here, 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 up in this location, at Lee and Gordon's Mill as well. The Lafayette Road, make sure I pronounce that right. Lafayette is farther to the south. Here's the road that goes right up through the middle of this valley. And an awful lot of the fighting over the next couple of days are going to be along this road right here. A critical road, because if the Confederates can cut it, they've cut one of the ways that you can get back to Chattanooga if you need to retreat. It's flat, slightly rolling terrain in here, but it's also very heavily wooded and spots of open field. Here you've got Vineyard Field, Brotherton Field in this location, Poe Field. All the way up here is Kelly's Field. Farther to the east, there's another field. All these are going to be very important, but they're all surrounded by by woodlands. In some cases, it's a very thick brush. In some cases, it's the kind of woods that you can move through and have decent visibility. But it's a tough place to fight. And it's because of this terrain that this battle is perhaps one of the most confusing that you're ever going to read about in the Civil War. Not just large and complex, but very confusing to keep track of. And I think General Richard Johnson, a Union general, describes it fairly well.
The field of battle was a vast forest whose dense foliage prevented us from seeing 50 yards distant. No one commander could see the flanks of his regiment even, and so division commanders could only learn how the battle progressed through their orderlies, staff officers, and occasional wounded men brought from the various parts of the line. I remember seeing Captain E.C. Ellis of the 93rd Ohio, who was seriously wounded, and I feared mortally, but he replied, "General, our boys are giving them Hail Columbia to our front."
They're always colorful. Another piece of terrain I need to mention here, Horseshoe Ridge. And it actually was owned by the Snodgrass family, portions of this, so that became Snodgrass Hill. It's going to be important later on in the battle. And here's another couple pictures of the nature of the terrain that they're going to be fighting in. Obviously, in this case, we're open fields. Lee and Gordon Mill, fairly substantial structure. But also, you can see the nature of the scrub brush and these dilapidated buildings. And those are in the clearings. And you can see the kind of woods that these soldiers are going to be fighting through. September 18th, the battle actually begins, but in a slow way. 6 o'clock is Bragg's start time. That's what he wanted to achieve. And at 7 o'clock, this is a little bit deceiving, on the eastern side of the Chickamauga Creek is where the Confederates first encounter mixed forces in this region right here. And it's not until about noon that they can actually push, or actually later than that they're actually push their way across to the far side of the stream. About noontime is when they encounter Wilder's forces in this vicinity right here, and they also struggle hard. The overall concept that Bragg had in mind was to get a sizable amount of his forces across in these locations right here, drive straight west, cut the Fayette Road, and kind of bottle up the Union forces there, force them to either withdraw or fight their way out. That was the plan. It didn't go well initially. A lot of delays, as is going to be typical throughout this entire battle. You're going to see that. By evening, the dispositions is somewhat reflected on the map that you've got up here. But there is still very little Union force that's north of this line right here. And Thomas and McCook now are going to race to the north as quickly as they can. Just a good quote here that I wanted to read to kind of illustrate what it's like to be in these marches, because Thomas's units are basically force marching all the way through the night to be able to get in position in time. A march upon a bright, clear morning is full of hilarious mirth. The lively story is told. Jest succeeds jest in rapid succession. A march on a rainy, dismal day elicits no small amount of ripening. A march at night is invariably silent. Scarcely a word will be spoken for hours. And when one does address a comrade, it is in the quiet, suppressed voice, such as heard in the sick room. And that's what's going on that evening of 19 September. But it's crucial because the Confederates aren't aware that now Thomas is going to be in a strong position as he moves north. The first action is going to be up in this sector right here, at Winfrey's Field. The Confederates are in position here. Actually, General Brannan attacks in this direction right here, and both sides end up funneling more and more forces into here. Now, as we go through the Battle of Chickamauga especially, I'm really skimming over the top of all of this because what's actually occurring is combat at brigade level and at regimental level. And it's a lot of piecemeal units being fed into the action. A regiment by this time, supposed to be 1,000 men, but by this time in the war on both sides, they're lucky if they have 400 or 500. In many cases, 200 or less is what they've got in a regiment because they didn't necessarily reinforce. But very confused battle. This is beginning to kind of lay out what we're going to see typical for the entire day. Limited visibility. And imagine now, when you have a regiment on line, they might stretch 200 or 300 yards as they start to move forward, usually two abreast, two ranks as they move forward. In some cases, there would be a line that would be in open fields, and then it would extend into the tree line as well, and they would all move forward at the same time. And again, you can see how quickly discipline could start to break down in that, and coordination between the various units. So this is the ultimate challenge in command and control into this particular battle. It really places the premium on the initiative of the commanders. And communication is also going to be very important. The people at the level of Corps Command or Rosecrans and Bragg, most of the time they're going to be confused. They can be issuing orders, but if it takes an hour or so for those orders to get up to the front lines, things have changed dramatically. And those subordinate commanders have to have a little bit of latitude in how they execute those orders to do things that make sense in the battlefield. This is going to be a huge problem throughout this entire battle. In the afternoon of September 19th, going farther south in the center of the line, things slowed down now in the northern sector for a little bit. Now the action is along here, and it's going to be on the Vineyard Field and Brotherton Field. Bushrod Johnson, I love that name, colorful name. He's got a good Illinois connection too, by the way, but he's a Confederate general, attacks, gets confusing, he attacks Jefferson Davis's division. Jefferson Davis is a Union commander. Both sides, and this is in the area right here, both sides continue to feed in units, just as we saw at Winfrey Field. And finally, when things are starting to go the Confederates' way, they cross Lafayette Road right in this vicinity right here, and dug in on the far side is our old friend Colonel Wildner and his Lightning Brigade again. Dug in position. They're dismounted, obviously. And they decimate the Confederates as they attack across. But that's certainly not the end of it. It goes back and forth quite a bit. Sheridan suddenly gets fed in about this time of the battle, his particular division. And here's one of the lovely ironies of this battle. As Sheridan is coming through and his forces are passing through the line of Wilder's troops that are dug in, Wilder's heard to say, "Make way for Sheridan! Make way for Sheridan!" so that the troops can go through. Shortly thereafter, they see Sheridan's troops come stumbling back through the lines, and what do the soldiers themselves say? "Make way for Sheridan! Make way for Sheridan!" So they come streaming back through. To get a sense of the nature of the combat here, we need to listen to Lieutenant Ambrose Bierce of the 9th Indiana.
My brigade was withdrawn to protect several batteries of artillery. Before our men had actually reached the guns, the line in front gave way. A moment later, the open field was gray with Confederates in pursuit. Then the guns opened fire with grape and canister. Nothing could be heard but the inferno din of their discharge, and nothing seen through the smoke but a great ascension of dust from the smitten soil. When all was over and the dust cloud had lifted, the spectacle was too dreadful to describe. The Confederates were still there, all of them, it seemed, some almost under the muzzle of the guns. But not a man of all those brave fellows was on his feet, and so thickly were all covered with dust that they looked as if they had been reclothed in yellow. "We bury our dead," said a gunner grimly.
Towards the end of the day, Bragg decides he wants to push again in the northern sector and commits Claiborne's division, attack in the north, and they then were able to push back the Union forces towards Lafayette Road. So that's how the battle ends on that first day in September 19th. In the evening hours. By the time you get to 5 to 6 o'clock, it was definitely getting dark in the battlefield. So now we've got all this carnage laying out on the battlefield. This has been horrific fighting all along Lafayette Road and in Winfrey Field. And a lot of these soldiers are now laying in between what is essentially no man's land. It's cold, even in that sector of northern Georgia, and most of the troops aren't able to build fires. So they've sweated hard during the day, and now they have to lay there waiting for the next day. The other problem that you're going to see, this really starts to wear on both sides' command leadership. They've been basically at it for several days, and Rosecrans and Bragg are both near exhaustion by this time. And yet, they both know that there's going to be a vicious battle the next day that they have to get ready for. Bragg's strategy then. He wants to, again, reinforce his right flank and drive down something similar to they had the day before. Drive the Union forces back towards Lee and Gordon's Mill, cut off Lafayette Road. He's in a decent position to do that. And he's planning to have an echelon attack. So starting from the north, with General Polk in the north, attacks hard, and then by echelon afterwards. By this time, as you can see in the picture here, this is about the time that Longstreet himself arrives on the battlefield. and makes his way himself to Bragg's command. Nobody was there at Ringgold Station to meet him, so that was a little bit of an oversight on Bragg's staff itself. Here you got this senior general officer stumbling around in the woods at night, and it's dark. So fatigue is playing a problem. What's going to be happening in Bragg's case now is he never is able to convene what we'd call a council of generals, get all of his general officers together at the same time. He also decides to reorganize his army. In the middle of a battle, he decides he wants to reorganize, and he places Polk, General Polk, as the commander of the Confederate right, and under him would be two corps commanders, D.H. Hill and General Walker. Both of those corps are going to now answer to Polk. Problem is, Hill never really gets the message for that until early the next morning. That's going to be a serious problem. On the other side, Longstreet, who's just arrived on the battlefield, is going to take the Confederate left. He's got General Hood and General Buckner's corps and Hinman's division to support him on the left going through this. And so you can imagine Bragg is going to all these different locations and talking to his subordinates, but they're never there at the same time to talk among themselves, to coordinate among themselves, and that's going to be a serious problem. The battlefield at night. I've already kind of alluded to the nature of the battlefield, and I think this quote probably does as good a job as I could do in illustrating what it was actually like. This particular quote is talking about a Union officer, Lieutenant Wright, who is watching an attempt to get some of these wounded who are laying out in the middle of no man's land back within friendly lines so you can start to take care of them. Imagine the things they're calling out. They're calling out for mother. They're all desperately thirsty. They want something to drink, and they're in incredible pain in most cases.
A shower of bullets with the response. By this inhumanity, the poor, suffering, wounded of friend and foe continued their piteous cries and groans within easy hearing distance of both lines throughout the cold, frosty night. Never before did the horrors of war seem to us so cruel. We could distinctly hear their lamentable cries, "Oh, water, water," and occasionally some poor, half-frantic sufferer calling the name of some familiar comrade or friend to come there. Considering the intense cold night, with our great coats and blankets far in the rear, our scant, poor rations, and being so near to so much suffering humanity without the privilege of giving any assistance, this certainly was the most miserable night the 8th experienced during the war.
That's a Union soldier's view of it. Here's a Confederate's view of that night. We slept with the dead Federals thick amongst us, some of our men sleeping with their heads resting on the dead. That's just the way it was. Morning arrives, and there's now a heavy veil of fog laying over the countryside as well. So they're damp, they're cold, and they can't see very well at all, waiting for that morning fog to burn off a little bit. Rosecrans, we need to talk about what he had talked about that
shower of bullets with
crucial night.
The response.
He does manage to have a council of war. He decides to stay and fight, that we will stay on the defensive. So in his case, it's a little bit simpler to do that than it is what Bragg was trying to accomplish. Thomas is going to stay in the defensive around the Kelly Field area as in the north. Now, you have to remember that here when they look at the future maps here. McCook's corps was be withdrawn across the road and situated in the center part, and then Crittenden is placed in reserve. Now, here's where the fatigue on the Union side starts to play havoc with what's going to be happening in the next day. Early in the morning of September 20th, Rosecrans is trying to readjust the line. Thomas keeps calling for reinforcements on the northern sector, and he wants to get General Negley to move north. And so Rosecrans essentially agrees to that, and he orders General Woods to move his division into the location where Negley is going to be abandoning. And shortly thereafter, he finds Woods just kind of dallying, hadn't moved much at all. For whatever reason, Woods had a tendency to take his time and to be a little bit resistant of Rosecrans as well. So at 9:30, Rosecrans encounters him, and says, you are to replace Negley's division on the line, and I want you to do it as soon as the Lord will let you. So, a little bit of a reprimand for General Woods, and Woods takes it personally. I think most of us might in that case. September 20th. The plan for the Confederates was that at dawn, the attack would begin on their right flank against the Union left flank, at dawn. But, now Polk knows that, but D.H. Hill didn't find that until early that morning and found out about the same time. You mean I'm subordinate to Polk? I was his equal, and now I'm kind of been demoted? So he takes his time, decides to feed his units breakfast, a leisurely breakfast. So right from the beginning on this crucial day of September 20th, the Confederate plan is not going to go well. It's going to be going off late. And it's at 9:30 finally that Breckinridge, one of the subordinate commanders, with Claiborne in support, begins in the north against Thomas's position now in this semicircle around Kelly's Field. And what Thomas had done in those crucial early morning hours when the attack was supposed to happen but nothing was going on, his forces were building barricades and digging in right here. They were getting ready for the attack that they figured was coming. The attack is led by Brigadier General Benjamin Helm. Hits about the center of the Union line. Now, what's significant about Helm is he is Abraham Lincoln's favorite brother-in-law. Helm was married to one of Mary Lincoln's sisters. He is mortally wounded in that. So that's worth remembering as well, just in terms of the conscience of what Lincoln, how he's going to respond to this battle as well. It's very complicated. This particular battle has lots of Kentucky units on both sides. So if ever there was a battle where brother is fighting brother, cousin is fighting cousin, it's in this battle. And Crittenden's a good example of that. He's got relatives on both sides. Breckinridge moves eventually to straddle the north right up here. This is Lafayette Road. So now you've got a problem that they're cutting off that northern approach to Chattanooga. And Thomas, now that he has Negley's forces with him, sends Negley north, and they're able to somewhat keep it open. But this is brutal combat, attack after attack, as is quite oftentimes the case, that's going on. By noon, however, things start to slow down in the northern sector. And it's about that time that you see we need to factor in another incident between Rosecrans and Wood that's going to be crucial. Here's our General Thomas Wood right down here. He has a second encounter with Wood. This time it's very similar. Thomas, in desperate straits, had asked for General Brannan's division to also move up north. Brannan was one of his division. One of the things that happened the day before is all these units got mixed up. There was no longer corps integrity or division integrity at all. But Thomas thinks he needs Brannan. Brannan is ordered north. He starts to make arrangements to move north. They get in contact with Wood, says, I'm leaving. I'm heading out of the sector. You need to backfill me. Somebody needs to fill this gap, and it's going to be General Wood. Those are the orders now that Rosecrans is going to issue to General Wood. And in fact, at the same time he encounters Wood shortly thereafter, finds him lingering, not moving. He says, by your damnable negligence, you are endangering the safety of the entire army, and by God, I will not tolerate it. Move your division at once, as I have instructed, or the consequences will not be pleasant for yourself. So at that point in time, Wood moves his division forward. Now, it's about this time also that he gets these very confusing instructions that he has to now replace Brannan on the line. Wood was down in this location right here. Here's Brannan. And now he's told that Brannan is going to move. But he looks over to his left, and he sees Brannan still in place. And he knows that if he moves his forces, there'll be a huge gap in the Union line. So Wood makes a vain attempt to try to patch up to have somebody else move into his location. But after having been reprimanded twice by General Rosecrans, he wasn't going to disobey an order this time. So he moves his division north, and leaving a very large gap right at the time when General Longstreet is going to charge through. So the next piece of action, Longstreet's assault. 3 divisions. This is a massive attack, something like 10,000 in 5 lines. You've got 3 divisions, Bushrod, Johnson. The names get a little confusing here because the commanders keep moving up and down the chain here. But there's 3 divisions in 5 lines that are now going to plow through right where Wood had previously been. They do that, and they are incredibly successful, and they soon are routing every Union soldier that's in the vicinity. Brannan starts to break, Wood starts to break, everybody starts to stream north. They soon get to the Confederate, threaten the Union headquarters, and it turns into a disaster of gigantic proportions. Here's General Bushrod Johnson, who again is one of the leading commanders in this attack, talking about the attack itself.
Our lines emerged from the forest into open ground on the border of long open fields over which the enemy were retreating. The scene now presented was unspeakably grand. The resolute and impetuous charge, the rush of our heavy columns, sweeping out from the shadow and gloom of the forest and into open fields flooded with sunlight, the glitter of arms, the onward dash of artillery and mounted men, the retreat of the foe, the shouts of the hosts of our army, the dust, the smoke, the noise of firearms, of whistling balls and grape shot, and of bursting shell made up a battle scene of unsurpassed grandeur.
Shortly thereafter, General Hood is injured. You might remember Hood was seriously injured at Gettysburg. He had just barely recovered and got to this battle and is seriously injured again. But if there's one man who seems to be able to bounce back from all injuries, it's General Hood during this war. The Union right collapses. Rosecrans' headquarters is overrun. A quick quote from Charles Dana, Assistant Secretary of the Army at the time, who happened to be there.
I was awakened by the most infernal noise I ever heard. Never in any battle I had witnessed was there such a discharge of cannon and musketry. The first thing I saw was General Rosecrans crossing himself. Hello, I said to myself, if the general is crossing himself, we are in a desperate situation.
They were indeed. Now, one more note of Wilder. He was at the southern end. Mounted troops now charge north through this area and cause quite a bit of havoc, but there's just no way that this one small brigade is going to turn this huge tide that the Confederates are now riding. So quickly streams to the north. And what happens is most of the general officers, Crittenden, McCook, Garfield, and Rosecrans himself, all start to head back towards Chattanooga, as does most of the Army, in a complete rout. Most of the Army. Thomas was still here at Kelly's Field, in this area right here, and as he's holding firm, units that are moving north, small little packets of them, kind of on their own initiative, start to coalesce around what we now know as Snodgrass Hill, a spur out of Missionary Ridge. This is running right through here, a little spur that's running out. This is Snodgrass Hill. So small groups of Union forces starting to collect there. One of the units that's there is just kind of a highlight. I mean, this is one of scores that are going to be there eventually. The 21st Ohio. What's unique about them is they were the only regiment in the Army that was armed with a Colt repeating rifle. A 5-round, just like a Colt pistol. It operates the same way. Can fire a much larger volume of fire the problem they're going to have is ammunition, because most of the trains, the ammunition trains, are going to be heading north as the rebels continue to push. But what happens now is that on the plus side, you had Granger's Reserve Corps, which had been up here a couple miles north, been hearing all this commotion of the battle, and you'd wonder why Rosecrans had never committed them in the first place. Now they decide, Granger decides on his own initiative to come south and join the battle, and that makes a huge difference. Sheridan had retreated, and he also turns his force around, and most of his troops are again able to funnel south. So you've got Thomas here, and this collection of disparate units are starting to form on Snodgrass Hill as the forces continue to press. This is about the time now that you have Rosecrans, who decides he needs to send a message down to Thomas and said to hold as long as you can and then retreat towards Chattanooga along with the rest of the army, sends Garfield on that mission. And here's what Garfield had to say about finding Thomas.
I arrived here 10 minutes ago via Rossville. General Thomas has Brannan's, Beard's, Reynolds's, Wood's, Palmer's, and Johnson's divisions still intact after terrible fighting. Granger's here, closed up with Thomas, and is fighting terribly on the right. Sheridan is in with the bulk of his division, but in ragged shape, though plucky in fighting. The hardest fighting I have seen today is now going on here. I hope General Thomas will be able to hold on here till night and will not need to fall back farther than Rossville. I think we may, in the main, retrieve our morning disaster. I never saw better fighting than our men are now doing. The rebel ammunition just be nearly exhausted. Ours is fast failing. If we can hold out an hour more, it will be all right. I shall never forget my amazement and admiration when I beheld Thomas holding his own with utter defeat on each side and wild confusion in the rear.
It's Garfield who says of Thomas, Thomas is standing like a rock, and he becomes thereafter the Rock of Chickamauga. But by 4 o'clock, the rebels are continuing to press their attack. The daylight is waning. There's only an hour or two left of that, but Longstreet is pressing hard, attack after attack, especially against the units at Snodgrass Hill, who are, as quickly as they could, they're trying to barricade themselves and dig themselves in, pulling fence rails down, anything they can possibly do to defend themselves. The Union retreat. Once they get there, they know that they can't stay there forever. It begins at Kelly's Field with Thomas's forces, and you can see a series of movements, stage 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's from the southern units all the way up to the northern units. If the Confederates had good reconnaissance, they could have seen there was a gap right here that they could have taken advantage of. They never did figure that out, and by the time the Union forces are withdrawing, it's too late. So we have Reynolds' division down here in the south, and then Palmer's division next, following north. By the time that's going on, you have a couple of units here that are starting to close that line, the Lafayette Road, to cut off their retreat, causing even more commotion. One of my favorite names, States Rights Gist, one of the brigade commanders. Love that name. Who names their kid States Rights Gist? But he's involved with that action right there. Baird's forces get out, but Brannan's forces start to suffer some losses and some casualties, and a lot are captured as well, trying to slip out of there. Now, command at Snodgrass Hill goes to Granger, but for whatever reason, Granger decides to evacuate Snodgrass Hill about the same time. So there's really no commander of Snodgrass Hill after Thomas's forces leave the area. Now, this is at the very end of that defense. Most of the units withdraw from Snodgrass. They're short of ammunition. By this time, they've been fighting for hours on end, and as I mentioned, the ammunition trains had gone north long before that time, so they're very careful. They rummage across the dead and the wounded, trying to get as much ammunition they can. They're measuring their shots, one at a time. In many cases, these units get down to one bullet or even nothing at all. In a couple cases, you find bayonet charges trying to repulse the Confederates as they push, just to give yourself a little bit more breathing room. By 6 o'clock, Brannan, then Beatty, and then Wood's divisions retreat. It's worth mentioning that one of the units that rallied and returned to this area was the same General Wood who had made this horrendous mistake earlier because of his reprimands he got from Rosecrans. So he redeemed himself to a certain extent, even on that battlefield. But by the end of that evening, it's already dark. There's only 3 regiments that are remaining. The 21st Ohio, remember those Colt revolvers on either flank, the 89th Ohio and the 22nd Michigan. Most of those soldiers are going to end up being captured. 322 killed or wounded, 563 captured between those 3 regiments. Then the rebel yell. Here's one of the Confederates recalling that yell as they realized the Union forces were streaming north in full retreat. When the great blue mass was seen sliding down the north slope of the hill, there was a rebel yell that went up in Bragg's army that echoed and re-echoed until it filled the valleys and shook the mountains, the like of which has never been heard since Joshua encompassed the city of Jericho. Now, here's Ambrose Bierce's view of that same yell. The ugliest that any mortal ever heard. So, the second bloodiest battle of the Civil War, those are the casualty figures. You see that the Union forces actually suffered less killed than the Confederates because the Confederates were on the attack for most of this battle. Same thing for wounded, but look at the difference in the missing. The bulk of the missing for the Union are captured. So a huge number of casualties are actually captured. So, still fairly close in terms of the overall numbers, 34,633. Again, second highest in the Civil War. But here's the cost for the Confederacy. Something like 50% of its regimental commanders were killed or wounded. You can't replace those kind of leaders that easily. Maybe they can come up through the ranks, but it takes incredible courage to lead these units in battle, and they paid a very dear price. 25% of brigade commanders lost. Lots of general officers were killed or wounded in this battle. And look at this, 23 to 33 Confederate brigades lost over 30% of their troops. Here's what D.H. Hill said after Chickamauga.
It seems to me that the elan of the Southern soldier was never seen after Chickamauga. That brilliant dash that had distinguished him was gone forever. He fought stoutly to the last, but after Chickamauga with a sullenness of despair and without the enthusiasm of hope. That barren victory sealed the fate of the Southern Confederacy.
So that's the end of Chickamauga. The Union obviously had collapsed towards Chattanooga as much as they could, and they were soon barricading. They had taken over the rifle pits and the entrenchments of the Confederates when they first moved there, and now they're reinforcing those as best they can. Bragg, for whatever reason, doesn't pursue. And the Federals, again, are busy entrenching, but also trying to get a sense of what just happened to them. The command changes now start to begin, as is inevitable after something like this. Can you imagine having to send those telegrams to Washington, D.C., and Lincoln knowing how he'll probably respond? Sherman and Hooker now are ordered by Stanton to reinforce the Army of the Cumberland, both bringing over 10,000 troops. Actually, Sherman has in the neighborhood of 20,000, and Hooker is bringing 15,000. Hooker from the Virginia theater, Sherman from around Vicksburg area. So that's the first step. On the 28th, Crittenden and McCook are basically relieved, and their 2 corps are combined under a new corps, the 14th Corps under Major General Granger. The 4th Corps under Major General Granger. Remember, he was the Reserve Corps commander previously. Now, on the 29th, the very next day, Grant receives orders that he is now placed in command of a new force altogether. The Military Division of the Mississippi is what this force is going to be called. Grant is going to have command of everything from the Appalachians all the way over to the Mississippi River, a brand new command, joining a couple of these armies together. And he is given the option of what he wants to do with Rosecrans. He decides to replace Rosecrans with General Thomas. So Rosecrans is out of the picture as well. So this is a dramatic change of Union command and control after this disastrous battle. And here's what it looks like. You've got the Army of Cumberland now. You've got actually the 11th and the 12th Corps, the two units that Hooker brought with him from the Virginia area. All of this is now under Thomas's nominal control. Here is the Army of Tennessee, 2 corps that he brings with him. Really, it's 1 corps and a reinforced division as well. What's the Confederate response? You'd think they'd be victorious, they should be excited about this, but Bragg fails to aggressively pursue, and as always happens to the Confederate Army of Tennessee at this time, during these years when Bragg was in command, immediately there's all kinds of finger pointing and angst going on. They lay siege to the Chattanooga, but Generals Polk and Hinman are suspended from command. Polk because he was so late in launching his attack on the 20th, Hinman because he was so reluctant a few days earlier to close the trap on Negley's division. So those 2 officers are out of the picture. On October 4th, 12 Confederate officers get together and send a message to President Davis demanding that Bragg be relieved. So in essence, there's something of a mutiny afoot in Bragg's army. Now, among those is Longstreet. Polk and Hinman kind of keep their hands out of it, but they've already left the picture anyway. So most of the senior leaders, D.H. Hill's another one who's involved with this attempted coup, if you will. So, once again, Davis decides to back his old friend and keeps Bragg in command. So, the next thing that happens, D.H. Hill is canned. Buckner is demoted. He's taken from a corps to a division-level command, and he's taken ill, and so he leaves the scene. And General Cheatham also leaves the scene. So you have a wholesale replacement of officers in the Army of Tennessee. Longstreet, one of the key players in this coup, still sticks around. So here's what you've got. Instead of Polk now, they bring William Hardee from the west over to replace Polk. Breckinridge is now elevated, even though he was part of this cabal as well. He's elevated. He's got too many political connections at the time. And then you've got Longstreet's corps with these 2 divisions right here. So that's what you've got for the Confederates after they reorganize. And here's new division commanders. So wholesale changes there. Chattanooga defenses itself. Another look at the map, if you will. You can see Lookout Mountain right here, and right at the tip is where it's most dramatic. Flares up in this very dramatic peak. And from that position, you can see everything. In fact, where you have Chickamauga, and you can't see maybe 50 yards or 50 feet in some cases, the smoke of the battle, the fog of the battle, the forest that you're in, open fields occasionally, and the confusion there. Now you've got this panoramic view of the entire battlefield. If you're on Missionary Ridge, right through here, you can see most everything. There are a couple of small knolls in here in this area where you're on top of those. You can see everything the Confederates got. It's an amazing view of the battlefield that you absolutely didn't have at Chickamauga, an incredible contrast. And I should also mention the river here is mostly navigable. And you can see you can't ford the river. It's too wide for that. It's too deep for that. You've got to have pontoon bridges to get across. The Cracker Line. Many of you have probably heard about the Cracker Line. It's kind of famous in lore. Basically, the Union Army is under siege because what happens when the Confederates move north, they cut off the rail line. They cut off traffic from the river. There's no way for the Union to get supplies there except what is known as the Cracker Line. It goes over here and then comes straight across right through this area. It doesn't look bad. In fact, it looks like there's a road there. But late September, you've got torrential downpour of rain. What little road there is, this is all unimproved road. It's washed out. And it's nearly impossible now for the Union to get supplies there. So they go on half rations. On October 1st, Wheeler leads a cavalry raid against a wagon train, an 800-wagon train that's attacked, ambushed by Wheeler's cavalry. Most of those wagons are destroyed and burned, and then they go to work on the horses and the mules and slaughtering the mules with sabers, I'm sure to save ammunition as they slaughter these mules and horses, leaving the carcasses to rot in the sun. And that's, after that incident, the army that's in Chattanooga all bottled up goes on 1/4 rations. You can't generally go on the offensive if you're on 1/4 rations. That's nearly starving. And at the same time now, prices within Chattanooga, with civilian population still there, they skyrocket as well. So the Union Army is in desperate straits. It's about this time that Ulysses Grant gets on the scene, and he has offered a suggestion that perhaps there's a way that we can break this siege, that we can reopen this line and not have to depend on this particular cracker line. And they are able to do that after some brilliant maneuvers. Baldy Smith comes up with the plan. He's actually the engineer officer for the Army at that time. They float down the Tennessee River in the middle of the night. They find a place where they can land. They're using pontoons for boats to get across the river at that time. They land a small force, eventually able to get a pontoon bridge across. And at the same time, Hooker is marching from the west and manages to come in. Now, Bragg sees what's going on. The Confederates are in here in the valley of Lookout Mountain, and Longstreet is ordered by Bragg to go back and to repulse this force, to cut the line. Longstreet essentially ignores the order. When he sees that Hooker is marching from the west, he's ordered again, and reluctantly, slowly, in a late way, finally responds, but never in enough force that he's able to recut the line. So the Union are finally able to open things up and start to reinforce the troops that are still in Chattanooga. It's going to take time, but they're no longer on 1/4 rations. Maybe they've been elevated to 1/2 rations. They're starting to eat a little bit better and see some hope. And they know that after Hooker, Sherman is on the way, that he's marching towards their relief as well. A quick note from John Patton. Says it's thinking about it.
Much of the drive was over mountain crests and ridges. The ascent of these was sometimes steep and always rugged. Often it was over the outcrop of ledges of rock. Over these rock-ribbed steps the mules would clamber and climb and strain to their utmost to draw the loaded wagons up after them. Descending these rocky steps, the wagons would dash from side to side and jolt and toss about in a way that might cause one to think that they would soon be dashed to pieces. But few of the cracker boxes after the arrival of our trains at Chattanooga had whole crackers when opened, and some of them were nothing but a box of crumbs. The intense knocking and jarring of the wagons having broken and pulverized the crackers. The rain poured down for days and nights in succession till the water rushed in torrents down the mountain and tossed and roared in the gorges. Every low place in the road became a pool of water. The water filled the ruts cut by the wheels, and in many places the wheels worked down in the mud and the water axle deep. Teams by the hundreds floundered and stuck in the mud.
I missed one quote that I definitely want to read. Mary Chestnut, who is the famed diarist of the Confederacy, said this about Bragg after the Battle of Chickamauga. Bragg always stops to quarrel with his generals. Next, we'll move quickly through the next stages here. But what you see now, once Grant gets in position, he starts to formulate a plan. He's got Sherman's troops moving towards Chattanooga as quickly as they can. In fact, they're not moving nearly as fast as Grant wants them to, because Sherman is trying to bring all of his trains with him. Now, in this case, trains mean his wagon trains that he's pulling along. So eventually, Grant orders Sherman not to worry about that, to move as quickly as he can. The plan then, once he actually gets there, is that he will attack north of Chattanooga, across the river, on the northern flank of Missionary Ridge. And Grant all along sees Sherman as the key to success in this upcoming battle. That once Sherman with his force comes in, they're old friends, and to a certain extent Grant is much more tolerant of Sherman than he should have been, and he is of his other generals, that Sherman will drive south and force the Confederates back. At the same time, Hooker is supposed to attack towards Lookout Mountain, but only as a demonstration. So here's the order that Grant gives Hooker on November 24th. Take the point being Lookout Mountain, take the point only if your demonstrations should develop its practicability. Okay. Here's what Hooker instructs his subordinate general, the division commander who he gave this mission to. Cross Lookout Creek and assault Lookout Mountain, marching down the valley and sweeping every rebel from it. So, a little bit more clarity in Hooker's orders. So Hooker's do exactly that. So on November 24th, in the morning, here you see General Gary's division, and this is a little bit deceptive. They're basically on this slope. This is a steep hill, and they're basically crawling, in some cases on hands and knees, climbing themselves north as they encounter the enemy. Visibility is very limited, and because of that, the Union forces, overwhelming numbers, have the advantage as they move forward. Lots of casualties on both sides, but the Confederates are slowly pushed back all the way up here to Craven's house, right here. So 11 o'clock, the attack begins. By 3 o'clock, this whole area is shrouded by clouds, and you can kind of see it in this picture right here. So it becomes known as the Battle Above the Clouds. In fact, when I went to visit here in the springtime and was all excited about going up on the top of Lookout Mountain, I was once again driving through the clouds, so I had no view of Chattanooga at all once I got up there. By the evening, Bragg orders a withdrawal. His troops pull back, and all the way back across Chattanooga Creek. So that's the battle on Lookout Mountain, and Hooker is successful. On the opposite end of the line, what happens the next day at Tunnel Hill? November 24th, Sherman moves his divisions across the river and takes what he thinks is Tunnel Hill. Actually, it's this Goat Hill right here, a smaller one. And once he gets there, he realizes Tunnel Hill is this position right here. Tunnel Hill is the end of the Confederate line, and it is exactly that. There's a rail line that goes through the tunnel right in this vicinity here. And you can see this line bows out. You can see it up in this map. Hopefully you can see that. That's where General Claiborne is ordered to place his defense. And of all the Confederates in the Battle of Chattanooga, General Claiborne deserves the most praise because he's going to put up an incredibly determined defense. One of the problems that Sherman has is he can't really deploy all of his forces as they're going against this. He's only deploying a brigade at a time, and eventually only 3 brigades out of the 3 divisions, so something like 30% of his forces are in the battle in that point. You can see Claiborne's defense right here. Incredibly stout defense, and then at 4 o'clock, Claiborne launches a counterattack and sweeps the Union forces that had gotten partway up the slope and then kind of hunkered down. Here comes Claiborne's force in a counterattack and pushed them back down in the valley. So Grant wanted Sherman to be the decisive unit in the battle. It doesn't work that way at all. But now we get to take a look at Missionary Ridge, the center of the line. November 23rd, the Union forces move north and they attack Nob Hill, which is basically a small hill. You've got Missionary Ridge, slopes down like this. You get to rifle pits at the bottom of the Missionary Ridge, and then a little bit farther to closer to the city of Chattanooga, you have Nob Hill. He orders units. Wood is one of the divisions that is involved with the attack. Sheridan is another. They're supposed to recon towards Nob Hill. They take Nob Hill, and Grant decides to keep the order like it is, and eventually he's going to observe the entire battle, the next battle on Missionary Ridge, the entire panoramic view of the battlefield from Nob Hill. Bragg's forces are depleted. Now, what I want to do is kind of take a walk through and explain why the Union forces are eventually going to be successful. Bragg's forces are depleted pretty seriously. You've got Longstreet and Buckner. Now, after Longstreet had done such a miserable job keeping the Cracker Line closed, he was sent to Knoxville, as was General Buckner. So he leaves the scene, and with him all those troops. So now the forces are seriously depleted that Bragg has to play with. He gets rid of one of his most troublesome generals, but all the same, he doesn't have the forces he needs. For whatever reason, Bragg doesn't order that his troops on Missionary Ridge dig in until late on the 23rd. So on the 24th into the 25th, finally they start to dig in on the top of Missionary Ridge. The problem is they dug in on the topographical crest right here. That's the highest point on the ridge. And it's not generally the place that the military soldiers would want to in position. Wow. That was dramatic. This won't take too long. They want to be on the military crest. The reason is pretty obvious. On the military crest, you can see the enemy as they're approaching. On the topographical crest, you can't. For a lot of this place, it's dead zone. It's called indefilate. And that's going to be one of the problems that's going to plague the Confederates as they try to reinforce. They're stretched thin. They have no reserves at all. There's a couple divisions along the crest there. And then they compound that problem by dividing their force in a couple cases between the rifle pits at the base of the hill and the barricades at the top. So now you've divided your force. And this is the kind of terrain that the Union are going to be fighting their way up across. Most of the area has been denuded. The trees are cut down. The hill line is open. So you'd think it would be horrific to try to charge up that hill. And most of the Union commanders looking at that said, that's exactly the case. I don't want to charge up that. It would be nothing but suicide going up that hill. That's why Sherman's attack on the northern flank was so important to Lee. The instructions to Thomas now. Thomas is told at the beginning of the attack, once that Grant is seeing that Sherman is bogged down, Thomas is told to advance to the rifle pits at the base of the hill and then hold there at the rifle pits. Thomas turns around and what Grant wanted Hooker to do was to demonstrate in the vicinity of Lookout Mountain. Thomas tells Hooker that he wants him to move towards Rossville to cut off the Confederate line of retreat. So there's conflicting orders there as well, but nothing serious in Grant's point of view. And now the attack begins. And this next quote is what this whole army looks like now that's for everybody to see. Both the Union and Confederate can see the Union lines starting to form, several divisions strong, something like 20,000 troops strong.
Far and near could be heard the bugle notes and the voices of officers calling the men to attention. And as they sprang to their feet, there was a great rustling of dead leaves and a snapping of dried twigs. I cast a hurried look to the right and the left, and on either hand, as far as I could see, stood two lines of bluecoats, with beautiful flags waving and bright arms gleaming in the pleasant afternoon sunshine. It was a splendid sight that sent the blood tingling to the fingertips. The moral effect which it produced upon the enemy must have contributed greatly to our success. We were standing in a stretch of open timber, but the leaves were all off the trees, and we were in plain sight. As we advanced, every Confederate soldier along the crest of the ridge in our front could take in our entire array with one sweeping glance, while looking to the right or left along their own line, he could see but a small number of his own comrades. He would naturally get the impression that they were being attacked by overwhelming numbers.
Even so, they're attacking up a fortified hill. So, Thomas's forces move forward. General Wood, General Brannan, General Sheridan moving forward. They quickly get to the rifle pits. The instructions the Confederates have in many cases is fire one round and then skedaddle up the mountain. So just kind of bloody them to a certain extent and move back up the mountain. Some of the units heard that order, some of them did not. But it was quickly obvious that the rebels weren't wedded to those rifle pits at the base of the mountain, and the Union forces quickly occupied those. Now, that was as far as they were supposed to go. But once they got to the rifle pits, what was also obvious to the Union soldiers was that they were sitting ducks. The rebel artillery was able to range them in that location. They were still under rifle fire from the rebel forces at the top. So the Union felt like they were just sitting ducks waiting for something bad to happen to them. And almost independently, this is one of the amazing moments of the Civil War, they decided they weren't going to stay there. It wasn't general officers who were deciding this. In many cases, it was individual soldiers or sergeants or color sergeants. So many of the troops start to move forward. They start to leave the rifle pits and head up head up Missionary Ridge, all across the line. Well, Grant is watching this, as well as Granger and Thomas, all from Nob Hill. And here's what Grant asked Thomas. Thomas, who ordered those men up the ridge? Thomas says, I don't know. I did not. Grant, did you order them up, Granger? Now, he'd already been mad at Granger because Granger obviously wanted to be an artillery guy more than he wanted to be a corps commander. So he was earlier reprimanded by Grant. But anyway, Grant says, did you order them up, Granger? Granger says, no, they started up without orders. When those fellows get started, oh hell, can't stop them. Orders go out to pull the units back to the rifle pits. Some units got those orders, some units didn't. Most of the troops kept moving forward, and then there was a point in time when, you see that you've been ordered back and you've been brutalized in the process because you went forward, you got out of the enemy fire, and then you came back through the enemy fire again. That didn't make any sense, so they said, I'm not going to stay here. Again, the whole line starts to move forward towards the top of the Missionary Ridge. And now what you've got isn't this pretty line that they started with. It's these packets of soldiers. In many cases, what you have is a color guard would be leading the way with a wedge of soldiers behind them. And they wouldn't all form in line. They'd find a little valley, a crest, someplace that they could hopefully get out of the direct fire. All along the line now, this is going on as they're filtering their way up towards the top. And the Confederates are saying this. The other problem is those soldiers in the rifle pits, the Confederates, when they started to withdraw, that causes problems for their comrades at the crest of the hill to fire because they have to wait for their own men to get out of the way. Because the Union forces are so close on their heels, this combination of errors now, not well dug in at the top, being on the topographical crest instead of the military crest, the forces of their own forces trying to withdraw up the hill, and the elan of Union forces who were fed up hearing Sherman's troops and Hooker's troops giving them a hard time because of what happened at Chickamauga. They wanted to prove that they were every bit the soldiers that these other troops were. So they carried the entire hill. A lot of debate about which Union troops got there first. Most historians would say it was none other than General Wood's elements that got there first. And quickly after that, Brannan and then Sheridan's troops kind of going right down the line. And once they got up, they could wheel around to the right and start firing along the entire crest. And in the process, now it's the Confederates' turn to be routed. The only unit that really stays and holds its own is Cleburne's division on Tunnel Hill. And they eventually have to withdraw as well because the Confederates have been turned into a rout. And that's essentially, that's a pretty good view, wonderful artistic view of what the battlefield must have looked like. In the background, of course, is Lookout Mountain. It gives you a sense of how dramatic this terrain is. And here's one soldier, one private, talking about what happened once he got to the crest of the hill himself.
When we struck the crest, I never halted, for my mind was on some rebel knapsack, so down the opposite side of the ridge I went. As I got partway down, a rebel soldier jumped up from behind a log in front of me and said, "Don't shoot, I surrender." I asked him where his gun was, to which he replied that it was behind the log. I looked back, and seeing an officer, told him to go back and report to him. I never saw him again. I got his gun, fired out the cartridge, threw it on the ground, and started in search of a knapsack. In the narrow valley at the eastern slope of the ridge, I found an opportunity to make a good choice of knapsacks, as the ground was literally covered with them, as though the rebels had been perfectly panic-stricken, and in their haste to get away had divested themselves of every pound of weight they could possibly spare. After looking over a few, I chose one which I thought would supply all my needs. Upon examining my prize, I found a good government blanket, 2 shirts, 2 pairs of drawers, a pair of light summer pants, a nightcap, a plug of tobacco, and a corn pone.
Soldiers will be soldiers, after all. One other point to illustrate the miracle of the battle on Missionary Ridge. And this is about the only case during the entire Civil War you're going to find a successful assault on this scale. Think what just happened at the Battle of Gettysburg and Pickett's Charge. Just the exact opposite. 7 color bearers win the Medal of Honor for their actions that day. 7. And among them is one Lieutenant Arthur MacArthur, who, of course, is Douglas MacArthur's father. Here's the casualties. Much smaller level of casualties than we saw for Chickamauga. Equally dramatic effect. And in this case, because the Union is on the offense, they have a higher number of killed. But again, look at the missing. What we're really talking about is captured. 4,146 was the official count, but Grant counted something in the neighborhood of 6,000 when his reports. They lose 41 cannon, the Confederates do. And at the end of the battle, what to do with all the dead and the wounded? General Thomas's view is that just put them in common graves, mix them up. I'm tired of states' rights. Shortly thereafter, Bragg offers his resignation as the Army's retreating towards Dalton and then on their way farther south. He offers his resignation, and this time, finally, to the surprise, the pleasant surprise of all of his subordinate commanders who despise Bragg, Davis accepts the resignation. So there's more to the defense, but I think that's where I'd like to finish today because I'm running just a little bit long. One more view of the dramatic views that you got from Lookout Mountain. And there's a whole procession of people who love to have their picture taken at this exact point on Lookout Mountain. And why not? You can see everything from up there. So I think we've got time for a few questions if you'd like. Thank you for that introduction, Eileen, I think. I certainly had the goal of getting done by 90 minutes as well, and having said that, these things are always about logistics. And oftentimes in warfare, you think something's going to start at a particular time, it doesn't. So we've already had a couple logistical challenges, but I think they are behind us. I'm determined to get done by about that time, and that means that even though we're talking about an 8-month time frame here, there is so much to cover. I've decided there's only one thing to do, and so we're going to be flying at a much higher level over the battlefield. than we have in the past. There's only a couple places we're going to swoop down and get much closer and examine what was going on in the combat a little bit more closely, and primarily that's going to be at Kennesaw Mountain. A couple themes that we need to understand about tonight. One of them is that this is very much about the changing scope and the nature of warfare. If you want, it's about the changing boundaries of warfare, and Eileen already kind of alluded to that. We're going to see the boundaries get much blurrier and get much larger and take in a lot more of the population as we go through this. Another one is the importance that these things don't just happen in a vacuum, that this is happening in an important election year, and that's why I've asked James to come here. I mean, nobody better to talk about the election in '64 and Lincoln's challenges in '64 than James about that. And I suspect that for most of you, you're here because you want to hear about what we think of today as Sherman's march through Georgia. That's certainly going to be a big part of it, but there's so much to talk about before that, and primarily his campaign approaching and then capturing Atlanta itself. So let's jump right in. And bear with me as we do this. Sherman and his relationship to Grant. He had a very close relationship, as most of you know. If you've been attending these presentations before, we've talked about it a lot. We especially talked about it at Shiloh. We talked about it during the Vicksburg campaign. And here's what Sherman said about his very good friend Grant. Grant stood by me when I was crazy, and I stood by him when he was a drunk. And now, sir, we stand by each other always. Now, that's saying quite a bit. You've heard already some of the background of Sherman. Born in 1820, by the age of 9, he was an orphan, so he was taken in by a close friend, a senator, turns out to be, and that senator was savvy enough to get Sherman an appointment to West Point. He graduated near the top of his class. Ironically, one of his roommates is George Thomas, which we're going to be talking about later. And it was in the early stages of the Civil War where we find out that he gets labeled by the newspapers as insane because he was a bit concerned when he was commander of the Department of the Ohio about the huge Confederate forces, much larger than they actually were. And he seemed unstable, unsure of himself, and he was taken out of that command, but not until after he was dragged through the mud in the newspapers. And here's a surprise. He never really liked reporters after that. He was brilliant, high-strung, modest in dress, had a real connection with his soldiers, and he was an incessant talker, and very much a counterpart to who Grant was, a different kind of personality together. But they clicked very early on. Now, a couple other people we got here. I already mentioned George Thomas. He is the commander of the Army of the Cumberland. And we're going to see a chart later on of exactly what these armies are consisting of. Thomas has a reputation for being a stalwart defensive fighter and not necessarily good on the offense. But he comes out of this battle in the Chickamauga as the Rock of Chickamauga, had a great reputation. And then he performs very well at Chattanooga as well. The cross, if you will, the cross that Thomas has to bear in his own mind is that he's originally from Virginia, a West Pointer. But unlike so many of his other fellow Southerners, he decides to stay with the Union. And in his own mind, that kind of haunts him. He wonders if he's going to be advanced or taken care of properly. The next one I've got here listed is James McPherson. James McPherson is only 36 at this time, young. And as far as both Sherman and Grant are concerned, there's no better soldier in the Army. He is very highly thought of by both of those men. And they see that if they don't survive the war, and they wouldn't be surprised if they didn't, that McPherson would be the guy who would take over and lead the Union to victory. That's how highly they thought of McPherson. He was with Grant at Shiloh, at Vicksburg, and certainly at Chattanooga. So he's got a long relationship with both Sherman and Grant by this time. And then there's General John Schofield. The youngest of the group, I think he's only 33 at the time, another West Pointer like all of these gentlemen are. And in Schofield's case, he has a more obscure background during the Civil War itself. He misses, he's too young to get to the Mexican War. And he's spending some time in Missouri, and there's questions about whether or not he was truly all that loyal. So there's some suspicion about him. Anyway, let's move on. The theater's geography. The objective is Atlanta. In 1850, Atlanta's only 2,500. It's a small town. You know, even in those days, it's not a huge metropolis. It's a small town. But it also happens to be a place where railroads end up converging. And so by 1860, it's already grown to 8,000. And by the time of 1864 in this campaign, it's grown to 20,000. And it's a major industrial, as well as being a transportation node, major industrial base for the Confederates. It's probably the second most important city in the South that's still controlled by the Confederates in 1864. The mountain ranges we got to deal with is the Appalachians and the Blue Ridge Mountains. Appalachians at the very north, so we're talking about the Blue Ridge Mountains coming through right here. And there are some pieces of rugged terrain, especially in the northern part. It flattens out farther south. The major rivers that we'll talk about, Etowah, probably mispronouncing this, Etowah River, and where is it? Right down here, the Chattanooga, or excuse me, the Chattahoochee River. So, sorry about that. The thing to really focus in on, though, is the railroads going into Atlanta. And you can see 4 of them here. One goes up from Atlanta to Chattanooga. The second one over here goes all the way over to, let's go the opposite direction. This goes to Montgomery in Mobile, Alabama. In the south, you go to Macon and eventually to Savannah here. And then you've got one to Augusta and all the way to Charleston. So those are the 4 rail lines. That's why Atlanta is so important. Sherman's supply line is obviously this railroad. And here's the thing to remind you about the Civil War. Armies during the Civil War, especially massive armies like Hood and Johnston and Sherman have, are not going to get very far from these rail lines. They cannot support themselves in the long run. So that rail line is incredibly important to Sherman, goes back to Chattanooga, and eventually to Nashville, where Sherman's major bases of supply and support are. Okay, here's Sherman's army. We already mentioned the key people here. George Thomas, 3 corps, and with each corps, you've got 8 divisions here. Thomas's corps is by far the largest of the corps that Sherman has under his command. Army of the Cumberland. That's the army that fought through Tennessee, fought at Chattanooga, fought at Chickamauga. The Army of the Tennessee, commanded by James McPherson, as I mentioned, has 6 divisions and 3 corps. Interesting personalities here. John A. Logan, we'll talk about him a lot. General Dodge from Iowa. Here you got John Palmer from Illinois as well. Joseph Hooker, there's a familiar name from previous discussions. The 3rd Army, the Army of the Ohio, that's the one that John Schofield has. The curious aspect of this is it's got just 1 corps. It's much, much smaller than the other 2 armies. And then here we've got the cavalry, 3 divisions, and then I've got Stoneman's division. That's actually part of Schofield's army. You might remember Stoneman from the Chancellorsville presentation. So you got interesting connections here. Hooker and Howard. Hooker blames Howard for his disaster at Chancellorsville, and he blames Stoneman for his disaster at Chancellorsville. So, interesting collection of personalities. And there's a lot of personality conflicts involved with this. When you've got everybody in force, you've got something like 112,000 men, a large army, especially when you have to maintain that over these tenuous supply lines that Sherman has. Joseph Johnston and his generals. An equally interesting group of people. Johnston. You'll recall that Johnston early on was the commander of the forces in Virginia until he was injured during the Peninsular Campaign, and it was only after that that Robert E. Lee took over, and essentially Robert E. Lee earned the support of the of Davis and the entire, or the respect of the entire Confederacy after that. So Johnston kind of bounced around. He went out to the Western Theater, did not perform too well in most people's minds during the Vicksburg campaign, but he's still there and he's highly respected. He's in his 60s, so he's one of the older people we're going to be talking about here. He is also a West Point graduate, born in Virginia, and has a decent relationship with Davis. His corps commanders. Let me talk about one thing in particular here to begin with. William Hardee and Leonidas Polk both were mortal enemies of Braxton Bragg, who was commander at Chickamauga and then at Chattanooga. And they lobbied hard to get rid of Braxton Bragg early on. They were undermining him in any way they possibly could. And that's why Joseph Johnston now is in command of the Army of Tennessee. Can be confusing. The Union has the Army of the Tennessee, as in the Tennessee River. This is the commander of the Army of Tennessee, as in the state of Tennessee. William Hardee. He is the author of Hardee's Tactics, the textbook that they all read, North and South, at the beginning of the war. He's well respected, but he has a history, a little bit of intrigue later on, and doesn't have a good relationship with the next gentleman, John B. Hood. John B. Hood, you remember, got his start in the Virginia theater, came to fame under the Texans, even though he's not from Texas originally, but he leads the Texas Brigade. That's where he initially gets his fame. He has his, get this straight, I think it's his left arm is injured seriously at Gettysburg, and so he no longer has use of his left arm. He loses his right leg at Chickamauga. So now he has the inglorious experience every time he goes into battle of having his men strap him to the horse so he can ride off to battle. He is incredibly aggressive and assertive and full of confidence. The third one is Leonidas Polk. Leonidas Polk, also a graduate of West Point, but shortly after he graduated from West Point, he decided that he wanted to be an Episcopal minister and eventually became a bishop in the Episcopal Church. At the beginning of the war, he comes back into the Confederacy, joins the Confederate Army, and quickly is elevated to fairly high command. He's very well respected among the other soldiers and the generals. His military prowess is a little bit suspect, but he's dependable. He's reliable in that respect. So here's the Army of the Tennessee, another look at it. Hardee's Corps, 4 divisions, the largest of the corps. Hood's Corps, 3 divisions. And then you've got Leonidas Polk with 3 divisions as well. And a fairly robust cavalry force. The Confederates still to this time are considered to have a better cavalry force. And you notice one of the names that's not up here is Nathan Bedford Forrest. His operations at this time are primarily in Mississippi and Alabama and then into Tennessee. For much of this campaign, Johnston is going to be appealing to Davis to get Nathan Bedford Forrest to raid the Sherman supply line all the way up into Tennessee, and it's normally not all that successful. At the beginning of the campaign, Leonidas Polk's corps is not present for battle, but he soon is going to join. We'll talk about that in a bit. And at that time, 74,000 in strength. So 112,000 versus 74,000. Let's take a look at the plans then. The plans are these. As far as the Union is concerned, the Confederacy is concerned, and this is something James will really drive home for us, this is an election year. 1863 did not go well for the Confederacy, but they start the year relatively optimistic because really, as far as Davis and Johnston and Lee are concerned, to be successful, they just have to avoid being beaten. If they can punish the Union, cause lots of casualties, and avoid the capture of Atlanta and of Richmond, they've had a pretty good year and their chances in the election are good. Now you're thinking, well, none of these southern states have a voice in the election. They're banking on a victory by the Democratic Party, and they're banking on punishing the Union so much that the Democrats will come in on a peace platform, and that will solve their problems for them. They will be victorious. That's their plan, essentially to avoid defeat. Johnston is very much a defensive-minded commander, but what he knows he has to do is he's got a lot of space, about 100 and some miles between Chattanooga and Atlanta for maneuver. He finds the right spots where the Union Army would be divided, catch them on the flank, mass his army, and take on piecemeal the Union Army, and then that could be successful. But ultimately, all he has to do is prevent the capture of Atlanta. Sherman's plan is quite different. You've really got to talk about Grant and Sherman together. And early in 1864, this is after Grant has been appointed Supreme Commander for the entire Union Army and elevated to the rank of Lieutenant General, the only one in the Union Army. The two of them meet in Cincinnati and basically chart out their strategy. And it's pretty simple. Grant's going to push hard in Virginia and try to defeat Lee and eventually try to capture Richmond, but much more important for Grant is to crush Lee's forces in Virginia. And Sherman's going to do the same thing in the West. Now, there are other armies. In Grant's mind, they're all supposed to be on the offensive at the same time, but these are the two major forces, and they're very close. They're of the same mind on this. But Grant sees things a little differently, as I've already alluded to, than Sherman does. Sherman is going to rely much more on maneuver. Grant wanted to, but he's got a very cagey opponent in Lee, who always can seem to outmaneuver more quickly. Sherman is much more willing to rely on maneuver and much less willing to get into a slugfest, into major combat. It will happen. We're going to see a couple occasions here, but in general, Sherman wants to avoid major combat. He wants to minimize his casualties and maximize the maneuver that he can do. And he's much more interested in capturing Atlanta, once you really get down to the nub of it, than Grant is of capturing Richmond. So there's a difference in the two men's style. And here's one other comment about Sherman that we should make. And we're going to talk a lot more about this later on, but already by this time, he has started to develop a new concept of what warfare is really like. First of all, he blames the Confederacy for being in this in the first place. If they hadn't been traitors, this wouldn't be going on. And if that's the case, and that's the way he looks at it, here's how he views warfare, even early in the stages that we're talking about. War is cruelty. There is no use trying to reform it. The crueler it is, the sooner it will be over. And that's very much in his mind. If you make it painful, that's going to be that much quicker that they're going to be willing to surrender. That's going on in his mind. Okay. First of a lot of slides now in that campaign from Chattanooga working down to Atlanta. In the first place, you can see, and you've got a map here that kind of lays that whole area out, is moving from Rocky Face Ridge. May 6th, it's actually May 7th, the offensive begins. And look at what we've got here. Schofield coming down one rail line, and they're converging right here at Dalton, right across from Rocky Face Ridge. And this is a dominant piece of terrain. Whoever controls that, you're not going to give it up easily. And then you've got Howard's forces coming through here in the center. And you've got McPherson in a huge flanking movement. And this is the key, right here. I said Howard, that's Thomas, I'm sorry. McPherson, that's Sherman's key. This is his first major flanking movement. If McPherson can get through Snake Creek Gap and down here to Dalton, when the Confederates are primarily up in this area, then they've cut the Confederate supply line, and that might be the end of it altogether. So, May 8th, you've got Thomas's forces attacking at Rocky Face Ridge. It's essentially a diversion. You've got Schofield's forces attacking there as well. And meanwhile, you're hoping that McPherson can sneak through here. He does get through the gap, and then he encounters some small enemy force, and he retreats. If he pushed forward much harder, they could have probably, at that point in time, secured Resaca in this area right here. That was the goal. It's about this time that the beginning elements, the early elements of Polk's corps start to arrive in Resaca as well. So a piece of luck for the Confederates, and a piece of luck that McPherson doesn't push this harder than he does. Because this ends poorly, the Confederates realize they're cut off, and even after this fight, they withdraw to Resaca. And Johnston feels like he has no choice. And Sherman gets a hold of McPherson. He's upset, and this is all he really says to his lieutenant, his favorite lieutenant. Well, Mac, you have missed the opportunity of a lifetime. The casualties, and I'll go through quite a few of these as we work through here. Union 837, Confederate 600. Now, moving along pretty quickly. The Battle of Resaca is really the first place we see some major combat. Polk arrives in force on the 11th of May. As soon as he gets there, and this is, and while the rest of the Confederates are still north at Dalton, Hood comes down to Resaca and is baptized by Bishop Polk, and then goes back to combat. So a little sideline there. May 13th, Johnson withdraws his entire force to Resaca. Sherman's plan. It says right here to attack with 3 armies. That's what I have read. It didn't work out that way. He attacks by only a portion of his force, and they're all anchored on 2 rivers. So it's a pretty good defensive position. The Union is unable to break through. A bloody repulse. Hood actually attacks, counterattacks. His counterattack is fairly successful. Johnston sees that this might be a good opportunity to take advantage, orders another attack for the next day. But then he gets word that there's a small element under General Sweeney that has crossed the Ostalana River. Now, if I butcher some of these names, you have to forgive me, but there's probably a person or two out there from Georgia who knows how to pronounce these correctly. Anyway, that Sweeney's force only stays on the south side of the river for a short time, withdraws, but Johnston doesn't really know that. The reconnaissance isn't that great. And he withdraws. He forced withdrawal once again on May 16th. The casualties this time around, and I want you to catch the differences when Johnston's in command as when Hood takes command later on. Union casualties, 3,500. Rebel casualties at Resaca, 2,600. So very much in the favor of the Confederates. Although they've started with a much smaller number in the first place, that has to be Johnston's first priority, to preserve the Confederate Army. In his mind, that's probably more important than to preserve and protect Atlanta. The next major movement then is from to Cassville. May 17th, the Confederates are withdrawing. As they withdraw south, what Johnston does is he deliberately splits his force. He has a force going from Kingston and then immediately over to Cassville, another one taking the Maid Road straight to Cassville, with the thought in mind that he will trick the Union and they will split. And once they will split, he can then defeat this isolated unit of Union forces, probably Schofield and Hooker, and then go after Thomas's corps. Now, yet again, Sherman is going to outthink him and outmaneuver him in this respect, because he's got Schofield coming through here with Hooker's corps as well. He's got Thomas coming through here, just like Johnston had hoped. He's got McPherson coming down this road and then angling over. But the key here is one of McPherson's divisions under Jefferson Davis, yes, Union Commander Jefferson Davis, one of his division is heading down to Rome and then further south. Yet again, Johnston is in danger of having his supply line cut, because as soon as this happens and Davis is uncontested, he gets over here and gets over behind the Confederate lines and cuts that rail line. So, Johnson is forced to withdraw once again. Sherman, now at Cassville, with the bulk of his force, decides to break free from the rail line. And this is an important step in Sherman's mind as well. He's been tied to the rail line up to this point. But he directs that he has his force hit open country, 20 days of supplies, 20 days of rations, normally have a few days less for forage for the animals you've got. But now you're going to risk it and go into open country. And you only got a limited amount of time that you can move. May 23rd, the Union crosses the Etowah River. So there's yet another opportunity for the Confederates that's been lost. Yet, the rebels beat them, to Dallas, right here. And I'm going to have to move pretty quickly still. There are 3 battles in succession that happened just a couple days apart. Now, think about it. From May 7th all the way through May 28th, they've been in almost constant movement and constant combat. Both sides have to be close to exhaustion by this time. May 25th at New Hope Church. The Confederates are there first. New Hope Church is kind of tough to see. It's right about here. You've got Hooker encountering Confederates under Polk. Hooker decides to attack, puts his soldiers in column. And it's kind of hard to see here, but this is one regiment after another, very deep formation. The problem with that is if you're the Confederates and you're firing artillery or even rifle fire into this, if you miss that first rank, there's probably 20 or 30 or 40 ranks behind you there. So it's a little bit deadlier formation. It's got a lot of punch as you go through there, but it's pretty deadly, and you got to get across the killing field quickly. Hooker does not. And let me see if I can get some casualty rates as we go through here. For New Hope Church, Hooker loses 1,665 men. Hood loses about half of that number because it's Hood he's defending against. The next one, Pickett's Mill. Different kind of formation this time. The Union forces are on line. The Union forces are part of Howard's 4th Corps. Same kind of results, though. For this particular battle of Pickett's Mill, 1,600 versus 500. So this is all in the favor of the Confederates as we go through here. Dallas on May 28th. You notice I've got it here in a different color. In this case, it's because Hood gets in that position, and like Hood so often does, he decides to go on the attack. Actually, it's got, I'm sorry, I'm ahead of myself. Bates's division attacks here. He attacks into entrenched positions. And here's another theme as we go through all of this. That we're attacking, when you give anybody, a soldier at this time of the war, any time to entrench at all, they will do it immediately. They might have been lazy in 1861 and 1862. By this time, they realize it's a life and death matter. And the longer they have to stay in some place, the more elaborate their defensive works get. And so they've been in position for a couple of days. Bates's division is attacking an entrenched position. They attacked John A. Logan's 15th Corps. And very high casualties. Now, Logan is in threat. His corps is in threat of being overrun in portions of it. He rallies his troops. Damn your regiments. Damn your officers. Forward and yell like hell. And they stop the attack. Casualties in this case. Logan and the Union, 2,400. Bates and the Confederate, 3,000. So this one is in favor of the Union, especially when you consider that the Union's got a lot more to lose. Kennesaw Mountain. Now, we said we wanted to spend a little bit more time on Kennesaw Mountain. I'm going to have to pick up the pace a little bit, though. And what we've got here is a 2-staged attack, or combat. And this is going to be over a longer period of time. June 4th, Johnston is withdrawing a fairly large perimeter. It's about right here, roughly right here. Digs into a 10-mile perimeter. Yankees now are back connected to the railroad like they wanted to be. June 14th, leaders at Pine Mountain. What does that refer to? Well, up here in the northern sector, you've got Polk, you've got Johnston, and you've got Hardee observing the terrain. And in the distance, Sherman is watching this group of Confederate officers on top of Pine Mountain saying, wow, how saucy they are, and directs artillery fire in that position. Hardee and Johnston quickly run to cover Polk is a little bit slower to run to cover. The second volley catches Polk in the arm and passes right through his midsection, and he's killed immediately, right there on the spot. So they lose Polk, just like that, one of their seasoned commanders. June 14th and 15th now, because of activity, Johnson is forced to withdraw to a much tighter perimeter right here. On June 15th, rain. And it's not just a light rain, it's several days of rain. The kind of rain that bogs down any army over the long period of time. So for a long period of time, they're not going to do too much. In fact, you basically have to wait not just for the rain to stop, but for the roads to dry. June 22nd is really the first clear day, and General Hood, now I can get Hood into this, decides to attack on the southern perimeter into Schofield's force. Here's an example of the way sometimes the casualty rates don't work well for the attacker. Hood is attacking. He loses 1,000. The Union loses 300. Not the kind of odds you want. Both sides that continue to entrench after that. Okay, I've got to push the right button, I guess. Sherman's plan for the attack. What he plans to do, I'm going to show you on this, is attack throughout the entire front. Demonstrations up here, major attacks right here, major attacks right here. At this point in time, he doesn't feel like he has much option going south. The roads are too bad. So he's going to try this one time to really punch a hole through the center. And unfortunately, in neither case does it work well. You've got Logan's 15th Corps attacking right here. Starts with an artillery duel at 8 o'clock. Morgan Smith's division attacks. It ends up being a bloody combat like I've explained so many. You've got forces attacking up a hill. You've got entrenched position at the top. In between, as you're going up the hill, you've got abatis. These are trees with their sharpened branches. You've got all kinds of boulders, slippery boulders that you're dealing with. It's very rough terrain, and yet the Union forces climb up there, crawl up there as best they can, and are finally repulsed in a bloody repulse. Here's General French's view of the thing as it starts to roll out. General French is a Confederate commander. He's got a bird's eye view. As if by magic, they sprang from the earth, a host of men, and in one long line, waving line of blue, the infantry advanced. But it ends up poorly, obviously very poorly. And it's Logan's troops who are involved in this. The second part, farther south now, we've got Thomas's Corps, Newton's division. It's got, I thought this would be interesting, 9 Illinois regiments in this corps, 6 Illinois regiments as part of this attack. And both these gentlemen exhibit incredible courage. Harker anticipates, he predicts that he will die in this, but he gets all the way top to the parapets and helps plant the flag of his regiment, the American flag at the top of the parapet before he's cut down. In McCook's case, play this excerpt right here.
Then out spoke bold Horatius, the captain of the gate. To every man upon this earth, death cometh soon or late. And how can man die better than facing fearful odds for the ashes of his fathers and the temples of his gods?
He's quoting poetry. He's inspiring his men before the battle. And he also leads his troop forward, very conspicuous, very obvious, riding a horse as he's going up the hill, leading his forces forward. They also get very close before McCook is cut down. And in his troops' case, they stop. They're parked right below the parapets, just yards away from the Confederate positions, and they basically stay there for a day or two. There is a point in this battle where the Confederate commander of that particular portion of the line took a ramrod, put a piece of white cloth on top, took it up to the parapet, and offered a truce long enough so that both Union and Confederate could remove the dead and the wounded from the battlefield. And at the end of that little engagement, a Union officer presented a pair of dueling pistols to the Confederate commander, just as a note of respect, if you will. So you get these interesting notes of gallantry and chivalry through this incredibly bloody combat that they've got as well. In the case of Daniel McCook, he's one of the 17 McCooks who are part of the Union Army at that time, probably the most famous family that you've got. He's cut down, as I mentioned. And the casualty rates now, in this case, 3,000 Union, 750 Confederate. And that pretty much is the last time that a major assault of this scale Sherman's going to try. And Sherman, in fact, wants to do the same thing the next day, and Thomas gets a hold of him and he says, 1 or 2 more such assaults would use up this army. But he doesn't need to do that, because towards the end of this time frame, you see that Schofield has found a way across Ollie Creek, which is on the right flank of the southern portion of the Union lines. The roads are now dry enough, and once again, Johnston gets nervous, and he feels he has no choice but to withdraw his army. So I'm going to quickly move through this. Some changes of command now are in store. The first one, Leonidas Polk obviously has to be replaced, and he's going to be replaced by Major General Stewart, right down here. Stewart then has to be replaced. Major General Clayton takes his place. The next one, John B. Hood. Let me back up a little bit here and explain a couple things. By this time, we're getting close to Peachtree Creek. And July 10th, that's when Johnston feels like he has no choice but to withdraw from Kennesaw Mountain. Peachtree Creek is something like 10 or 15 miles from Atlanta. Davis and Braxton Bragg, who is now his chief of staff, are extremely nervous. They're thinking, Johnston's going to give away the whole story. He's going to hand over Atlanta rather than defend the city. We can't have this. Already by this time, General Hood has been sending messages covertly telling them that, Johnston just doesn't have the offensive spirit that he needs to have. So Braxton Bragg is sent out to check the army. He talks to Hood. He obviously talks to Johnston. He's not pleased by what Johnston tells him. They confer back and forth, and they ask Robert E. Lee what he thinks. And here's what Robert E. Lee tells him, because he knows Hood very well.
It is a bad time to relieve the commander of an army situated as that of Tennessee. We may lose Atlanta and the army too. Hood is a bold fighter. I am doubtful as to his other qualities. Still, if necessary, it ought to be done. If Johnston abandons Atlanta, I suppose he will fall back on Augusta. This loses us Mississippi and communications to the trans-Mississippi. We had better therefore hazard that, retain the country. Hood is a good fighter, very industrious in the battlefield, careless off, and I have had no opportunity of judging his actions when the whole responsibility rested upon him. I have a very high opinion of his gallantry, earnestness, and zeal. General Hardee has more experience in managing an army. May God give you wisdom to decide in this momentous matter.
So Davis and Braxton Bragg decide it's time for Johnston to go and give Hood command, the ever-aggressive John B. Hood. He is replaced by General Cheatham. General Cheatham temporarily is replaced by General Maney. Later on, we're going to see that, Brown is replaced because there's an injured commander, that Stephen D. Lee is brought over from Mississippi and Alabama. He is no relation to the rest of the Lee family that are in Virginia, but he also is an incredibly aggressive commander. So now you've got a completely new set of command. Let's see how Hood does with it. Peachtree Creek is really the first place that he's going to be tested. Sherman moves his army to the south, so he's going to envelop Atlanta from the north and the east. McPherson is well over here to the eastern side of Atlanta. That's the plan. And here's the opportunity Hood is looking for. Actually, it's practically the same plan that Johnston want to have, to isolate Thomas right here in the vicinity of Peachtree Creek and defeat him in detail and that's the plan. He comes up with that. An aggressive attack. As so often is the case in Hood especially, he is incredibly ambitious and demanding of what he expects his troops to do. But he's got two corps. He's got Hardee's Corps and he's got Stewart's Corps now in command of that of Polk's old corps. And they attack here at Peachtree Creek. You can see that that does not turn out well. 1,900 Union casualties, 2,500 Confederate casualties. Here's the first test for Hood. Basically, the battle ends because he now hears that McPherson's coming in from the east side towards Atlanta, so he sends Cleburne's division over there. And after he breaks off from battle here, what he's going to do next is incredibly ambitious. He's going to move Hardee's Corps that has just been defeated at Peachtree Creek 15 miles through the city of Atlanta. Here's the eastern defenses. And then around the southern flank of McPherson's Corps and to catch them in the exposed flank. That's the theory. And to launch an attack at dawn. Very similar to Chancellorsville. They can catch them totally exposed. But as it turns out, McPherson, who is growing concerned about his left flank, moves General Dodge's corps, a couple of divisions down here, into those positions. So the attack is supposed to happen at dawn. Because it takes so long for Hardee to get to position, because his troops are exhausted, because this is very thick terrain in this vicinity right here. Actually, I think we can get a closer look of it. They don't actually attack until noon, about 6 hours too late as far as Hood's intentions were. And by that time, the Union has elements waiting for them. It's still a very soft flank. They're vulnerable, but they are able to blunt the attack. It's a give-and-take battle in this case. Lots of Union are falling captive at this time, but they're also bloodying the Confederates as they attack in pretty severe ways. It's about this time, at 2 o'clock, McPherson is riding to this part of the battlefield, right across through here, and roughly in this terrain right here. He is spotted by a bunch of Confederate pickets. They tell him to surrender. It's another one of these quotes that I've got to share with you. Find it quickly here. He checked his horse. This is from one of the captains who has seen him on the battlefield. He checked his horse slightly, raised his hat as politely as if he was saluting a lady, wheeled his horse's head directly to the right, and dashed off to the rear in a full gallop. It's then that he's leaning forward, he's hit in the back, and the bullet passes right through his heart. And he's killed almost instantly. This is one of the main Army commanders, the ideal of what Grant and Sherman thought the commander was supposed to be. He's cut down. And one of the captains that the Confederates capture, a Union captain, he asks, well, who is this person? And his response is, sir, you have killed the best man in our army. That tells you a little bit how they felt about it. At that point in time, Logan takes command of the Army of the Tennessee. John A. Logan of Illinois. That's not the end of the day for the Confederates at all. It's about this time that Hood directs the attack of Cheatham's Corps along this entire front of the Union. And it's a real tough fight. The main part of the battle is right here on a railroad cut. It's about 15 feet deep and 50 feet wide. You can see where a lot of the fighting occurred. Confederates get up in this building right here, and sharpshooters start taking shots at the Union forces. That becomes a nice target for the Union artillery. It's a bloody combat. Both Sherman and Logan realize there's been a half-a-mile breach right here in the line that the Confederates have made. Both Sherman and Logan send reinforcements, and they finally blunt the attack. And what's the end result of all of that? 3,722 Union casualties. These are high numbers. That's a significant portion of the Union Army. 1,700 of them are captured and missing. That's the Union side. On the rebel side, 8,000. 8,000. Hood doesn't have that kind of numbers to really lose. So this is a huge defeat. They have little to show for it. Now, it's time for the Union to reorganize. I'll move through this quickly. Division commander in Schofield's corps is changed. Another division commander changes over in John Palmer's corps. This 1st Division of Schofield's 23rd Corps is so decimated that it's disbanded, and then the remaining troops go to these 2 corps. And now you've got the problem of how to replace McPherson. Lots of people want to replace McPherson. Logan would certainly like to stay in command. He's done extremely well for this entire campaign, but he's one of the junior officers. And more important, in Sherman's mind, he's not West Point. He's not professional Army. Now, there's a couple who are that are likely candidates. Oliver Howard is one of those right here, and Joseph Hooker. Joseph Hooker used to be the commander of the Army of Potomac at Chancellorsville. It didn't turn out well, and again, he blamed Howard and he blamed Stoneman for his failures there. Sherman didn't really think too highly of Hooker. He thought Howard was more reliable. Howard was also known as the Christian general, also another officer who had an amputated arm. A safe bet, not taking risk. And Sherman picked Howard to replace McPherson. So that's what you've got. Howard has to be replaced by Stanley. Stanley is backed up there. And now you've got problems with Hooker. Hooker gets upset. He should have been the commander. He had date of rank. He quits. He resigns. And Slocum eventually is going to take over. Actually, Alpheus Williams takes over for a short period of time until Slocum can get there. One other officer, a couple other officers we need to look at. Sweeney gets into a fist fight, if you will, with his Corps Commander Dodge, and he is relieved after that. And finally, John Palmer. This is a little bit ahead of the schedule here, but John Palmer leaves in the middle of a combat action because he is upset over something that occurs in Utoy Station that we're going to talk about in just a bit. And Jeff Davison takes over Corps command there. Anyway, Ezra Church and beyond. The next stage. Already, Hood has been defeated decisively at 2 locations. Ezra Church is the same kind of an experience. It's over here on the eastern side, or excuse me, the western side of Atlanta on the defensive. And again, the Confederates are defeated there. Whenever they go on the attack, they're going to end up getting beat. Cavalry raids that the Union are taking, Lovejoy Station and Stoneman's raids, 2 different divisions are involved with those. Lovejoy Station starts well and then ends up in disaster. Another one of the McCooks, Edward McCook, is leading that force, and basically his force is almost entirely destroyed. Stoneman decides he's going to rescue all those beleaguered prisoners down in Andersonville, and he goes way south, and he's cut off, and his division is essentially destroyed. He ends up being captured himself. So a huge portion of the Union cavalry is out of the picture. It's about the same time that the Confederate cavalry is moving north. Wheeler's division's moving north, trying to cut Sherman's supply line. So both sides have given up their reconnaissance ability. Utoy Creek goes poorly for the Union. Bombardment of Atlanta starts on the 9th. About 5,000 rounds in that one day are being pumped into the city. It had been going on before that, but it's really intensive by that time. And there's still 10,000 civilians in the city. But the defenses are incredibly strong, that the Union knows if they attack, it's going to be ugly. The key to the operation then is to figure out a way to get south of the city. And you can see that this kind of a continued flanking operation as the Confederates keep extending their entrenchments south as the Union keeps trying to envelop them on the south. So, Sherman now, it's time for a big gamble again. Basically evacuates all of his trench lines and starts moving his entire army to the west side of the city, and then this huge sweeping movement to the south. all geared towards cutting this rail line, the last remaining rail line for Atlanta, right through here. And they finally get beyond the entrenchments. On August 25th, Thomas and Howard's Corps and the 26th move out. On the 28th, the two corps in movement cut the rail line right here, the Atlanta and Western Rail Line. Remember, that goes over to Alabama. And then they continue moving east by this time to Rough and Ready, to this vicinity, and all the way down here to Jonesboro, where you see, I think that's Thomas down there. Hardee and Lee now are being sent from Atlanta, two of the corps, to meet this threat. And because the supply lines, the rail line has been cut, they have to march down to Jonesboro, where they're going to encounter the enemy. And here's the problem as far as Hood is concerned. If they lose Jonesboro, if they lose control of this entire rail line here, they essentially have lost Atlanta. So Hood sees no other choice than to attack very aggressively. You've got Howard, and Logan's 15th Corps, again, is across the flank river right here. And that's going to be the defensive position that the Union are in when you've got two corps, especially Hardee, and some of Lee's forces in the north as well, attack. The attack goes awry almost immediately, but they press the attack very hard. The problem is entrenchments, well-developed entrenchments, fresh troops, well-fed, well-armed, against 26,000, but about 6,000 of them being stragglers, totally exhausted, tired to the bone, and dispirited. And that attack ends in disaster. And it's worthy to check the numbers in this one in particular and get to it quickly. 172 Union losses, perhaps up to 2,200 Confederate losses. That's August 31st. The next day, the Confederates go on the defensive. Stephen Lee's corps is sent back up north, working his way up, because there's a couple places north of there that the Union has already cut the rail line as well. And this time it's the Union's turn to attack. You've got Davis's division, attacking in this vicinity right here, almost break through, but they are repulsed. Still, Hardee doesn't have much choice. He withdraws his corps to the south, and Sherman basically lets him do it. Sherman could have closed the gap here again, and for whatever reason, he didn't push hard in the first day of this on August 31st. He could have pushed some more forces down rather than have them busy tearing up rail lines, and he lets Hardee's corps basically slip away, for whatever you say. But September 1st, Hood has little choice but to evacuate the city, orders a withdrawal, and in the process, they order the destruction of lots of supplies as well. 5 locomotives, 81 boxcars. 28 of those boxcars are loaded with gunpowder, shell, 5,000 new rifles, 3 million cartridges, a huge amount of supplies. You know, the Confederates thinking, why isn't that on the battlefield? We needed that. And now it's gone up in smoke. So all those images you see in Gone with the Wind, this is what they're talking about. It was when the Confederates put torch to the rail cars. And then they withdraw. September 2nd, the Union occupies. Sherman orders the cities the next day, or next couple days, the civilians to be evacuated. There's a peculiar move, but he has no intention of trying to feed somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 civilians still in Atlanta. He orders the civilians evacuated, arranges with Hood and with Hardee to accept passage to their alliance. And here's what he tells the mayor. First of all, he sends a message north. Atlanta is ours and fairly won. One of the most famous lines of the Civil War. And here's what he tells the mayor, who doesn't like being evacuated. You can qualify war in harsher terms than I will. War is cruelty. You cannot, excuse me. War is cruelty, and you cannot refine it. You might as well appeal against the thunderstorm as against the terrible hardships of war. We don't want your Negroes, or your horses, or your houses, or your land, or anything you have. But we do want and will have first obedience to the laws of the United States. If it involves the peace, destruction of your improvements, we cannot help it. But, my dear sirs, when peace does come, you may call on me for anything. Then I will share with you the last cracker. That's basically the attitude that he had. So, casualties. And what I've done here is compare the casualties for the Atlanta campaign, about 5 months versus 2 months for Grant's Virginia campaign. At first, you might think the numbers are relatively comparable, but look at the Union casualty here that Sherman had in 5 months, taking the city, and Grant has in just a couple months. Huge disparity. And there's the rub. Until September 2nd, that was the problem. And I want to play this clip here for Abraham Lincoln. Entitled The Blind Memorandum, he wrote this on August 23rd when he was despairing for his chances of being reelected.
This morning, as for some days past, it seems exceedingly probable that this administration will not be reelected. Then it will be my duty to so cooperate with the President-elect as to save the Union between the election and the inauguration, as he will have secured his election on such ground that he cannot possibly save it afterward.
He wrote that, he folded it in half, he had all of his cabinet officers sign it, and then tucked it away. They had no idea what was on that piece of paper. James.
Thank you, Mark. Thank all of you. We'll start here with the motto plus ça change. In 1860, on the left, Mr. Lincoln was running with Hannibal Hamlin. Wide Awakes were leading the campaign, and they won. So why not use the same image in 1864 when he's running with Andrew Johnson on a new party, the Union Party? Just a little reminder that if you think politics is always changing, sometimes it's not. At the upper left, you see evidence that in the 1864 campaign, women did have influence, even if not the ballot. This Union lady, and I apologize for the bad art and the bad reproduction, this Union lady peers through field glasses at General McClellan, Lincoln's Democratic opponent that fall, and his compromise plan with the rebels. And she finds that the compromise plan will mainly benefit, panel 3 at the bottom, those who like to whip their slaves as a military necessity. There are other difficulties for Mr. Lincoln in 1864. The French-Canadian newspaper that you see here is simply a symbol of the ongoing problem that Confederate agents working from Canada, not just from Quebec, but also from Ontario, were aiding elements, including those who raided into St. Albans, Vermont in 1864, robbed a bank, took some money, and caused people to have to look north rather than looking toward Virginia and toward Georgia all summer. This is simultaneous in 1864 with two other developments overseas which Mr. Lincoln can barely do a thing about. There is in April and May the Prussian takeover of Schleswig-Holstein, the southern provinces of Denmark, in a very rough and ready fashion. The German, mostly Protestant empire is beginning to expand there, scaring Napoleon III in France and his Roman Catholic mini-empire a good deal. And it is at this point that Napoleon decides to continue with the plan to try to take over Mexico as part of a Roman Catholic or Latin empire. The brother of Franz Joseph II, Emperor of Austria-Hungary, is a gentleman named Maximilian. Napoleon convinces him to take his wife, Carlota, and go to Mexico and become emperor in a French-sponsored empire there, perhaps causing difficulty for the Union. There are Union generals, there are Union politicians in the summer and fall of 1864 crying for Lincoln to send troops immediately to the Mexican border to put down these traducers of the Monroe Doctrine, these Roman Catholics, these Europeans, these agents of the French, the British, you name it. Lincoln refuses. He says, we have enough to do. Here is Emperor Maximilian himself. He was not quite the man for the job. When he and Carlota left Europe, he got on board the boat and began crying. They arrived in Mexico on May 28th, 1864, just days before the Republican convention had renominated Mr. Lincoln again. He was always in a minority. It was church and conservative elements in Mexico who wanted him there. Benito Juarez's army of Republicans were more numerous, but militarily disorganized, rather chaotic. They were being pushed northward, but the short story there, you see by his dates that within, it was actually a bit less than 3 years, Emperor Maximilian was captured and executed by the anti-monarchists of Mexico, putting an end, at least in that form, to America's worries in Mexico at the time. All this is background to what Mark has been telling you about American soldiers in the North fighting to preserve the Union. And it is, as I said, the National Union Party that is the new name for the Republicans this year. And so, how does the vote come out in the fall of 1864? I give you just a few of the totals by state. New York was a close-run thing. New Jersey is one of the 3 states that McClellan actually won. It was his home state. Pennsylvania, though, was pretty strong for Mr. Lincoln and the Union. Wisconsin, pretty strong. Missouri is the big surprise here in terms of percentages, but consider who was not allowed to vote or who was not bothering to vote in a Union election in Missouri in that year. An awful lot of pro-Confederate men in Missouri had already gone south or were in prison. Same story to some extent in the other way around in Kentucky. Mr. Lincoln was very unpopular in his home state of Kentucky, did not carry it as his rival George McClellan carried his home state of New Jersey. But again, those figures are misleading because a good many of the Kentucky Union men were not available to vote in that election for the Union. They were fighting elsewhere. And Illinois, of course, was pretty strong for Mr. Lincoln. All in all, 55% of the Union vote, of the vote in the North only went for Mr. Lincoln and the Union Party. I should point out that I've seen other figures for Kentucky in this election, whereby McClellan won 85% of the vote. So let's think of these figures as official rather than real. It is the soldiers' vote that in some older histories of the Civil War were given credit for carrying Mr. Lincoln up and over the top. It proves not to be true. It seems pretty certain that Lincoln would have won the election anyway, even without the soldier vote. But it's worth pointing out here, again, you see these big disparities, 78%. And this is only in those few states where the soldier vote was counted separate from the civilian vote. Some soldiers had to go back home to vote. They weren't allowed to vote in the field. And this was a complication for Mr. Lincoln. He worked with his generals to try to get men leave to go home and vote but it wasn't always possible. It wasn't necessary in some states. It was in others. So we think, in general, probably it was maybe as much as 85–90% of soldiers fighting for the Union did vote for Lincoln, but we'll never know for sure. Some were never counted. Apparently, back in about 1945, a researcher from the University of Wisconsin went to Columbus, Ohio, to examine this whole question and found what he thought were about 50,000 soldier ballots still sitting in the state archives, never counted. And the result is that Mr. Lincoln was reelected and allowed to use the presidential seal again, which we have in our collection here. 36 stars around that little eagle on the presidential seal. 36 states in the Union. I'll leave you with this thought. It was William Seward, Secretary of State, back in 1861, who proposed to Mr. Lincoln that rather than fight against the South, that the North and the South together ought to declare war against the British, that this would unite the country in a way that our own political differences could never be easily or quickly united against. Mr. Lincoln rejected this idea, but if you consider that in some respects, the Americans in 1864 were voting against the Europeans' incursions in Canada and in Mexico, and that they were supporting Mr. Lincoln as the leader of the Union. Protestant, perhaps. Union, if only by political definition temporarily, but in all minds, still 36 stars, 36 states. And there was this crazy idea continuing even into January and February in 1865 that Lincoln should send troops immediately to Mexico to put down that French incursion. And Lincoln knew otherwise. That the program, the platform of the Republican, that is the National Union Party, back in '64 had been restore the Union as it was, end slavery, pass a 13th Amendment. Everything else, including Mexico, would be a diversion from that. Mark?
Thank you, James. And worth repeating again, in August of '64, Lincoln was thinking his chances of being reelected were very slim. When Sherman delivered Atlanta, as far as he was concerned, in most conventional wisdom in the North, everything had changed, and it looked like they would be victorious in the election. Now, after the collapse of Atlanta, what does Hood do? He decides to take the fight to the north and move along the same rail line, the one that they had fought all the way down, and head north. And again, moving pretty quickly here, the main piece of action here is at Allatoona Pass, which is right here. You can see a picture of it right here. It tells you something about how dominant a piece of terrain that is, if you can control that piece of terrain. Before that time, there were already a couple places that the Confederates had cut the lines south of Allatoona. The problem was, by this time in the war, the Union engineers were extremely good at fixing up the rail lines again and getting them operational in a day or two, to include building bridges at an incredibly fast rate. They'd been doing it. They'd had a lot of practice by this time. But Allatoona Pass is the toughest fight that Hood's got going north. He sends General French's division. He surrounds the garrison there. The garrison holds them off. They refuse to surrender after being offered the opportunity to surrender. And finally, French hears rumors that there's a Union force moving in his vicinity, and he reluctantly withdraws. The Union commander, General Corse, sends to Sherman. He had been injured in this battle. I am short a cheekbone and one ear, but I am able to whip all hell yet. So that's how that one ends. And what does Hood do? He feels he has no choice but to move north. Again, his army is much smaller. It's already been beaten up severely, but he's going to move north. And eventually, doesn't take on Chattanooga. That was a bit too much to do. He moves over to Atlanta. Now, through this whole time, Sherman's been shadowing him, moving north. I don't know how seriously Sherman was trying to engage in major combat. It doesn't seem that he has the spirit for it. What he's interested in doing is, why did I leave Atlanta? I just fought to get to Atlanta. I want to go back to Atlanta. I don't want to stay in Atlanta, but I don't want to let him dictate the terms. I want to retain the initiative. So Sherman basically lets Hood slip into Alabama. Hood has big ambitions now. Once he's in Alabama, he's eventually going to move north. His notion, he wants to get all the way up through Franklin, and the big prize here is in Nashville. What his concept is, if he can take the fight to the north, once he gets to Tennessee, many of his soldiers are from Tennessee, lots of recruits will come join the army again. How many times have we heard this dream? Both sides. Lots of troops will flood to the army. He can get to Nashville. He can take on piecemeal the Union forces, defeat them one portion of the army at a time, take it all the way up to Cincinnati perhaps, and then eventually head over to the east and join Lee in Virginia and help Lee defeat Grant. Well, there's a pipe dream for you, but that was what his concept was. And Sherman, as far as he's concerned, is content to let that happen. He had already, long before this time, sent Thomas up north with his army, and they're going to settle in Nashville. Really, Thomas's mission was to guard this portion of the supply line, because you still have Forrest who's raiding in that vicinity. When he sees that Hood is intent to keep heading north, he sends General Schofield and some reinforcements north as well to eventually join up with Thomas. So he feels like he's got more than enough in Tennessee to take care of Hood and do what he wants to do up there. Now, I want to take a little bit of time and explain this. What is the proper objective? And we're going to go all the way back to the beginning of the war. If you remember, Winfield Scott's first plan was the Anaconda plan, that you want to minimize casualties, you want to set up a barricade or blockade on all of the major ports, seal off the South's ability to get any of their cotton out of the country, divide the South on the Mississippi River, but then just squeeze them. This is economic warfare. And the reason that that was thought of first is that it would minimize casualties, even though it would take a long time. But the minimized casualties might mean that the Confederates would be more willing to come back into the fold. Well, that didn't work after the first Battle of Bull Run. It got bloody. And by the time you get to Antietam and Shiloh, things had gotten so bloody that it was obvious that the objectives had to change. So what should they be? Seizure of territory, seizure of key cities and terrain. Predominantly that meant Washington, D.C. for the Confederates and Richmond for the Union. But then it became Vicksburg and it became Chattanooga, these key cities. Why are those cities important? Because they're on these logistical bases. Those are the places where rail and water meet in many cases. And it's important. You realize you can't supply your armies unless you control these major rivers and you control the rail lines. So increasingly, you see the enemy's logistical base, their manufacturing base, their harbors and port cities, the rail centers is the place where you ought to take the fight. Now, there always is the discussion about, shouldn't it be the enemy's army? Classic Napoleonic strategy would say that's the real objective. So, and Lincoln absorbs that, agrees with that, and most of his commanders in the East, and Grant as well, believe that. If you look at what Grant's trying to do with Lee in Virginia, that's what it's about. He's trying to destroy Lee's army. The problem is a couple things had changed from what had happened in Europe in the Napoleonic Wars. It's not easy to do that. One, the weapons had changed. Two, the scale of warfare had changed. And I think three, most important of all, these are democratic armies. These aren't soldiers hired to pay who are essentially mercenaries. These are soldiers who believe in their cause. And just because they're defeated seriously in the battlefield doesn't mean they're ready to give up the cause. And over and over and over again, we're going to see that in the Civil War. So all of that doesn't seem to be working. Now, this is where we get to Sherman, because he thinks maybe there's a different way. Maybe we've got the wrong objective. Now, I don't know how subtle or how specific some of this discussion is going to be. Certainly by the time we get to late 64, it's pretty well formed that you ought to have a war of exhaustion. Now, what's the difference between attrition and exhaustion? If you're a war of attrition, which is what Grant is doing now in Virginia, he's wearing down Lee's army at Petersburg and at Richmond. And it's long, and you've got a siege, but you just eventually are going to wear him out until the army is exhausted. A war of exhaustion means not just the army, but the people. And that's connected with this logistical base and their ability to resupply. Now, here's the final step as far as Sherman's concerned. What's important? He now is going to go after the will of the people. He wants to go and punish the South so severely that they recognize we can't win this. It's not worth it. The Union goes wherever it wants and destroys our property and our livelihoods. It's time to give this up. That's what Sherman's objective is now going to be about. And that's where he comes up with this concept of marching to the sea. I propose that we strike out with our wagons for Savannah. And this is what he's telling Washington, D.C., Grant and Lee, Lincoln in particular. Until we can repopulate Georgia, it is useless for us to occupy it. But its utter destruction of its roads, houses, and people will cripple their military resources. So you've got now from the early fall all the way up through this time frame when they've given up on Hood and let him go into Tennessee and Thomas to deal with Hood, that Sherman has been bugging Washington, D.C. with this concept. And then first they're saying, what, are you crazy? You go into there, and then you go in and start marching from Atlanta all the way to Savannah. You're just going to lose your army in there and they'll just pick at your sides until there's nothing left. That's the thought. But as you get farther into this and more realization that Hood is determined to go north, and so there isn't really much of a Confederate force left in Georgia, the attitudes in Washington, D.C. decide to start to change. And Sherman's telling them things like, I can make this march and make Georgia howl. And finally, Grant sends him a message on November 2nd, go as you propose. Well, that's what Sherman's been waiting for. And this is the part of the presentation probably most of you have been waiting for now. The order of battle, 4 corps lined up right here in 2 wings. And they're basically, what Sherman's plan is, he's going to march through Georgia on 4 parallel lines of advance, a corps on each of these 4 lines. So you've got the 10th or the 20th Corps under Alphonse Williams. You've got the 14th Corps under Jefferson Davis. And on the right wing, you've got the 12th Corps and the 15th Corps. Now, you notice that John A. Logan isn't there anymore. He went back for the election. He went back to Illinois for the election. That's where Logan's at. And then you've got a large cavalry division under Hugh Kilpatrick. Kilpatrick. He got that name the hard way. He kept killing his own soldiers and his own horses, so he earned that. 3,500 rebel cavalry and a division of Georgia militia. That's really all the Confederates have to show for it in resisting what Sherman was going to try to do. Not nearly enough. The day before Sherman leaves Atlanta, he orders the destruction, not of the city, but of all military resources in the city. Now, remember when the Confederates withdrew, they already destroyed a considerable part. And when their stragglers left the city, they didn't do so with a light hand. There was a lot of property damage as well. Now there's one of these controversies. 30% of the city of Atlanta is eventually destroyed. Now, if you were to ask most Southerners, they'd probably tell you, about 80 to 90% of the city. It's roughly 30%. But there is much more than just hardcore military facilities that are being destroyed as the Union leaves. Now, I need to have a period of time here. We're going to play part of what Sherman is going to issue, his Special Order number 120. And this is right before they begin the march, his instructions to his soldiers. Now, mind you, his soldiers don't know that Savannah is the target. His corps commanders do. The people back in Washington, D.C. knows. But he doesn't need to have his soldiers know exactly where they're going, just that they're heading east. And here's the instructions. It's going to take a while, but I think it's important that we listen to this.
Paragraph 4. The army will forage liberally on the country during the march. To this end, each brigade commander will organize a good and sufficient foraging party under the command of one or more discreet officers who will gather near the route traveled corn or forage of any kind, meat of any kind, vegetables, cornmeal, or whatever is needed by the command, aiming at all times to keep in the wagons at least 10 days' provision for the command and 3 days' forage. Soldiers must not enter the dwellings of the inhabitants or commit any trespass, but during a halt or a camp they may be permitted to gather turnips, apples, and other vegetables, and to drive in stock of their camp. The 2 regular foraging parties must be instructed the gathering of provisions and forage at any distance from the road traveled. 5. To Army Corps commanders alone is entrusted the power to destroy mills, houses, cotton gins, etc. And for them this general principle is laid down. In districts and neighborhoods where the army is unmolested, no destruction of such property should be permitted. But should guerrillas or bushwhackers molest our march, or should the inhabitants burn bridges, obstruct roads, or otherwise manifest local hostility, then army commanders should order and enforce a devastation more or less relentless according to the measure of such hostility. 6. As for horses, mules, wagons, etc., belonging to the inhabitants, the cavalry and artillery may appropriate freely and without limit, discriminating, however, between the rich, who are usually hostile, and the poor or industrious, usually neutral or friendly. Foraging parties may also take mules or horses to replace the jaded animals of their trains, or to serve as pack mules for the regiments or brigades. In all foraging of whatever kind, the parties engaged will refrain from abusive or threatening language, and may, where the officer in command thinks proper, give written certificates of the facts, but no receipts, and they will endeavor to leave with each family a reasonable portion for their maintenance. 7. Negroes who are able-bodied and can be of service to the several columns may be taken along, but each army commander will bear in mind that the question of supplies is a very important one, and that his first duty is to see to them who bear arms.
Now, what do you suppose the Union soldier, the average Union soldier, heard out of all that? Forage liberally. And they did. November 16th, the march begins. 67,000 soldiers are going to be swallowed up into Georgia, and swallowed up as far as the rest of the Union is concerned, because the last thing that happens when Sherman leaves town is he cuts the telegraph wire. The rail lines are cut, the telegraph lines are cut. They just kind of get absorbed into Georgia after that. And they march off with 20 days of supply. And here's the scene that Sherman describes as he's watching his army begin the march. Oops.
We rode out of Atlanta by the Decatur Road, filled by the marching troops and wagons of the 14th Corps, and reaching the hill, just outside of the old rebel works, we naturally paused to look back upon the scenes of our past battles. We stood upon the very ground whereon was fought the bloody battle of July 22nd, and could see the corpse of Wood where McPherson fell. Behind us lay Atlanta, smoldering and in ruins, the black smoke rising high in air, and hanging like a pall over the ruined city. Away off in the distance, on the McDonough Road, was the rear of Howard's column, the gun barrels glistening in the sun, the white-topped wagons stretching away to the south, and right before us the 14th Corps, marching steadily and rapidly, with a cheery look and swinging pace that made light of the 1,000 miles that lay between us and Richmond. Some band by accident struck up the anthem of John Brown's Soul Goes Marching On. The men caught up the strain, and never before or since have I heard the chorus of Glory, Glory, Hallelujah done with more spirit or in better harmony of time and place.
It's always struck me how much these soldiers loved their music and loved their song, and here's a great example of it right here. The order of march, and I failed to mention beforehand, before Sherman did this, he sent all of his weak, lame, lazy stragglers, Everybody he didn't think were going to be able to make the march, his commanders didn't think could hold up to the rigors of this extended march, they got sent north. So here's 65 of the most robust young men, a huge number of Illinois regiments, something like 50, and very young. In most cases, these were young kids. Much younger than this audience, I would have to think. The line of march, it's started by cavalry in each one of these columns, then pioneers, and many of the pioneers by this side are blacks who are recruited as they go along the way, but they come in very handy to corduroy roads or to build bridges or things like this. Then a regiment of infantry to deal with any resistance, then a main force of infantry marching four abreast, regiment after regiment, marching four abreast down these roads. Supply wagons behind each one of this with ambulances, pontoon wagons, something like, I've heard anywhere from 3,000 to 10,000 cattle went along in this trip to start with. And then the rear guard, and behind that a cavalry or infantry screen. And over time, as they are marching through the breadbasket of Georgia, they're collecting lots of freed slaves. Some of the slaves, some of the young men who are in good shape are incorporated into the columns, but most of the women and children, the older men, if they're following along behind all of this. Destruction of the railroad, that's what this picture right here illustrates. This is what you would call a Sherman necktie. And what would happen is a group of soldiers would get their bayonets or ramrods or clubs or something like that and wedge themselves underneath the rail lines and pry up those rail lines until they can just kind of roll a huge section of it over. And once they had it off the bed, they would take the ties and stack up the ties, just like you see right here, and huge fire, lay the rails right on top of that until they became red hot. And once they were red hot on the center, cool enough on the side, then they'd grab those rails and twist it around a tree or a branch or anything they had. Here's an example. Right there in the center, you can see a piece of wood, and they just twisted that thing around like no one's ever going to use that piece of rail again. And that was the idea. So you destroy the rail lines there. Why have a picture of a dog? A couple dogs here. Because the Union soldiers knew that dogs, especially bloodhounds, were used to track down escaped slave and escaped prisoners. So if they saw a dog like that, especially a bloodhound, that dog was dead. And they moved forward. Foragers. You heard Sherman's instructions about foraging. The idea is you've got 20 days of supplies, you have to live off the land. He'd experienced that, and he knew that Grant had done that in the Vicksburg campaign. They had both learned their lessons from the Mexican War. But that was the concept. Now, foragers eventually, in fact, very soon became known as bummers. That was the universal term that was used for these young men. There was supposed to be a group of soldiers who went out with an officer. It didn't take long for discipline to become rather lax and for these soldiers to kind of abuse the parameters of the instructions that they've received. It's just getting enough food so they could provide for themselves and bring it back. And they soon were after anything and everything they could possibly get. They generally stayed away from houses. They oftentimes would burn barns and things like that. Certainly houses were burned up as well. Lots of excesses. They knew that the Southerners would bury their valuables in the ground, put them in boxes and bury them someplace. And so they were adept at finding any place where there was some loose dirt hooked on the ground and take their bayonets or take their ramrods and start poking around until they found what they were looking for and dig that up. There's one of the legends of the Sherman's March is that there was a dog that was actually buried and dug up 4 times in the process. So that's how thorough and how good they were. They would usually they'd leave first thing in the morning. They would go out on these foraging parties on pack animals or mules, which they had liberated themselves, load them up with as much as they possibly could and bring it back and keep those wagons that were along with each brigade filled with provisions and probably keep some of the valuables they discovered for themselves. So there is a policy against destroying property, but some people would say they could watch the advance of the Union Army by looking at the fires in the distance and seeing the fires in the distance. So it did occur. These weren't saints who were doing this, and in general, whatever discipline they wanted to impose to begin with, the officers, even the high-ranking commanding officers, were relatively lax in how they enforced discipline. They let them get away with lots of stuff. Southern resistance did pop up, especially the cavalry. They'd catch these bummers on the perimeters. They would sometimes execute them, but that's when retribution would come in. And Sherman and his corps commanders were pretty explicit about that. If you want to play this dirty, then we will as well. You heard that as part of his special order. If they put up resistance, then there's a different set of rules. Now, I put on here on rapes and murders, there really wasn't that many. Now, here's the whole concept of what Sherman had. This is punishing Confederates by destroying their property. But in his mind, it's minimizing the loss of life. And if you look at what's going on in Virginia with the bloodletting and the battlefields versus what Sherman is doing here, there is really no comparison in terms of the loss of life. The devastation of property is widespread. Loss of life is much less. And it wasn't just Union forces who were doing this. Rebels, when they would withdraw, would deliberately destroy some of the provisions. There were certainly lots of Southerners who were deserters, who were plaguing the countryside as well, marauders, if you will. The freed slaves, if nothing else, they would be more than happy to say, oh, it's over here. It's over here. That's where they've got it buried. And Wheeler's cavalry could also impose their own kind of punishment on Southerners. So it's a bloody, or excuse me, I should say, it's a painful situation for Southerners all along. It's something that Georgians remember to this day, as we all know. Now, what's going on with Hood moving north? Very quickly, the Battle of Franklin. Finally, by November 29th, he is closing in on Franklin, and he misses his best opportunity. They are in an encampment, and Schofield's army, in the middle of the night, the dead of the night, slipped by, and here's Hood's best chance to defeat it. It didn't happen. The next day, November 30th, the Battle of Franklin, 4 p.m., Hood lines up 18,000 soldiers in one line. This is far more than Lee had at Gettysburg, far more. And they attack en masse, right in the center of the line. There had been a mistake that the Union forces had. They had this forward position here, but one of these brigades that was in this line withdrew early, and only because of that, when the Confederates burst through this portion of the line, they got to here, then they were eventually blocked and defeated as they approached the main Union line. Now, casualties for this. And this begins to tell the story of something like 30,000 plus that Hood had with him as he went north. 2,300 Union casualties, and 1,000 of those were captured. 6,000 Confederate casualties. That's a huge portion of his army. Now, most people, and Hood had this strange notion that his soldiers had lost their fighting spirit. This is going to restore their fighting spirit by attacking in that kind of fashion, attacking against the strength of the Union entrenchments. But 6,000 is a huge blow that he can barely deal with. And yet, they continue north. They continue north to Nashville, and same kind of a situation. There we go. He closes in and actually encircles as best as he can Nashville on December 2nd, but you can see it's not even close. You know, the Union lines are something like 10 miles. He can only manage about 4 miles. And then Thomas waits. He needs cavalry. He needs new mounts. So he sends Wilson, his cavalry commander, out to get any kind of horse that he can possibly find. And meanwhile, Thomas is being pestered by Grant and Lincoln in Washington, D.C. Will you do something? This is the perfect opportunity. Hood is seriously beat up. Go after him now. You can destroy him now. And Thompson is biding his time until, as far as he's concerned, he knows that when he engages in combat, it's not just going to be he can beat Hood, that he can destroy Hood's army. Well, December 7th, Grant gets fed up. He orders Thomas to attack immediately. December 8th, an ice storm hits. And at that point in time, for the next few days, the Confederates are absolutely miserable. Most of them, if they have shoes, it's shoes that are dilapidated and practically fallen off. Careworn clothing, maybe one blanket. They're freezing. They dig holes just to cuddle up together and try to stay warm until the thaw occurs. And that happens about the 14th or 15th. December 13th, Grant is still so fed up with Thomas that he sends John A. Logan to relieve Thomas in his command. But before Logan gets there, Thomas attacks, totally envelops the left part of the Confederate line, and does what he intended to do, crushes Hood's army. 3,061 Union casualties, another 6,000 Confederate casualties, and there really isn't much of the Confederate army left. And now Hood's withdrawing, and in serious pursuit is Thomas and his troops. So here is a case, about the only case you can find other than perhaps Vicksburg, where there's an absolute surrender, where there is an entire Confederate army that's essentially taken off the ledger. That's how significant this victory is for the Union. Now, meanwhile, Lincoln doesn't even know what's going on with his army in Georgia. They've lost track of him. They're cut off from the world. The objective is Savannah, but they don't know that. And here's what Lincoln says. This is another typical and great Lincoln quote. "We know the hole where Sherman went in, but we don't know the hole where Sherman will come out." Pretty much it. Torpedoes. Just a very quick comment here. Another wrinkle in warfare. The Confederates start planting mines in the roads, and after a young officer, a Union officer, loses a foot stepping on one of these mines, Sherman is outraged. Now, this is an interesting twist. This is inhumane. This is uncivilized. And so the thing to do is to have Confederate prisoners march in front of the Union. So they'd be the ones who have to step on the landmines. That was his approach, and it kind of stopped the problem after that. The Battle of Griswold is really the only main battle that occurred, and that's a division of Confederate militia, Georgia militia, against Union regulars, entrenched and dug in, and you can imagine how that battle turned out as well. It was ugly. And yet, we still have lots of liberated slaves who keep following the army as they begin to approach Savannah. Now, the problem with these last few miles as they approach Savannah, this is scrub pine. This is rice country, very marshy, if there is any kind of farmland at all. It's not the kind of land they've been marching through in the rest of Georgia. They can't sustain their army in this area. And their supplies start to run out as they get closer and closer to Savannah. It becomes a severe problem. In fact, it's such a severe problem that the order goes out that all of the ex-slaves that are following behind, we have to leave them behind. So there's a river crossing that Jefferson Davis, in this case, makes at Ebenezer Creek. And the last thing that happens after the army marches across this makeshift bridge is they cut the bridge loose and it starts to float down the river. And on the other side of the river are 6,000 some former slaves who are absolutely desperate because Wheeler's cavalry is quickly approaching. They are so desperate that many of them jump into the river, scores of them are drowned, and an ugly scene, one of the worst moments of this entire march is that incident at Ebenezer Creek. And that's something that both sides remember to this day. That tells you how desperate the ex-slaves were, that they would not end up being enslaved again. Sherman in Savannah. He finally gets there on December 13th. They assault the main fortress that has most of its cannon are pointed towards the ocean and a minimal defense on the other side, on the backside, 230 soldiers. So it doesn't take long. A 15-minute assault is what the Union takes to actually capture Fort McAllister. And once that occurs, They've found their route to the sea. There are supply ships waiting for them to get resupplied. And then it's just a matter of the time. December 20th, Hardee withdraws north. And December 21st, the mayor surrenders the city with the promise that they won't destroy the city. And Sherman honors that promise. And the other great quote of Sherman from this one, a day or so later, he telegraphs the President of the United States, "I beg to present you as a Christmas gift the city of Savannah with 150 guns and plenty of ammunition, also about 25,000 bales of cotton." He's delivered Atlanta. It saved the election. He's delivered Savannah, a great Christmas present for Abraham Lincoln. So, thank you very much. Thank you, Eileen. I was kind of hoping for a furlough after the Civil War. The wilderness to Cold Harbor, otherwise oftentimes referred to as the Overland Campaign, Grant's Overland Campaign. It's not one of the battles that is well known in the Civil War. Actually, it's a series of battles. And tonight we're going to focus primarily on the first two portions of it. It's going to be the wilderness, and then very shortly after that, the Spotsylvania battle. And between those two battles, they rank something like the third and fourth highest casualty rates of the war. So you add them together and you got a sense of what we're going to be talking about tonight. And yet, people don't know about them nearly as much as battles like Antietam or Shiloh, certainly not Gettysburg or Vicksburg. But there's a couple things I want to have you keep in mind here. I've grappled with myself as I try to understand this. One is that we're going to see the nature of warfare, the nature of the Civil War combat evolving during this time frame. Much more emphasis now is going to be on the entrenchments. The soldiers wised up. They figured out a much better chance to survive if they're in the defense and they have some kind of barricades up. The other thing that, and then it's a matter of trying to figure out for Grant how you can overcome that, either by maneuver or by head-on assaults. And that, quite frankly, the second part is how he earned the name, the Butcher, after this was all over. The other thing that I want to mention, and this is just me, if you will, I always try to approach these things by understanding what's going on. And there's a part of me that can understand the events of these battles. But I got to tell you that reading these, in fact, this is a thread throughout the entire Civil War period, but especially these battles we're going to be talking about today. I am in awe of what these soldiers on both sides went through, what they did, the courage they showed. Say what you will, the devotion to their cause, or maybe more appropriately, the devotion to their buddies, their comrades in arms. And we're going to see that over and over again. I can't quite comprehend what it takes to do what they did in combat. But then we're 21st century creatures, and they lived and grew up in the 19th century. So that's how I would like to at least start this and mention those two things. Grant goes east. I wanted to talk a little bit about who Grant was at the time. And you know, we have this mythology about Abraham Lincoln, about how he came out of such humble beginnings and rose to the top ranks of politics and now is considered the greatest American president. Well, if you think Lincoln had a humble beginning, maybe not in the childhood years, but if you're looking at Grant's career prior to the time the Civil War begins, you're thinking, Ulysses Grant, the main, most important general officer in the Civil War on the Union side? Go figure. How can you understand that? He, like almost everybody we're going to be talking about at the Corps level or higher today, a graduate of West Point. He had some time in the Mexican War. He came from Ohio to begin with. But by the late 1840s into early 1850s, he's out in California, separated from his wife Julia, very lonely, and resorts to drink a little bit more than he should. He leaves the Army in 1854. He goes back home. He had a couple options, but one of them said you had to live someplace other than where Julia and the family were going to be. That was not going to be a solution for him. So he goes back to St. Louis, farms for a few years. He's essentially a failure at being a farmer. He did buy a slave. When he gave up farming in 1858, a year later, he let his slave go, even though he desperately needed the money. But he freed his slave in 1859. And finally makes his way north and ends up in Galena working for his father in his tannery business in Galena. And most of you know that story as well. And he wasn't very good at that either. For a while, he was trying to sell real estate or property, was a failure at practically everything he did. So why Ulysses Grant? I've got a couple quotes here that I think begin to explain it. One of them you've heard before if you've been faithful in these. It's Sherman's view on why Grant was successful.
I am a damned sight smarter than Grant. I know a great deal more about war, military history, strategy, and grand tactics than he does. I know more about organization, supply, and administration, and about everything else than he does. But I'll tell you where he beats me, and where he beats the world. He don't care a damn for what the enemy does out of his sight. And it scares the hell out of me.
Sherman had a wonderful way of words and very succinctly described what was unique about Grant. And we're going to see that today, the audacity of the man. And a parallel with the audacity that you see in Robert E. Lee, I think, as well. And willing to risk all. And whatever else you can say, and this might address Eileen's concerns to begin with, McClellan hated the idea of sacrificing this army that he had built and devoted so much energy to. Grant understood that that's what war was all about, that you had to put them at risk. And he had, whatever else he had going for him, he had an ability to be able to relax in the heat of combat and to keep things straight in his own mind. The next comment is from Lincoln, and this, I think, is from his time either at Vicksburg or Chattanooga, but Lincoln reflecting on Grant.
Grant is still pegging away down there. As we used to say in Illinois, I think he will make a spoon or spoil a horn before he gets through. Some of our folks think him slow and want me to remove him, but to tell the truth, I like U.S. Grant. He doesn't worry and bother me. He isn't shrieking for reinforcements all the time. He takes what troops we can safely give him, considering our big job all around. And we have a pretty big job in this war. And does as best he can with what he's got and doesn't grumble and scold all the while. Yes, I confess I like General Grant. U.S. Grant, Uncle Sam Grant.
Okay. So, because of Grant's successes at Belmont, Forts Henry and Donelson, his ultimate success at Shiloh, although he had a tarnished reputation coming out of that battle, certainly at Vicksburg and then at Chattanooga, Grant seemed to be the obvious choice when Lincoln and Stanton were looking for somebody to actually take command of the entire armed forces, the Army, I should say. So on March 3rd, 1864, he's offered that command. March 8th, he heads to Washington, D.C., arrives in town March 8th, and here's another mark of the man. He's, kind of rumpled clothes. He goes into the hotel. The desk clerk doesn't even recognize him. Grant's got his son with him, so he just, says he'll take whatever room is available until the desk clerk sees him write his name, U.S. Grant and Son, and then quickly decides to assign him the best room in the hotel. Shortly after that, Grant goes over to the White House to meet the president. It just so happens that night that there's a big reception going on in the White House, and typically when there's a reception at the White House, all the attention is focused on Lincoln and on Mrs. Lincoln. But then Grant shows up, and there's a big to-do. Lincoln goes over and introduces himself. Well, here is General Grant. Well, this is a pleasure. That was the opening line between the two men. After that, the crowd just kind of converged on Grant, and they made such a fuss that they insisted that he get on the couch. He's not a big guy, so he had to stand on the couch so people could see him and check him out. That's his arrival in Washington, D.C., and it gives you a sense, again, about who he is as a man as well. Now, the comment here about decision to go east, what that's in reference to is now Grant is given command of the entire army. One of the most important decisions he has is, where is he going to put himself? Is he going to go back to the West, where he's been so successful, and continue to lead the armies in the West, or is he going to stay east? Now, when he left from Chattanooga region, he had the notion that he would be coming back west. But after checking things out for a little bit, he decided the place he had to be was in the east. And so he stayed there. Now, let's talk quickly about his strategy. What's the basic strategy? And Lincoln was very much in tune with this. What Lincoln wanted to see happen all along was certainly very much in the mind of Grant as well. So here's the essence of his strategy.
In the past, the armies in the East and West acted independently and without concert, like a bulky team, no two ever pulling together, enabling the enemy to use to great advantage his interior lines of communication for transporting troops east to west. I therefore determined, first, to use the greatest number of troops practicably against the armed forces of the enemy. Second, to hammer continuously against the armed forces of the enemy and his resources, until by mere attrition, if no other way, there should be nothing left to him.
His first decision has to do with General Meade, General George Meade, the victor at Gettysburg. But beyond that point in time, Meade had been rather lackluster in his performance. They fought the Army of Northern Virginia retired behind the Rappahannock and the Rapidan rivers, and then dug in at Mine Run, a location, Mine Run, west of Fredericksburg, west of Chancellorsville region. There was one attempt that Meade made in November to break that line, but they lost their security, they lost this element of surprise, and Meade decided he wasn't going to ram his army into those defenses that the Confederates had. So they called off the offensive. That was as close as Meade got to a major campaign in all those months after Gettysburg. And now we've got Grant arriving in town, and he decides that he's going to leave Meade in charge of the Army of the Potomac. Now you're going to see in the command arrangement that's a little bit awkward later on. But what he tells Meade is telling. Lee's army will be your objective point. Wherever Lee goes, there you will go also. So you're not going to let off on the pressure of Robert E. Lee. Now we need to look at the map here and kind of go around the horn. And essentially what Grant wanted to do was to hit all of these places, have major offensives by all of these major Union commands at the same time. So here is, well, I might need to turn this on. That might help. Here is Meade driving south towards Richmond. Richmond is right there. At the same time, Benjamin Butler has a command, and he's going to come up right essentially the same place where McClellan's Peninsular campaign was, fighting up the peninsula towards what was considered the back door of Richmond. At the same time, you've got Franz Sigel driving down the Shenandoah, tearing up the Shenandoah and occupying the Confederate forces there. At the same time, his favorite subordinate, William Tecumseh Sherman, is going to lead that army, the Army of the Cumberland and the Tennessee, towards Atlanta, and then beyond that point. At that point in time, they didn't know where. And finally, you've got Banks's command, Nathaniel Banks, along the Mississippi Delta region, and the notion was to send it against a Mobile. All of these things to go on at the same time. The only part that really didn't happen that way was Banks. What happened with Banks, Lincoln was nervous about what was going on in Mexico with the French incursion there, the French invasion. So he thought it was better to send Banks's forces up the Red River Valley right here. So all of those things are essentially going to be happening at the same time.
In the past, the armies in the...
Here is the Army of the Potomac. And you've got these handouts in front of you as well. Major General Winfield Scott Hancock in the 2nd Corps, 5th Corps, 6th Corps, 9th Corps. The only one I really want to talk about here a little bit is the 9th Corps. And this is part of the awkward command arrangement. You might remember that Ambrose Burnside was the commander at Fredericksburg, and that Fredericksburg was an absolute Union disaster. And this was a case where the Union was insisting on charging up Marye's Heights into the sunken road, and the Confederates behind that stone wall and sunken road and just decimated the Union ranks one after another. Anyway, he was the most senior commander here. He was senior to General Meade. So Grant didn't figure he could put him over the command of General Meade as well. So Burnside reported to Grant. Meade, Army of the Potomac with 3 Corps and with the Cavalry Corps, report to Grant. All of them do that. But there's a couple other things to remember about this as well, and I'm going to move through the battle a little bit more quickly, but I need to kind of lay out some markers on this case. 118,700 men. That's a huge army. There's some things to remember here. First of all, roughly half of the regiments in the Union Army in the early part of 1864 were coming up to their end of their 3-year enlistment term. Half the regiments, something like 60,000 men in Grant's force alone. If they all left, if the cream of the army left, what are you going to fight with? You'd have a lot of raw recruits, inexperienced soldiers, commanders that might stick around. So the first thing they have to do is to re-enlist as many people as they can. One of the things they did is the United States offered up a $400 enlistment bonus. Well, that sounds like a decent amount of money now. It sounded like a big chunk of money to them at that time. But this is in an era when salaries for people back in the civilian world were on the rise for obvious reasons. But they were able to entice people to do that. Bounties as well were going on. Certainly the draft, although by this time that didn't amount to too much. But a lot of pressure was put on units, individual regiments, and by this time they might have started at 1,000, but a lot of the regiments had maybe 200 or 300 or 400 men in them. 400 would be a high mark. But to convince 75% of the people in a particular regiment to re-enlist would mean that the regiment can continue to keep its colors and to continue to be in existence. And that meant a lot to the soldiers. And they would start to pressure each other. You've got to join. You've got to re-up. A lot of them, they re-up because they wanted to see the end of it, and they thought they might see the light at the end of the tunnel, to use a bad metaphor. But roughly 50% of them did, 50% of them didn't. Something like 27,000 of them remained in the force. A lot of the people in Burnside's 9th Corps were new, a lot of new regiments. The Union at that time tended not to take new replacements and to farm them out throughout the entire army. They would form brand new regiments. So that inexperience would all be concentrated in these units. Something like only 6,000 of 17,000 men in that 9th Corps are going to be experienced soldiers. So the 9th Corps is going to be weak to begin with. And just a marker here, the 4th Division was essentially color troops. U.S. color troops is how they were referred to at the time. And for most of the campaign that we're talking about today, they spent their time guarding trains. In other words, the wagon trains and supply depots and things like that. So not as well trusted as the more seasoned troops. Still, having said all that, I do want to have you listen to this quote.
Never since its organization had the Army of the Potomac been in better spirits or more eager to meet the enemy, and never did an army seem to be in better condition for marching or fighting. I've never seen the Army move with more exact order, with a less number of stragglers, and with so little apparent fatigue to the men.
So they went into this campaign with high morale and certainly high numbers.
Never since its organization.
Union commanders, I'll just talk about them very briefly. Winfield Scott Hancock, one of the heroes from Gettysburg, considered one of the best soldiers of that era, had a very solid reputation. And he was probably the best commander that Meade had at the time. In 5th Corps, you have Governor Warren, the new commander. You might remember Governor Warren from the Gettysburg presentation because it's Warren who's at Cemetery Hill and realizes just how important Little Round Top is, that's the key position in the Union line on that second day of Gettysburg. And so sends the 20th Maine and then continues to feed more regiments and brigades into that area of the fight. So that's his main claim to fame by this time. He's young compared to the rest of them. He's quite a bit younger, in his early 30s. And like a lot of men at this time, he's very ambitious as well. He's got something to prove. Major General George Sedgwick, Uncle George, that's what they called him, is a more experienced, seasoned commander. He's in charge of the 6th Corps, and then we've already mentioned a little bit about Burnside. And here's George Meade, a nasty temper to the man, the old snapping turtle. Okay, it seemed to fit. Google-eyed snapping turtle. That seemed to fit. A lot of these people had nicknames at the time. So those are the main Union commanders that we've got. Grant's Virginia strategy, then. His strategy to start with, to move south. And you're going to start going through the wilderness region. We'll talk about that in just a second. But you want to get through the wilderness, heavy forest and scrub brush, just as quickly as you can. Maneuver is going to be important to Grant through this entire campaign. It was certainly important at Vicksburg, a little bit less so at Chattanooga. But you all remember in Vicksburg the brilliant maneuvering he did, outmaneuvering both Pemberton and Joe Johnston throughout that entire campaign. But the other thing that Grant has always got in the back of his mind, his army is bigger. He can get reinforcements more easily than Lee can. If we just wear down the enemy, what military people refer to as attrition. It's the bloody side of combat, I'm afraid, but that's what he had in his notion, that it would have to take that you're not going to have one decisive battle, you're going to have to wear down Lee and the Confederates. The other two things that were important to him is secrecy, especially in the early stages here, and speed, because he has to get his army through, both Meade and Burnside, through the wilderness region just as quickly as he can. If you get bogged down in combat with the Confederates in the wilderness, then your huge advantage in numbers, the big advantage you have in artillery and even in cavalry is kind of thrown out the wayside because you can't deploy everybody in this stuff. It's just too thick. He also has the need for building up his base of supplies because this is going to be a long campaign. He recognizes that right from the beginning. But check out this. There's just part of the supply train, that many wagons. And then check out the next picture here. I found this one. Obviously, it's a modern-day picture of the wilderness region. And I think it gives you a pretty good idea of what kind of terrain they're going to be heading into until they can clear south of the wilderness. By the time you get to Spotsylvania, it starts to open up quite a bit. Still a lot of forests and trees, but this is what you're going to be fighting through. Now, imagine taking that wagon train and putting it down roads like that. And then you try to pass if you're a line of infantry, a column of infantry marching, and suddenly the artillery comes by or the cavalry. Nothing but huge log jams in a lot of the cases. Why is the wilderness so much thicker than many other parts? And again, we talked about this when we talked about Chancellorsville. This region, much of it had been an iron smelting region before the war. And so that original timber had been cut down and thrown into the furnaces. And what you have after that is a lot of scrub brush, oak, pine, cedar, nasty stuff, and it's much more difficult to maneuver through once you get that. So it's key. That's why speed is so important. You got to get through that mess. The Army of Northern Virginia. 118,000. Lee's got something like 64,000. But practically all of them are seasoned troops. And he's got seasoned corps commanders as well. James Longstreet, just back from the Western Theater. Remember that he was at Chickamauga, led some attacks there, some successful attacks at Chickamauga. Wasn't at Chattanooga. But he comes back with 2 of his divisions. The division that's not there is Pickett's, which is in the Richmond area. So Pickett is out of the picture for the rest of this. Ewell, Old Baldy, that seems to be fitting. One leg, but a seasoned commander, did not perform well at Gettysburg. So Lee had his doubts about Ewell going into this, as he did for A.P. Hill, another new commander at Gettysburg. Essentially, these 2 men took over from Jackson when he was a corps commander, and they split the two corps into 3 corps. So they're both experienced commanders, but Lee's not quite sure about either one of them. And then you've got Major J.B. Stewart. Major General, who is the supreme cavalry officer for the Confederacy at the time. Yes, his reputation took a hit at Gettysburg, but he's restored it by this time, and is considered to be a very loyal and important subordinate for Lee himself. May 4th, Meade heads into the wilderness. Early in this campaign, this is going to evolve over time, but early in the campaign, Grant very much wants Meade to take the lead, and for Grant to kind of stand in the background, to watch lead, and as long as Meade is doing a good job of managing this campaign, Grant's going to stay out of it. That's going to become more and more difficult over time. 3 a.m., they actually cross the Rapidan River right here. There are 2 forces. You've got General Warren, and the 5th Corps is leading. Remember, he's the young upstart who's got something to prove. And he's heading down the Brock Road. Here's Wilderness Tavern. Hancock and the 2nd Corps now is heading towards Chancellorsville. And that essentially is where they end up in day 1. Day 2, the intent is to drive south all the way towards Spotsylvania Courthouse, which is right down here. That's the intent at the time. Now, let me go back to this one. They overnight at the Wilderness Tavern and at Chancellorsville. Lee, he is thought to be over here, off the map, behind the Mine Run fortifications. Mine Run is actually a little stream that feeds into the Rapidan River. He reads the intelligence he gets, the feedback he gets from Stewart and from captured prisoners and others, that Grant is making his move, that he's trying to pull him out of he's trying to lock him into the fortifications, that Grant wants to get through this as quickly as possible. Well, Lee wants just the opposite. He wants to catch Grant and the Army of the Potomac while they're still in the middle of the wilderness. So very quickly, he's going to send Ewell and his corps and A.P. Hill and his corps down these 2 roads right here. I'm going to mention the names now because you're going to hear these quite a bit. Orange Courthouse Turnpike. So the Orange Turnpike is the north, a little bit better quality road, and the Orange Plank Road in the south. And they're both driving towards Warren's forces here. And again, you're on roads, and on either side is pretty dense forest on that terrain that they've got. The Army of Potomac beds down in those two locations at night with orders to move out again at 5 a.m. Things are going well up to this point. But Warren is unaware that he doesn't have a cavalry scout out to his west. He does send a division. This says Getty from the 5th Division. That's not correct. It's going to be General Griffin, we'll see in the next slide here. Sends General Griffin out just to block the road in case something comes up that road. And Warren heads back down south on the Brock Road. Now this thing, your column lasts 3 miles. That's how long it can stretch out on these roads. But what occurs now, and he's leaving at 5 in the morning. Griffin's out here in a blocking position. His lead elements go out there, and suddenly they see smoke in the distance, or dust. And they look harder, and a few minutes later, and they start to realize these are Confederates. Cavalry, okay, maybe it's just cavalry. No, then there's infantry. So the word starts to go back. We have a major Confederate force moving towards us. How big? They don't know how big it is. So Warren tells him to fix this position, hold where he is right now, or move forward a little bit. And soon they start to realize it's a much bigger force than possible. By the time you get to about right here, in Sanders Field is where the Confederates stop their movement and dig in. They immediately start to entrench. And Griffin and his forces stop short of that. The word obviously starts to filter up the chain of command. And now you're getting the information to Meade. Meade says, attack. Meade soon is going to counsel with Grant. What should we do? It looks like they're trying to catch us on the flank. We're not quite sure how big this is, but both Meade and Grant decide, well, he wants to fight here, we'll fight here. Shortly thereafter, notice this, 5:30, Meade orders Warren to attack. This is 5:30 in the morning. 1 o'clock is when the attack actually begins. There were repeated orders for Warren to attack, for Sedgwick to close up as quickly as he can, to get on the right flank, and to attack in conjunction with Warren. So why does it take so long, almost 6 hours, for this actually to come to pass? Well, Meade is an impatient man. Grant certainly is impatient by this time as well. The problem is, Warren doesn't want to attack until he's got his lines all coordinated. The worst thing you can do is to throw your units in one at a time, what we say a piecemeal attack, because that just exposes to the strength of the enemy, and then another group comes forward and they have the same results. So you want to get everybody in line as much as you can. But how do you get your armies online in this mess? It takes time. When you can't see to your left and right more than maybe 20, 30 yards, when you can't control more than a company, how do you try to manage this beast in there? There are a variety of reasons. Maybe Warren could have been more aggressive, but this was the essence of the problem that they are going to have throughout this major battle that they have in the wilderness, trying to get the soldiers in line in this difficult terrain. The attack finally begins at 1 o'clock. They're attacking into the teeth of the Confederate defenses. Ewell manages this battle well by sending reinforcements where he needs, by localized counterattacks to push the Union forces back, but generally staying on the defensive for the day. That's the way it's going. And here's a picture here of Saunders Field, close to that, Union forces bringing some of the casualties out during the midst of the battle. So that's what you've got going on in Saunders Field in the northern part. And again, this is all on the Orange Turnpike. There are other things going on in the south. When Meade figured out that there is also a force coming down the Orange Plank Road to his south, a Confederate force, he realized he needed to get Hancock there as quickly as he could. And Hancock is going to be coming from the south. He actually comes in from this area and then has to go up north. To be able to get to the crossroads at the Brock Road and the Plank Road, this place right here first is going to be very important. And over again, we're going to see race to a particular crossroad. In this case, the Union wins. And the reason it does is because Meade sends General Getty from the 6th Corps, that's part of Sedgwick's Corps, down as quickly as you can. Double quick, get down to the intersection as quickly as you can. I think Getty got down there about 5 minutes before the lead Confederate elements got there. But now he's going to be there for a couple hours, and he has to hold off A.P. Hill and his main forces, a couple divisions coming in. And it's touch and go until finally Hancock can bring elements of his corps north along the Brock Road here. And just like in the north, at the Orange Turnpike, you've got piecemeal attacks as units arrive back and forth. To give you a sense of the heated combat at both of these locations, these are not small engagements at all. These are going on for hours at a time, feeding new units in as they arrive. Let me just let you listen to a Confederate soldier's view of the battle.
I doubt whether any more violent or sanguinary contest occurred during the entire Civil War than just here. The road was swept by an incessant hurricane of fire, and to attempt to cross it meant almost certain death. A butchery pure and simple it was, unrelieved by any of the arts of war, in which the exercise of military skill and tact robs the hour of some of its horrors. It was a mere slugging match in a dense thicket of small growth, where men but a few yards apart fired through the brushwood for hours, ceasing only when exhaustion and night commanded a rest.
If you know anything, if you've read anything about the Battle of the Wilderness, you've read that fires began in these battles, in the brush that they had, and that the casualties that were laying in the middle of the lines would get caught up in the fire, unable to crawl out. And the comrades on both sides would just have to listen to them cry out for help, for water, or for some kind of assistance as the fire approached them. So it's that kind of thing that you're hearing as well. But this is going on until dark, and then the fighting starts to lax up, and then they've got to live in this terrain for a day. I wanted to read a quote of what it sounded like that night of May 5th, May 6th. And this is from a Confederate soldier in Kirkland's brigade. The cries of the sufferers, the rumble of wagons, the artillery ambulances, the hurrying to and fro of men and animals, the neighing of horses and mules, the glare of the ruddy campfires, all made it seem difficult to describe, but never to be forgotten. The picture right here, Hancock, the first night they settled down, was right near Chancellorsville Courthouse. And so they were settling down among the skulls of the fallen dead from the previous year. And then the next night, they'd have to live through hell as well. Grant's plan and Meade's plan for the next day. This is where you can begin to see the logic behind what Grant is trying to do, even though his army probably isn't up to the task. His commanders probably aren't quite skilled enough. The soldiers aren't quite cohesive enough as units. Grant wants a very early morning attack by all 4 corps. In the north, the 5th and the 6th Corps are going to attack Ewell's position. So essentially you're going to have 5 divisions attacking 3 divisions in the north. But you want basically to fix Ewell's forces in the north to keep them occupied. In the south then, along the Orange Plank Road, you're going to have the main effort. You're going to have the 2nd Corps under Hancock, the main attack force, but you also are reinforcing, but from Wadsworth. You look at your chart, he is from one of those corps from the north, so he's not part of Hancock's force. And then eventually Burnside. The problem is Burnside's forces are just now crossing the Rapidan River. They're far behind. And the question is, how quickly are they going to get there? Most of the soldiers, and certainly the experienced commanders, knew that Burnside had quite a reputation for having the slows. And they didn't count on him being there anywhere close to 4:30 in the morning when Grant wanted to launch this attack. Lee's plan, just as audacious, that Ewell will attack at first light. Now here's the important part. Longstreet's Corps and Anderson's division, part of Hill's Corps, are still quite a ways away. They've got to get to the fight. Lee understands that for Hill to be successful in the South, Longstreet and Anderson have to get there. But for whatever reason, when the fighting was occurring during that daytime, Hill's forces got all mixed up. That always happens. You lose unit cohesion, and they're all muddled together. But the order went out, just leave them where they're at. Don't have them withdraw or try to reorganize or dig in or make defensive positions at all, because Longstreet is coming. He will be there before the Union can attack. That's a big gamble, and we're going to see how it works out here shortly. So Lee's instructions to, I said to Ewell, this should be to Hill. Stay put. Stay where you're at. 4:45 in the morning, Ewell attacks in the north. He starts first. And very shortly after that, the Union forces are already ready. So this is a seesaw battle going back and forth in the north. In the south, you see Longstreet is still far to the west. And actually, you can find this quickly, Longstreet's forces had marched something like, I don't know, 30 miles, 32 miles in the last 24 hours. So at 11 o'clock at night, Longstreet beds down his forces because they're absolutely exhausted. I don't know how many here have tried to march with a full pack and rifles and ammunition that far in one day. It's close to the limits of human endurance, I think. So it's not surprising Longstreet wants to rest his forces, and yet that's the key to the battle. They've got to get there very quickly. And they pick up again at 11 p.m. and start marching forward. But they're still not there when the battle begins in the south. 5 o'clock, half an hour late, Hancock had asked for a little bit more delay to get his forces aligned. He attacks in a wide front. At the same time, Wadsworth's division from the 5th Corps is attacking this open flank. Now, if you've seen the map here, you see that there's a force on the turnpike, there's a force on the plank road, and there's this huge gap in between that both armies are trying to fill, but it's very difficult because of the terrain. So you've got an open flank here. Wadsworth hits that, Hancock hits this, and they start rolling the Confederates up very quickly. Hill's troops break, and they start to fall back, very much disorganized. They hadn't dug in the first place, so it's not surprising. By the time they get to the Whittle Trap Field right here, you can see this little opening. Lee had personally positioned, I think, about 12 artillery pieces right at the edge of the woods, on the front edge of the woods. And it's because of that artillery that you start to slow. With canister and case shot, you start to slow down the Union advance. And so you're running out of steam. Hancock's running out of steam. And that's what you've got here. Now, this picture, I think, shows better than anything as you look in here. Here's the nature of the terrain they're trying to line forces up in and fight in. That is just very difficult to control any kind of a force in that. Following along in the same line then, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. Brigadier General Gregg's Texas Brigade is the first to arrive. And here's one of those very telling exchanges that kind of animate Civil War history, that makes it stand out in ways that a lot of other military history doesn't. Lee says to Gregg as he rides up, "General, what brigade is this?" And Gregg's response, "The Texas Brigade." "Hooray for Texas," Lee says. "Go and drive those people out." Gregg, "Attention, Texas Brigade. The eyes of General Lee are upon you. Forward, march." Now, that gives you a sense of just how much they venerate him. Now, then the soldiers start to realize that Lee intends to lead them in the charge. And so quickly, we hear this cry going out among the Confederates, "Go back, General Lee. This is no place for you. We'll settle this." And finally, "Go back, General Lee. Go back." And he has to practically be forced to go back. Now, this is going to be a pattern throughout most of this. He's putting himself in personal danger. The soldiers know that he is far too important to allow that to happen. Gregg's brigade goes forward. They suffer about 50% casualties, but they begin to blunt this advance. And then as Longstreet's units continue to arrive, they send them in. And finally, you see that the Hancock and Wadsworth are starting to move back and eventually move back to about the beginning where they started the advance itself. So it's a real pushing match back and forth. And a lot of it has to do with the initiative and the momentum of the moment as you do that. So by 10 o'clock, the Yankees have pushed back to the start point for them. Now, here's the next interesting wrinkle. There is an unfinished railroad bed right down here that the Union didn't know about. The Confederates didn't know about it either until they did some reconnaissance, and the engineer officer discovers this and says, he goes back to report to General Lee, this is perfect. We can catch them on the flank, on their left flank. It's hanging in the air. So General Lee orders his adjutant, Colonel Sorrell, to go forward with 4 brigades and to attack north into the flank of Hancock's forces, into Birney's and Mott's divisions right down here. And not surprisingly, they kept them totally by surprise and drive into them and start to push these elements right back here, and you have the beginnings of another disaster. It doesn't quite work out that way. The Union are able to restore the lines as best they can, but a couple of the units, especially McAllister's and Hayes, completely break. It's at this time frame that Wadsworth is actually in the neighborhood of the road itself, is trying to rally his forces because of these attacks from both the front and now from the side. His horse begins to bolt and rides forward into the Confederate lines until Wadsworth is taken down by an enemy bullet and mortally wounded there. So he soon is going to be dead, and he's honored on both sides. Actually, it's the Confederates who recover his body and take it back to their hospital where he actually dies there. 12:30. The Confederates start to lose steam on this. There's only so much time, and once you get these units all jumbled together, you lose command and control to a certain extent. It's hard to keep pressing the attack forward. By this time, the Yankees are along Brock Road right here at this point in the battle. And it's also about this time that another catastrophe happens in the Confederate side this time. As Longstreet is conferring with a couple of staff officers, parts of Mahone's brigade see him, and they mistake them for Union officers. So the whole party is taken under fire. Brigadier General Kershaw says, "Friends, we are friends." But one of the staff aides is hit, and then Longstreet is hit through his throat and into the shoulder by a rifle bullet. And he is taken off his horse. Now, what's the irony of this? It wasn't that far away, and it was only 1 year away and practically the same piece of terrain that Jackson was killed by friendly fire, by somebody who mistook him for a foe. So now you have the same thing happening to Longstreet. This is the kind of rumor that goes through the Army very quickly. Oh my God, Longstreet's now hit. And they start to see him being taken off the battlefield. Somebody places a hat over his face. And Longstreet hears people whispering and talking about, oh, Longstreet's dead. Longstreet, they're telling us a lie. He's not alive, he's dead. So Longstreet, I guess, has the presence of mind to take his hat while he's laying on the stretcher and lift it up and hold it in the air, to great cheers from the rebels who were seeing this. The next step, and the first part of this is all part of the southern portion. I do want to mention, first of all, what's Grant doing through most of this battle? I think that's revealing as well. Most of the battle, Grant is back here, Wilderness Tavern. He found himself a tree stump. He sat down at the tree stump. This was both on May 5th and May 6th. He took out cigars, usually had a cigar going almost all the time, grabbed a stick and was whittling. So here you have the commander of the entire Union Army whittling next to a tree stump. And for all intents and purposes, it looks like he's totally distracted. That wasn't what was going on in Grant's mind, but that's how I guess he calmed himself. And it made an impression on everybody who saw him. 4 p.m. Lee once again orders an attack on Orange Plank Road. So let's try to push the Yankees off of here one more time. This is still on May 6th. It's about this time that Burnside finally arrives. Now, when was the hope that Burnside would get there? About 12 hours before. Most people knew that was really outside the realm of possibility, but Burnside finally got there and got his soldiers in line to make some kind of a difference. By this time, you've got Kershaw and his forces moving in the south, and they have one advantage now that they hadn't even counted on. The brush in front of the Union lines catches on fire, and the wind's blowing towards the east. So it actually blows the fire right into the barricades that the Union forces had made, and they have little choice but to evacuate portions of their barricades and to withdraw from that area. So that's what you're seeing in this picture right here. Some rebels reached the breastworks, but they're eventually repulsed as well. In the north, General Gordon, earlier in the day, practically in the late morning time frame, noticed that the Union right flank up here, again, was hanging in the wind, that there were miles between here and the Rapidan River, and nothing in between. So Sedgwick had made a serious error. Meade had made a serious error to allow something like that to happen, especially if you don't have skirmishers or reconnaissance out there. Nobody believed Gordon. So they couldn't possibly be that foolish to let it happen again. So Gordon goes up personally and makes a reconnaissance of it and comes back, tries to convince Ewell. First of all, he talks to Jubal Early, then talks to Ewell. A couple of the officers go forward and confirm it. But it's not until Lee leaves the southern portion and makes his way all the way up to the north, then you have an officer who's willing to actually commit to Gordon's plan to attack that northern flank. And that's what you see happen. About 6 o'clock, the rebels attack Sedgwick's flank. There's near panic. And once again, the Union forces start to break at this point. Sedgwick is quick to rally some units to the point. But in the midst of this, you've got people who are running through the woods as fast as they can. And, they run into the same areas that you see. Here's Meade, and right next to it is Grant's headquarters. And they're seeing some of this stuff. And all these reports that Grant starts to hear that were about panicking. And here's Grant's response. Here's another measure of the man, if you will, about this near panic that we're going to be pushed into the river, that this is the end of the army. I am tired of hearing about what Lee is going to do. Some of you always seem to think he is suddenly going to turn a double somersault and land on our rear and on both of our flanks at the same time. Go back to your command and try to think about what we are going to do ourselves instead of what Lee is going to do. So, just the kind of thing that the commanders probably didn't want to hear, but it's reassuring them and bucking up their courage to go forward. That's pretty much how the Battle of the Wilderness ends. 2 days of very bloody combat. And here are the totals. You see that it was a lopsided affair. A lot more Union casualties than Confederates. Still 28,791. And I should say up front, the Union figures we can be pretty sure of. The Confederate numbers, they are suspect. These are the best guesses of a lot of scholars who have worked on it. But the numbers can be all over the place, range within 2,000 or 3,000 in terms of the overall casualty numbers here. Still, let's just say that it's certainly in this range. That places this battle, in terms of its bloodshed, behind only Gettysburg and Chickamauga. It's ahead of all those other battles that we've talked about up to this point. The third most deadly battle of the Civil War. And the Union forces lose 17%. The Confederates lose even more than that of their overall force. The Union suffers a tactical defeat, but as far as Grant is concerned, it's a strategic victory if he doesn't lose his calm and makes the right decisions next. Lee can't replace these casualties. The days when he can have a major offensive like Gettysburg or Antietam are now behind him. He's not going to be able to pull that off. But Lee is no less audacious, no less willing to go on the attack, on the offensive when it serves his purpose. But it's going to be at a smaller scale in the midst of these larger campaigns. We got to do a little reorganizing. First of all, you got Wadsworth, who was injured, so Lysander Cutler is going to take over that division. And you've got a couple others who are ill or off the books for a while. And you see both Neal in the 2nd Division and Wes Merritt taking over one of the cavalry units. The Confederates have an even more serious problem at the corps level because they've now lost Longstreet. And A.P. Hill, for much of this, has been ailing. And by this time, his health is even worse. And one of the curious things that I don't know if they realize exactly what was wrong with A.P. Hill now. I've not read anywhere where they could speculate what his problem was, but he was not going to be able to command for this next phase of the battle. So, Longstreet is going to be taken over by General Anderson. You see General Anderson over right here. So he's taking a division commander from the 3rd Corps and making 1st Corps commander. And for 3rd Corps, you're going to take Jubal Early and make him commander there. Jubal Early is an interesting fellow as well. Got to find the nickname that Lee had for him, because I think it's telling. The bad old man, that's what Lee called him, because he was an irascible sort of a guy. He could get in an argument with a lot of different people. Interesting man in terms of what happened at the end of the war as well. He had a long-standing feud with Longstreet that especially flared up after the war. But that's a different story for a different day. A couple of division commanders obviously now have to be changed out as well. So you've got Brigadier General John Gordon, who we saw led this wonderful charge that finished the day before, and Brigadier General Mahone, also elevated to command the division. Now, here's the next crucial step. What's going to happen next? Both Union and Confederates were trying to read Grant's mind. Well, what are the options? Every other battle in the Eastern Theater up to this point, where the Union had got thumped as severely as they'd got thumped here, what happened? They withdrew, they went back across the Rapidan or Rappahannock River, they regrouped, they spent months and months reorganizing the army, and then came back a few months later. What's Grant going to do? Is he going to head back to Fredericksburg? Is he going to go back across the Rapidan and the Rappahannock River? Or is he going to go south? Of course, Grant is going to keep his plan to himself and his senior officers. He's not going to tell the rest of the troops until they have to know. So here's what he tells me. Make all preparations during the night for a night march to take position at Spotsylvania Courthouse with 1 corps. Where's Spotsylvania Courthouse? To the south. Grant's plan is this. Take one big step to the east and then drive the army south as quickly as you can and beat the rebels to Spotsylvania Courthouse right here. That's the key. You got to get there first. And the units themselves, once again, Warren is going to take the lead. He's going to go past behind the front lines here at Hancock, so that's kind of a logjam right there. Wright is going to go right through here and then turn south, also converging right north of Laurel Hill. Burnside is going to go much farther to the east and come around through this direction and actually come to Spotsylvania Courthouse in that area. That's the plan. And then Hancock is going to follow behind. Grant orders a night march. Lee has to guess what Grant is going to do. And Lee guesses right in this occasion. He guesses that Grant's going to move south. And it's important now for Lee to get his army to move as quickly as he can, because Lee also recognizes this is the key point, because that's the direct line down to Richmond. You got to get there first. But you know that the Union has the inner line in this case. They actually cut a road from right through here all the way down to Jatharpin Road right here. So the rebels are actually cutting a road or a path that Anderson is going to be taking. And Anderson receives orders that he has to move out at 11 p.m. Grant's forces are moving out at 8:30. Now here I think is one of the most telling moments of the war. The troops are wondering what's going to happen. And they see, some of the troops from Warren's Corps see Grant and his party of aides and general officers with him riding along, and they're wondering which way is he going to turn. If he's not going to turn right, then he's heading towards Fredericksburg. If he turns right, then we're moving south. So the next command this group of soldiers here is give way to the right. And then one soldier writes about this afterwards. A great burst of cheering greeted Grant wherever he rode, swiftly and silently by. That night, we were happy. I do not know that during the entire war I had such a feeling of delight and satisfaction as in the night when he came to the road leading to Spotsylvania Courthouse and turned to the right. What that meant, and again, this is hard for me to comprehend, but these soldiers who were veterans of the Army of the Potomac had so many times had this happen before, and they'd always retreated. Especially in the case with Hooker, they had no reason that they needed to retreat. But now they had a commander who was willing to go all the way and to put their sacrifices on the line and make them mean something. And to me, at least to me, this is the defining moment of Grant's career in the Civil War, making that decision and seeing the response that his soldiers had to that. They knew that he was putting their lives at risk, but that's how much it meant to them. Now, here's the irony of it. On the opposite side, the Confederates are hearing this. Of course, this was a secret move. No one's supposed to know this is happening. Grant was not happy about this at all. But the Confederates hear this commotion, and they think they're retreating, they're withdrawing. They see Lee, and Lee gets the same kind of response from the troops as well. Great cheers. 3 waves of cheers go through the Confederate ranks because their general officer had once again led them to victory and triumph. So, next step. And here's the picture of Grant leading his forces south and seeing the cheers. The race to Spotsylvania Courthouse. I mentioned before, 8:30 is when Warren's 5th Corps starts. They've got 11.5 miles to go. The Confederates have a couple more miles than that. There's a cavalry clash up front of Warren's forces between Union and Confederate forces. The Union are victorious, and then Sheridan beds his troops down right on Brock Road, right in the vicinity of Brock Road. By 11 o'clock, Anderson's division departs. Now, here's one of the other great ironies of the Civil War. They were supposed to depart maybe a little bit later, that they could rest for a little bit before they hit the road. But Anderson saw that his army was in the midst of fires, in the midst of all this carnage of the battle, and he figured it would probably be better to move out as quickly as he could and just to keep his troops moving once they'd gotten started, rather than hang around the battlefield up in the wilderness area. And for that reason only, simply because there were fires where he wanted to bed his troops down, are we going to see that Anderson is going to win the race. Actually, there are 2 reasons. That's one reason. The other reason is because Sheridan had bedded his soldiers down right on Brock Road. So about midnight or so, Warren's lead elements run into the cavalry. They can't get through there. So what do soldiers do when they're standing around and it's in the middle of the night and they're exhausted? They kind of start to bed down themselves. Meade quickly figures out what's going on. He confronts Sheridan. Meade is furious. Sheridan's not much less furious, but regardless, there is a delay because Sheridan's cav is sitting right on the road that Warren needs to use. 8:30 in the morning now. 8 o'clock, actually. There's another cavalry clash that's 2 miles north. Right here is Spotsylvania, the junction they were hoping to get to. It's up here in the vicinity of Laurel Hill and Spindle Farm. That's where the Union and the rebel cavalry are going to run into each other. And quickly, the rebels realize they need reinforcements. And it's about this time also that Anderson's lead infantry units are in this vicinity. The brigade is immediately sent north, and they start to reinforce. So now you've got this slugging match. Warren knows he needs to punch through this as quickly as he can to get down to the courthouse, and yet the Confederates beat him to it. And over the day now, we're going to see both sides building forces, and Warren repeatedly is going to throw assaults in here. Now, you remember that Meade was kind of upset with him beforehand because it seemed to take way too long for Warren to get into action. Now Meade is upset because why can't you push these rebels out of the way? Let's get moving. We need to get to the courthouse. Now you've also got a situation where piecemeal attacks are going on. First of all, it's Robinson and Griffin, and then later Cutler and Crawford's division arrive. But as they do, there are Confederates on the opposite side who are also reinforcing at the same time. So at 10:30, we see Cutler and Crawford. You see them in advance, but now you have major portions of Anderson's divisions that are already there. And what do those troops do as soon as they get there? They start digging in. They start throwing embankments in front of them. You chop down the trees. You drag the trees in front of you. Chop down the limbs. You put... We'll talk about the kinds of the entrenchments that they had. But as much as you can, as quickly as you can, you get some kind of protection. At 5 o'clock, General Sedgwick's corps actually reaches the area. And once again, you think, okay, when Sedgwick is there, we can have the forces necessary to make a difference. But by then, Ewell's corps is arriving, and those divisions are falling into place. And what you've got for the 2nd Corps in Hancock is up in this neighborhood right here, Todd's Tavern. They're in a blocking position, trying to figure out what Early is going to do now. So that's the situation at dusk. Now we're into the battle that we know today as Spotsylvania. One other thing I want to throw in here, we talked before about the clash between General Meade and his cavalry commander, General Sheridan, one of Grant's old associates from the Western Theater, who'd come east with Grant. At noon on May 8th, Meade and Sheridan have a climactic battle of wills, if you will. And Meade is furious, and he leads it off by essentially dressing down Sheridan as best as he can. Meade, and here's a quote from one of Meade's officers. Meade was possessed of an excitable temper which under irritating circumstances became almost ungovernable. Sheridan, he had worked himself into a towering passion regarding the delays encountered in the forward movement, and when Sheridan appeared, went at him hammer and tongs. I like that phrase, hammer and tongs. How often do we hear that? So these men are not getting along at all. Sheridan's immediate response is, well, General, you know, you've insisted on commanding my forces. Instead of going through me, you've taken over my forces as well. And basically, both men had a lot to be argued for in their side of the argument. Sheridan didn't appreciate that much of his cavalry was assigned to guard trains instead of doing screening missions. Part of the problems early in the Wilderness Campaign is because there wasn't a screen out to the western portion of the Union as they move forward. So it kind of ended this way. Meade finally starts to try to calm down his subordinate. Sheridan is having none of it, and he says that he could whip Stuart's cavalry if only Meade would let him. Further, he'd let Meade take command of his cavalry if that's what he wanted. So that's kind of how it ends when Sheridan storms out. Well, Meade shortly after goes over and talks to Grant about this, and here's Grant's response. Did Sheridan say that? Well, he generally knows what he's talking about. Let him start out right now and do it. So, quickly the order goes out. The Major General Commanding directs you to, Major General Commanding, this would be Meade, directs you to immediately concentrate your available mounted forces and with your ammunition trains and such supply trains as are filled, proceed against the enemy's cavalry. So Sheridan is going to have a chance to take on Stuart directly, to try to crush Stuart and to try to cause just as much havoc as he can on his way down to Richmond. And that's what you're seeing here. Here's Sheridan's path south. Now, we're not going to talk very much about the actual events of the raid. They had one place where they destroyed a major amount of rail stock and hundreds of thousands of Confederate rations, which Lee's forces desperately needed. But May 11th, they got to the vicinity of Yellow Tavern, and on May 12th now, there's going to be a major battle there. Excuse me, May 11th. The rebel got there first. It's kind of what Sheridan wanted in the first place, because he had the mass. He had much more forces. In fact, here's the mistake that Sheridan made when he left with his force. He took practically everybody with him. He left about 3 regiments with Grant. That's maybe 1,500 men at most likely less than that. Essentially, he's going to leave Grant blind during the Spotsylvania campaign. Now, Stuart left a much more sizable force north with Lee, and so he's going to be grossly outnumbered, but he knew he had to do that. He can't abandon Lee once again like he did at Gettysburg and leave him blind. So the rebels are in a blocking position. They meet with Sheridan's forces. The Union forces are victorious. However, in the midst of the battle, Stuart always liked to mix it up. He'd been in danger scores of time and during the war. And in this case, there was a Union soldier, I believe was dismounted, had a .44 caliber pistol, and took Stuart down. So Stuart is mortally wounded, and now the Confederacy has lost one of their most famous, most glorious commanders. And this one is really going to hurt Lee hard, plus the rest of the Army also. Now, going back to what's going on at Spotsylvania, I wanted to take just a minute here to talk about the nature of the defensive works that they had. This is a very idealized picture, but it gives you some idea. If you've got 2 or 3 days in a position by this time of the war, you want to get close to this. You clear out a field of fire in front of you, chopping down the trees as much as you can. You put out this abattis right here. What that was is fallen trees. You chop down trees, and then you point the branches towards the enemy, and you sharpen all the branches. The best thing they had, short of having barbed wire in the First World War era. That's what their version of barbed wire was. You're going to see a picture here where the abattis was right along the front line as well. But you also put out a healthy number of skirmishes. You want to engage the enemy just as soon as you can. And these are not just skirmishers. Many of them are sharpshooters. They're the best shots in each respective army. The trenches, you start off by throwing logs, anything you can in front of you, and if you got time now, you start digging the trench in behind you. And if you notice this, you got overhead cover as well, and you're firing through these cracks right here. That's the ideal kind of a situation for the defensive. And you've got that going on at Laurel Hill and the rest of these positions. Here are actually a picture from Spotsylvania. You can see the abattis. Not nearly as sophisticated looking as this, but there's probably another line of abattis farther out. And again, if you got more time, and another picture from Spotsylvania in the Mule Shoe area, much more substantial fortifications. And this especially would be seen in artillery positions and things like that. And angles, so that you don't have a straight line trench. If you're the enemy, you get in the trench, you can fire right down the trench. So you want to have angles in here as much as you can. That's the terrain now that Grant has to try to fight through. And that's his challenge. You can flank it, perhaps, but Lee has always proved very adept at anticipating any move that the Union makes and always getting there first. Or you can try a direct assault. Spotsylvania on May 9th now. Not too much fighting is going on, maneuvering and entrenchments, especially on the Confederate side, but both sides really. The Union disposition. Here's Warren. Wright falls into his left flank. Here we finally see Burnside coming into position. Huge amount of separation here, as you can see. And Hancock is coming down from this area, Todd's Tavern, and crossing the river with an attempt perhaps to be able to flank. he doesn't have enough time in the day to complete that action. So it's kind of a short a disappointment, at least that day. Now, Lee anticipates he sends Mahone's old brigade over here, the division, I should say, over here as a blocking position. And he also pulls a unit out of Early's forces over here, General Heth and a division, to try to outflank the people who are trying to outflank him. But none of this actually comes to pass, essentially, in the 9th. The area that you're looking at right here is what is known as the Muleshoe. And for the next couple days, that's going to be the focus of much of the attention. Now, in the process of setting up the defenses, you see, I said General Wright. This is actually General Sedgwick's corps until a sniper, a sharpshooter, took General Sedgwick out. And here's what Sedgwick said right before he was hit, as his soldiers are trying to tell him to get under cover. General, get under cover. There's sharpshooters out there. Well, they couldn't hit an elephant at this distance. And shortly thereafter, he took a shot right through underneath his left eye socket and killed him. Once again, you've got a major officer on the Union side who is felled by Confederate fire, and it's somebody that both sides respect. Now, all of the Corps commanders we're going to talk about today, every single one in Union Confederate were West Point officers, were professional officers. They knew each other. They respected each other in most cases. So that was a loss. It was hard to take for both sides, but certainly the biggest loss for Grant and his people. Uncle John Sedgwick is dead, and Wright takes over the command now. May 10th, morning. In the morning, Hancock attacks, trying to take this bridge right here. He's met by Mahone's forces, and then about the same time, he runs into Heth. That does not go very well. Hancock ends up retreating on the right flank of the Union. Warren attacks Laurel Hill. Now, Warren had been beating his head against these positions at Laurel Hill all day on the 8th as well. 2 days later, they're much more established positions. They're much harder to take. By this time, he's losing faith, as soldiers certainly are, that they can be successful, and they are repulsed rather bloodily. But here's the big plan that Grant has for the day. Emory Upton, one of the more enigmatic people in the Civil War, I think, a young officer, brigade commander, colonel at the time, had come up with this notion, recent graduate of West Point, by the way, that we were fighting this all wrong, that what we needed to do was to concentrate as many infantry as we possibly can and then move them across the battlefield as quickly as possible and not stop and fire. The loss of momentum was the telling moment in many of these skirmishes and battles. If you stop, it's awfully tough to get going again. He wants to move across that battlefield as quickly as possible. So he has given 12 of the best brigades in the 6th Corps. And he lines them up in tight formation, 3 brigades up front, and then 4 lines, 4 brigades deep, a very tight formation. About 5,000 forces. And then all of this is supposed to happen at 5 o'clock. There's supposed to be a diversionary attack by General Mott's division coming up in this region. That is a bust. A lot of the Mott's forces are pulled off. He runs across, he's going across terrain where the Confederate artillery is kind of catching him in on the side and decimating his forces there. So that does not work as well. But Upton's portion goes a little bit late at 6:10, but he's very successful. Here's the orders that are given to these soldiers. All the officers were instructed to repeat the command forward constantly from the commencement of the charge until the works were carried. No man was to stop and succor or assist a wounded comrade. Do not fire a shot, cheer, or yell until we strike their works. And just because of the speed of the movement, they suffered plenty of casualties, but they crossed the killing field so quickly, they were able to overcome the enemy, get into the trenches, and then, as Upton had anticipated, the brigades on the flanks would start pushing out the sides of the entrenchments, and those follow-on units would keep pushing forward and drive deeper into this. That's exactly what happened. And they are very successful until the Confederates can rally some reinforcements and press into that area and at least repulse them. And once you get to that point, then the Union forces become very disorganized. They're all muddled together again. And the Confederates have the upper hand at that point because they're a little bit more cohesive and can push back. And finally, the decision is made that about, as it gets dark, that the best thing to do is to pull Upton's forces out of there. There were some Union soldiers who hated the idea after what they had accomplished to be leaving those trenches, but that's what they did. With a considerable amount of enemy forces, captured enemy with them. And it's about this time that once again, Meade and Grant order Warren to attack again, to distract the enemy so that Lee can't reinforce the main portion of the battle. And Warren is once again repulsed. Now, the bottom line of all this, looking at this, Grant sees a great amount of potential in what Upton had just accomplished. And as so often happens, why did this fail? They end up deciding that General Mott's division was to fail. It was the reason it failed. Very unjustified, I think, in most historians' assessment of it later, but that's the way these things work out in the heat of battle. Now, one more thing I wanted to mention. At the end of the day, you've got all these dead and wounded lying on the battlefield in front of Laurel Hill, in the vicinity of the Mutual here. You got this tragedy that you're associated with. And what happens at the end of the day? A Confederate band strikes up "Nearer, My God, to Thee," so that both sides can hear this being played back and forth. After that, a Union band takes up and plays "The Dead March." And then the Confederate band strikes up it once more and plays "The Bonnie Blue Flag." And there are a few songs that were more popular for the Confederates than the Bonnie Blue Flag, so a great cheer went up among the Confederate ranks. And then the Yankees played "Star Spangled Banner." And the Confederates ended the concert, the mini concert, if you will, by playing "Home Sweet Home." Home Sweet Home. And here's what one Confederate wrote about that experience. "A united yell went up in concert from the men on both sides, such as one as has never heard among the hills of Spotsylvania County before or since." And maybe this is just me, but it illustrates to me just how similar these soldiers were on either side, how many things they shared together, the culture that they embraced, their shared heritage that they had. Again, say what you will about the things they were fighting for, but the soldiers understood each other in that level, in that respect. May 12th. Now, I kind of skipped over May 11th. That was a day of preparation because Grant wanted to try to do what Upton had accomplished, but now on a much more massive scale. Instead of just a few brigades, we're going to try this with an entire corps. And the plan was going like this. In fact, right before he's going to be ready to launch this, here's what Grant had written a note, gave it to his congressman who was with him, Congressman Elihu Washburn, told him to take it back to Washington, D.C. "We have now ended the 6th day of very heavy fighting. The result up to this time is much in our favor." Grant's still an optimist at this point in time. Given all the bloodshed, he's still an optimist. "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." That was exactly what Lincoln wanted to hear, that we weren't going to back off, that Grant had resolved to keep at it until they were victorious. And that was the perfect headline to appear across newspapers all across the North. "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." Here's the plan. The Second Corps is going to hit the apex of the Muleshoe, right here in the center. They're going to attack all at the same time. It, once again, is going to be an early morning attack. designed to begin at 4 o'clock. So you've got to have a day to get all of this stuff ready. The 5th Corps was to attack roughly the same time period. That's Warren's Corps right here. And Burnside, let's finally get Burnside in the mix to throw that weight in and make a difference. Lee, hearing reports that Hancock had moved his forces from over here, hearing that they're moving in that direction, thinks now that they're trying to move to the east and then take a step and move directly south. He thinks they're evacuating the Spotsylvania area, so he anticipates that move. Some of his troops, I'm sure, thought they were retreating by this time. But in this case, Lee guesses wrong, because that's not Grant's intentions at all. But here's the really hard part of that wrong guess. He directs that Ewell's artillery, most of its artillery, be withdrawn from the Muleshoe area. About 20 guns out of the 32 or so that he actually has there are going to be pulled out of there, positioned to be ready to move, anticipating that Grant is moving towards the east and then to the south. So, 4:30 in the morning on May 12th, Hancock and Burnside both attack. And the same style. Soldiers are told to load their rifles, not put on caps. If you don't have a cap, you can't fire your rifle until you actually get to the trenches. Move across the battlefield, no yelling, move as quickly as you possibly can. 4 o'clock in the morning. And I forgot to mention, there had been torrential downpours. These soldiers on both sides for the 11th and the 12th, they were soaked to the bone. And a lot of the powder that both sides, but especially the Confederates had, once the attack is beginning, they're kind of overwhelmed to begin with. They're surprised that it's coming, and then when they go to fire their weapons don't fire. So the Union forces quickly get into the trench line. And on the eastern and the top of this is Johnson's division. Johnson's division is overrun. And most of them retreat as quickly as they can to the base of the Muleshoe area. And something in the neighborhood of 2,000 of them are captured in this stage of the battle, in that couple hours itself. And here's a description of the battle from Lieutenant Colonel Wygant. I can get my pointer to work. I had that picture up there because you can see if you look hard enough, it's raining. They're fighting in the rain.
There ensued one of those hand-to-hand encounters with clubbed rifles, bayonets, swords, and pistols, which defies description. Officers of the opposing sides cut and slashed with their swords and fired with their revolvers into the very faces of each other. Once broken through, the men, without waiting to reform, or for the orders of their officers, rushed on through the forest shouting like madmen, shooting at every fleeing Confederate they saw, picking up prisoners by the score, and sweeping away every living thing from in front of them for fully 1/3 of a mile.
Okay. Continuation on May 12th, because this is really the height of the battle and maybe one of the most important days of the war itself. The rain is continuing. The 2nd Corps is in the salient, but they're crammed in there on top of each other. A lot of them had moved forward as far as they could, a couple hundred yards forward, but they're really almost on top of each other. In the critical moment now, the Confederates have to counterattack. And once again, we see General Gordon is in the lead in this. He takes his unit, which was right here on the western flank of the salient, and he pulls them offline to run straight into what Hancock's Corps has now done. And he runs into Lee. And another one of these amazing exchanges. And here's the order now that General Gordon is going to give to his troops once he runs into Lee.
In a voice which I hope might reach the ears of my men and command their attention, I called out, "General Lee, you shall not lead my men in a charge. No man can do that, sir. Another is here for that purpose. These men behind you are Georgians, Virginians, and Carolinians. They have never failed you on any field. They will not fail you here. Will you, boys?"
5:30. This is 5:30 in the morning. They've been at it for an hour and a half. Brutal combat. that early in the morning. It gives you an idea of what's going on at this point in the war. Once again, Lee wants to lead the charge. Once again, Gordon and his troops are going to refuse that to happen. And when it still looks like Lee wants to do this, they gather around him. He's riding his favorite Charger Traveler at the time, and force Lee to the back. They will not let him expose himself to danger like that. 6 o'clock. That's when General Wright's corps, right here, that used to be Sedgwick's corps, hits the left flank of the salient, right in this area here, that will forever after be known as the Bloody Angle. And it's here that you see General Rhodes' Confederate division blunt this attack. They're almost flanked on the side here because most of Johnson's corps Johnson's division has disappeared. But they are dogged and determined to stay in those trenches. And what you have now, from about 6 o'clock on for really the rest of that day and into the early morning hours of the next, those two forces on either side of the trenches. The Union side gets to the front face of the trenches, the Confederates on the back face of the trenches, and they're fighting right there, that close. Sometimes you could practically hold your rifle and point down over the top of the trench lines. It is gruesome combat. Obviously, Rhodes's division isn't going to be able to hold that forever. Lee reinforces by pulling Mahone's corps, and you can't really see it on here, over and throws that into the Rhodes area as well. And Union reinforcements are fed into here. It continues all day long, essentially. More on May 12th. Rebels in the process, while this is going on at Bloody Angle, you recall that the remnants of Johnson's division had fallen back to the base of the salient. They are now busy building another line of trench works there. And the order goes out to Rhodes, you've got to hold on until these defensive works are ready, and then we'll withdraw you back. Not the kind of order that Rhodes probably wanted to hear, but he understood what that meant. Wright is reinforcing at the angle all along. Warren attacks Laurel Hill once again in this vicinity. And that's all part of the diversion so that Lee can't pull forces off of there. Another failure. Warren is ordered again at 10 o'clock. By this time, it's 4 or 5 attacks that these soldiers had made against Laurel Hill. They know it's not going to come to anything, but they end up having to do it anyway, and with the typical, predictable results. 2 p.m., both Grant and Lee order assaults on the eastern flank. If you recall in the pictures, the maps before, that's where Burnside's corps was. Both sides try to outflank each other in that area. It doesn't work. Both are bloody repulsed. Here is the nature of the fighting in the Bloody Angle. Remember, that's how close they were in some areas. And then at 4 in the morning on May 13th, the word finally goes out that Rhodes's remnants of what's left of his unit in the Bloody Angle can withdraw back and fall back behind those new trench lines. And we hear now what one officer in the Union Army had to say about this experience and the soldiers that he saw on both sides. And maybe before I play this, when the Union finally took over those Confederate trench lines that were just a few feet away from where they had been fighting, there was one area, in fact, 12 feet by 15 feet, that they found 150 bodies stacked on top of each other. In some cases, wounded had been buried by the dead who were falling on top of them. It gives you a sense of what this was. Not pretty at all. This was brutal combat and the kind of thing that most of those men would have to live and try to forget for the rest of their lives, I'm sure.
My feelings while looking at the bodies of our dead enemies were not of joy alone. I thought how many hopes were bound up in the lives of those men whose broken, bloodied bodies were lying helpless on that muddy field. I had no enmity toward those men, not even any for their living companions who, from the woods beyond, were even then occasionally sending a whistling bullet after us. They are brave and believe in the cause they fight for.
Okay. battle is going to happen now for the next few days at Spotsylvania, but it reaches nothing like the crescendo that you saw on the 10th and on the 12th. Most of it is a matter of Grant moving his forces back and forth from one side of the salient to the other and back and forth. And he finally gets to the point where he has to wait for it to dry out a little bit, because you just can't fight when you've got that much mud and sod. So he has to wait for dry weather. Now, this was the major part of the battles that I wanted to focus on. We're going to move much more quickly from here on out. But I think you get a real sense of what Grant and the Army of the Potomac and the Army of Northern Virginia were facing. Remember the casualties we had before? The casualties of Spotsylvania are just a notch higher than they were at the Wilderness. So now you've got the third greatest level of casualties and the fourth greatest level of casualties within a couple days of each other. And within 8 days, you have 60,000 casualties between the two armies. 60,000. Hancock's 2nd Corps is nearly decimated. The 5th and the 6th Corps aren't much better. Ewell's 2nd Corps is down from 17,000 to 6. That's a huge drop. And still, Lee is going to look for opportunities to go on the tactical offensive, as you will see further on. Now, here's the rest of the overland campaign. What we have talked about so far is the Wilderness and Spotsylvania. Down here is Richmond. That's Grant's one objective. His real objective is to destroy the Confederate Army. The next move now is going to start on the 21st and take them all the way down to North Anna. Here is one of the classic pictures that some of you have most likely seen before. Right here is Ulysses S. Grant, a gathering of his staff and general officers outside a church. They just went into a church at the Massaponic Church and pulled out the pews and did their staff planning that way. So the next part of this then is to move to the North Anna River, close to Hanover Junction. The only thing I wanted to mention here is you begin to see the game of chess played with massive armies that Grant and Lee have going on. Lee moved his army just to the south side of the North Anna River. And look what he did. I can use the right button here. He makes an angle like this. And so if Grant wants to get to him, he's got to cross the river here with one corps, cross the river here with another corps, and if he needs to reinforce one side or another, he's got to make 2 major river crossings to move his forces back and forth. And meanwhile, he's facing entrenched positions here. One more time now, Lee and Grant are trying to anticipate each other. Lee obviously is hoping Grant's going to be foolish enough to attack here. Grant figures this is not the place to go. But how do you pull your army out of here, sneak them out without the enemy knowing? Because if the Confederates know you're trying to get across the river, that's the perfect time to attack. And Grant's got that problem on both sides. But he is able to fool Lee and the Confederates on one night by having a major demonstration in this area and move the rest of his army well to the east and continue to move south. One other battle. There's a lot that's going to be happening in between here, but there's one other battle that I want to illustrate. It's what many of you have heard about. It's Cold Harbor. It's actually a couple battles. On June 1st, the Union finally was able to get across the river first and actually beat the Confederates to the region of Cold Harbor. We're only talking 7 miles now from Richmond. And so they have relative success on June 1st. Enough success that that Grant now figures that he has the Confederates where he wants them. They are decimated. They are exhausted. One more big push might make the difference. So he plans on the 2nd of June for that big push. He now has 5 corps because Smith's corps right here was brought up from, remember when Butler's army was moving up the peninsula? That corps was borrowed from Butler's army, so now he's got more forces to deal with. Lee has gotten a few reinforcements, but not nearly to the same extent. So, three corps right here and a massive attack on June 2nd. The problem was that Hancock, in moving to the attack positions, got lost. So now it's not going to happen June 2nd, it's going to happen June 3rd. Now you have not 1 day, but 2 days for the Confederates to prepare for this attack, with predictable results, I'm afraid. And I think the best way to illustrate this, without going into too much detail, is to listen to a rebel soldier's view of the combat that day, on June the 3rd now.
Our officers had great difficulty in restraining the men from opening fire too soon, but when close enough, the word fire was given, and the men behind the works raised deliberately, resting their guns upon the works, and fired volley after volley into the rushing but disorganized ranks of the enemy. The first line reeled and attempted to fly the field, but were met by the next column, which halted the retreating troops with bayonets, butts of guns, and officers' sword, until the great number were turned to the second assault. All this while our sharpshooters and men behind our works were pouring a galling fire into the tangled mess of advancing and retreating troops.
I got just a little bit ahead of myself. I do want to read you one more quote of one of Grant's staff officers, senior staff officers, observing the troops prepare for this attack in the early morning on June 3rd. He observed, the men were calmly writing their names and home addresses on slips of paper and pinning them on the backs of their coats so that their bodies might be recognized and their fate made known to their families at home. That's the attitude that they had going into the attack, and yet they went into the attack nonetheless. And again, that's part of why I can't quite comprehend the level of courage and dedication that they had. This is a total disaster, and this is basically the culmination of this long campaign. From here on out, it's going to be a siege at Richmond and Petersburg, which we'll talk about in January when we meet again. And here's a couple comments about it. That one New Hampshire officer called it the greatest and most inexcusable slaughter of the entire war. And Grant's own interpretation, I regret this assault more than any one that I have ever ordered. I regarded it as a stern necessity. He thought he'd have a chance to win. He thought he'd have a chance to finally break their backs. He even flirted with the idea that this would be a wonderful present to present to Lincoln when the Republican convention met in a few days. But it was not to pass. That he believed it would have compensating results, but as it proved, no advantage has been gained sufficient to justify the heavy losses suffered. That is the one major error that he had to live with for the rest of his life, basically.
Our officers had
Cold Harbor casualties on the top. That's not just on June 3rd, but for the entire Cold Harbor portion of the battle. And look at the numbers at the bottom. We're close to 90,000 troops, north and south. The Confederates had lost something like 51% of their men. The Union, 46. The problem was the Union had a better chance of replacing them. And finally, Grant's reputation was certainly severely damaged. I'll let you judge whether or not he earned the right to be known as the Butcher. But the other part that probably is just as important, and we're going to talk about this quite a bit in July when we talk about Sherman's march through Georgia, Lincoln is fighting for his reelection. And by the time you get done with that campaign, it looks less and less likely that Lincoln is going to be reelected. Not with these kind of casualty figures, not with this kind of result in the battle. So, thank you very much. I know I've gone on quite a long time, but I did want to cover the necessities of both of those major battles of Wilderness and Spotsylvania. I think they're fascinating, and you can see how the nature of the war has really fundamentally changed by the time we get to 1864. So, thank you very much. Thank you, Eileen. As usual, I'm going to walk around quite a bit and keep you guessing, I think. But I'm delighted tonight to talk about one of my favorite battles, and it's the Battle of Chancellorsville. Now, a couple years ago when I was laying this all out, I got to this time frame of the calendar, and I looked at it and says, oh my gosh, Chancellorsville, Vicksburg, Gettysburg, one right after another. Vicksburg is the presentation's June 13th. Gettysburg is on July 2nd, both during the time frames of those battles as well. And in my mind, these were the big three. Yeah, you can throw in Antietam, you can certainly throw in Shiloh, and every single one of these battles is fascinating to me, but Chancellorsville has a special place in terms of how I look at the Civil War era. But I found out that it's not all that known among the general public. And I was very surprised at it. I think I still am, to a certain extent, surprised by that. But I think it's much better known in military circles because it is such a great battle to study if you want to learn about military leadership and strategy. This is Robert E. Lee's strategic masterpiece. And by the time we get done with this, you understand why. But if he'd had a different commander, a much more aggressive commander, it could have been his demise as well. And also, I think by the time we get done with this, you'll see why I say that. But let's go ahead and move on, because tonight, in fact, the next three lectures or discussions, there's a lot to cover, and we're going to go over, we'll probably be in the neighborhood of an hour and a half or so. I'll try to move along, but it's in that neighborhood. Okay. We have to start this one with taking a look back at the last battle we discussed, which, of course, is Fredericksburg. December of 1862, Fredericksburg, right there in the Rappahannock River. The problem that the Union had, not a very sophisticated commander looking in terms of his battle plan, wave after wave after wave of Union troops attacking into the teeth of some pretty robust Confederate defenses, especially on Mary's Heights, the Sunken Road, the Stone Wall. And they just beat themselves bloody to no end at all. This was probably one of the most lopsided battles of the Civil War, and easily the Union casualties outnumbered the Confederates by 2-1. So 12,653 was the official total. By the time you get done, you've got the winter of 62-63, and especially December of 62, things were looking pretty grim. The war wasn't going that great in the West. There was lots of political issues and problems. The financial strains in the country were growing. It was probably as low as the Union was going to get in terms of its morale and how it viewed things. The country is demoralized. The press, as the press was likely to do then and now, were savaging Abraham Lincoln. And I want to just play a real quick quote from the Chicago Tribune that will give you a flavor of the kind of criticisms that you heard.
Failure of the Army, weight of taxes, depreciation of money, want of cotton, increasing national debt, deaths in the Army, no prospect of success, the continued closure of the Mississippi, all combine to produce the existing state of despondency and desperation.
Now, not unlike today also, political cartoonists were active, and here's a fairly typical cartoon. Columbia says, "Where are my 15,000 sons murdered at Fredericksburg?" That was the approach. For no good cause, thrown away. Lincoln's response, well, this reminds me of a little joke. Go tell your joke at Springfield. Burnside's reputation was absolutely in the dumps after this battle. His very tarnished, and the Army's morale had dropped precipitously. In fact, the number of desertions was sky high. Some of the problems the Army was having, Burnside proved himself not to be a very good administrator, and that counts in the long run. He didn't manage to figure out how to get his Army paid on a regular basis, so most of these soldiers were serving and hadn't been paid for a long time. The food was growing increasingly poor. Hardtack, but there was no soft bread. The soldiers kept screaming for soft bread or fresh meat or fresh vegetables, anything like that. So even in an army that, for all rights, should have been well supplied, scurvy was growing as well as other diseases. And what time of the year is it? Virginia, we might think of Virginia as a balmy place. The winter is 62 and 63. It was by no means that way. It was at the same time that the generals, who were also disgusted, had totally lost confidence and faith in their commander-in-chief, Burnside, Ambrose Burnside. And on the 30th, you've got two people in the background here, Major General William Franklin and Major General William Smith, who are both involved in this cabal of quite a few officers, trying to figure out how to get Burnside removed from command. This is serious stuff. They actually had a couple subordinates, Generals John Newton, who was a West Pointer and a Virginian, a professional soldier, and General John Cochrane, who had a political background, so he was savvy to politics of the day, went up to Washington, D.C. in search of Congress. Now, you think that Cochrane, being a politician, would understand that once the legislative session is done, Congress goes back home. So he doesn't find Congress there. He finds Seward instead, Secretary of State Seward, and they tell their tale of woes about how miserable a commander Burnside is and how they need to get rid of him. Seward takes them in to see Lincoln. That wasn't what they expected, but now they're in with the commander-in-chief, and they tell this story again to the commander-in-chief. And Lincoln quickly sends a message to Burnside without explaining what's the background of his message. And the message is this: I have good reason for saying you must not make a general movement of the army without letting me know. The reason for that is these generals had told the commander-in-chief that Burnside was planning another offensive. Now, the last one had just ended in a disastrous way. He's planning another one. No one has faith in this man. Well, this caught Burnside by surprise. He hustles up to Washington, D.C. on December 31st and meets with the commander-in-chief then. And that meeting does not go well. And he finds out that there are people who are lobbying against him, who are trying to get him removed. Imagine how a man with little confidence in himself is going to react to hearing that there are many people, many of his fellow officers are trying to get rid of him. So he goes back very despondent. Now, one person I haven't mentioned yet is Fighting Joe Hooker. He was, without a doubt, the most vocal. He wasn't necessarily involved with the same cabal of officers who were working behind the scenes to get Burnside removed, but he was out there, and he was very obvious in terms of what he was doing. In fact, he told one newspaper reporter from the New York Times of the day that he denounced the commanding general as incompetent. Well, he didn't stop there. He had to go farther. And the president and the government in Washington as imbeciles and played out. That's our man, Joe Hooker. And certainly this is no surprise to Burnside hearing these kinds of things. Burnside is able to convince the government, Lincoln in particular, and Stanton and Halleck, to launch an offensive in January. Now, if you know anything about soldiers, we don't like to fight in the wintertime necessarily. Can you think of a more miserable kind of an experience? Typically, you wait till the spring or the fall campaign seasons. But he launched an offensive in the height of the winter campaign. He attempts to outflank, so he's going to move up the Rappahannock River and then cross at some fords and get Lee's army in a compromising position on the flank. It goes well for maybe 2 or 3 hours, and then it starts to rain. And it rains for 4 days, and it rains hard in January in Virginia. And it doesn't take long for everybody to get very miserable. That's the least of their problems. They're on just a handful of roads that they're trying to move through, and those roads are dirt roads. maybe an occasional spot for a mile or two that might be planked over, but in large part they're dirt roads. Now what happens when you've got hundreds and thousands of soldiers and wagons and horses and mules all covering the same terrain in a downpour of rain? It turns into mud. And the stories you hear about this mud march are horrendous. The soldiers would walk after the first couple regiments would walk through. You start walking in your boots, and it wasn't unusual for the boots to be pulled right off your feet. Then the artillery and the supply wagons come through. And by the time they get there, a lot of these wagons were sinking down to the hub of the spokes of the wheels. And there were scores of horses and mules that broke their back and died of exhaustion trying to pull artillery pieces and wagons out of the mud. Well, and meanwhile, the Confederates on the opposite side are kind of watching this at a distance, and you can imagine what their reaction is. They're enjoying the heck out of this whole scene. Here's one ditty. You gotta love the wry sense of humor of the Union soldier, Confederates as well, during the Civil War. Here's one ditty that I think will sound rather familiar, but it takes a different turn.
Now I lay me down to sleep in mud that's many fathoms deep. If I'm not here when you awake, just hunt me up with an oyster rake.
Gets right to the point, doesn't it? The offensive is called off, and everybody is relieved, not the least being the Confederates themselves. Not too long after that, on the 24th, Burnside has written a general order, and he is counseled by a couple of his staff officers. General, before you actually deliver this order, you need to go up and talk to President Lincoln about it. So he hustles back up to Washington, D.C., and sits down with President Lincoln. And here's part of General Order number 8. General Joseph Hooker, having been guilty of an unjust and unnecessary criticism of his superior officers, and having, by the general tone of his conversation, endeavored to create distrust in the minds of officers who have associated with him, is hereby dismissed from the service of the United States as a man unfit to hold an important commission during a crisis like the present. Now, Burnside goes on to mention a couple other names. These very officers we were mentioning before, saying they should also be relieved. And Lincoln's reaction is this. He ends up, and here's one of the terms, is, Mr. President, if you don't do this, I will resign my position. Lincoln took him up on the second part of the offer and decided to go looking for a new commander. So who do you look for? For a number of reasons, Joseph Hooker looked to be the man. He was one of the more senior commanders. He was very aggressive. And one of the things that Lincoln liked about him, unlike McClellan, unlike some of these other officers we've been talking about, he didn't have overt political ambitions about him. He certainly talked out of turn quite a bit, but for whatever reason, Lincoln decides that he needs to take a chance on Hooker, that perhaps Hooker can turn this thing around. Who is Fighting Joe Hooker? An 1837 West Point graduate. He fought in the Seminole War and in the Mexican War. He resigns in his commission in 1857. So many of these officers we talk about, that's the case. They were out of the Army when the war started. He comes back in, but late enough so that he doesn't make the Battle of First Bull Run. A few days later, he has a chance to get introduced to Abraham Lincoln. So what's he say to Abraham Lincoln? I was at Bull Run the other day, Mr. President, and it is no vanity in me to say that I am a damn sight better general than those that were on the field that day. Okay. Well, he does get a field command pretty quickly, and he does well. Starts as a brigadier general. In May of '62, he's promoted to major general. So he's commanded of a division by that time. And you might remember him at the Battle of Antietam, because his is the first corps now that's going to be attacking south across the cornfield towards Antietam. And it was only at the point in time when he was injured, at a critical moment in the battle, that he's injured and taken off, that his particular corps attack kind of loses some steam and falls apart. So he performed very well there. He performed well at Fredericksburg a little bit later. And he was in command of a grand division, actually 2 corps at Fredericksburg itself. Now, a little bit about his personal reputation. He's a bachelor. You probably have heard, most of you have heard, that the term hooker originated because of him. Now, there's some debate that the term had been in use long before hooker came around, but there was a place in Washington, D.C. known as Hooker's Division. I'll let you figure out what those ladies did in that neighborhood. He had a reputation for drinking, but those who knew him well enough said that it wasn't so much that he was a drinker. In fact, John Hay, one of Lincoln's secretaries, said of him, "What little he drank made his cheeks hot and red and his eyes brighter." So maybe he couldn't hold his liquor very well, but he had that reputation being a farmer out in California after he retired from the military. He got the nickname Fighting Joe Hooker because of a mistake that a newspaper reporter was, when sending in a report from the battlefront one day, they said, "Fighting, Joe Hooker." And somehow newspapers connected the two things. Now, you would think that this would be a great nickname for somebody who prided himself being courageous and brave and a good fighter. Hooker didn't particularly like the nickname for whatever reason. But he is indiscreet in the worst way in terms of what he says to people and how he undermines people behind their back and perhaps to a certain extent in front of their face as well. So Lincoln knows he's got a problem and he needs to address it. And here is perhaps my favorite Abraham Lincoln quote of all time.
"I have placed you at the head of the Army of the Potomac. Yet I think it best for you to know that there are some things in regard to which I am not quite satisfied with you. I think that during General Burnside's command of the Army, you have taken counsel of your ambitions and thwarted him as much as you could, in which you did a great wrong to the country and to a most meritorious and honorable brother officer. I have heard, in such a way as to believe it, as you are recently saying that both the Army and government needed a dictator. Of course, it was not for this, but in spite of it, that I have given you the command. Only those generals who gain successes can set up dictators. What I now ask of you is military success, and I will risk the dictatorship. I fear that the spirit for which you have aided to infuse into the Army, of criticizing their commander and withholding confidence from him, will now turn upon you. I shall assist you as far as I can to be put down. Neither you nor Napoleon, if he were alive again, could get any good out of an army while such a spirit prevails in it. And now, beware of rashness, but with energy and sleepless vigilance, go forward and give us victories."
Now, there's lots of reasons I like that. I think it embodies so many of the qualities that Abraham Lincoln represents and embodied himself. The part that really struck me, though, is that comment, "Give me victories and I'll risk the dictatorship." Now, that's both very humorous, and it's not an idle comment on Lincoln's part, I don't think. And in the past, I think I might have been a little bit too romantic in terms of how I saw it. But I do believe, first of all, it's squelching any notion that the generals should be considering that in the first place. But I don't think that was very likely, and I believe that Lincoln didn't think it was likely either, and for one big reason. His army wasn't fighting and sacrificing to establish a dictatorship. There was something much bigger in place than just that. So, Hooker's the man. And what does he do once he gets into command? In fact, the first thing that happens, and this certainly is aided by Halleck and Lincoln himself, Generals Franklin, Smith, and Sumner are all relieved. Now, you remember Sumner from the Battle of Fredericksburg. Much of the blame of that battle's failure could be rested on him. He was past his prime, shall we say. He was the oldest general in the Army, I think, at that time. The 9th Corps was ordered to the peninsula. And that's going to be a distraction now for Lee for the rest of this campaign. The peninsula, as you recall, way down south. on the southern approaches to Richmond. You have to fight all the way up through the Peninsular Campaign, just like McClellan wanted to. But now let's get to the important part of what Hooker did in revitalizing the Army. First of all, he reorganized the Army in a couple of important parts. He got rid of these grand divisions. They were much too large, and so he's going to have a series of corps, perhaps a bigger expanse of command and control than most people would think is wise. He's going to command up to 8 corps once he gets to the battle. But he didn't find that the grand division concept worked. But even more important, he came up with this new concept. Each one of our corps ought to be able to identify who we are in the battlefield. So if you're in the 1st Division of the 1st Corps, you're going to have this red disc on your cap, on your kepi. And right down the line, you can see what they did in terms of here. Here is the earliest days now when what we know about the military today, they all have their unit patch, and they're very proud about that. They identify with that. And certainly one of the perhaps unintended consequences of this, the soldiers very quickly embraced this idea and took pride in who they belonged to. Before that time, it was all about what regiment you were in. That didn't change, but now the division association was enforced as well. The next one is equally important. Up to this time, intelligence in the Union Army was abysmal. Now, McClellan especially, relying on Pinkerton detectives, who were civilians in large part, did not work. And McClellan was of the like that he was always going to overestimate whatever reports he got by double, so the enemy was always much larger than they actually were in his mind. The Bureau of Military Information. Now, there's going to be a commander by the name of Colonel Sharp, who was given charge of actually heading up a group of people who would analyze intelligence information. And they were getting it from a variety of sources. You start with cavalry. That's what cavalry did during that age. You're out there screening. You're the ones who are finding and locating the enemy, trying to identify what units are out there. They also had balloons. At Fredericksburg Battle, they had balloons that they would lift in the air, and they were still able to use them for this entire campaign, all on the north side of the river, so it's somewhat limited in visibility, but it gives you a bird's eye view of what the enemy's got. Spies were used, and signalmen were used, a much more sophisticated way of collecting information. And finally, I can't overlook the importance of capturing prisoners. And in those days, prisoners were much more eager to tell you what they knew than we train our soldiers to be today. So you get all this information coming from a variety of different sources, and the Bureau of Military Information would analyze it and then present reports to the commanding officers. And throughout this entire campaign, they are remarkably accurate in exactly who the Confederates have and, in general, where their units are and what strength. So, huge difference from previous ones. Hooker is also able to restore morale. Some simple things like getting the soldiers paid, figuring out a better way of running supplies up and down the one rail line from Aquia Landing to Falmouth, which is right next door to Fredericksburg, so that they can get better supplies. Insisting that the soldiers occasionally get soft bread. Instead of hardtack, soft bread is a much better thing to have. And the morale starts to improve, and not surprisingly, the desertions start to drop precipitously. He also made some improvements in communications. I already mentioned signal flags that were used quite oftentimes to pass information back and forth. And for the first time in the war, I believe, we're going to see not just telegraphs that are hooking up a battlefield to headquarters or major cities, but within a battle campaign itself. And you're going to see where this is important later on, because Hooker has 2 wings that are separated by 10 to 15 to 20 miles that he wants to communicate back and forth between those 2 wings. And simply doing it by couriers, mounted couriers, is not going to be good enough for him. The problem that he had was the telegraph system was not up to being robust enough in a field environment to do that, and they had a couple inventions that weren't quite ready yet and failed him in a couple important times. But the effort is being made to improve communications within the military, within the actual battlefield itself. And finally, the problem that they'd always had was security. Now, a big reason why security was a problem because newspapermen like to get a scoop and send it back to the newspapers. And Hooker knew that he would have to keep his plans secret as much as possible. This worked to great advantage for him, because that meant that if it gets in the northern newspapers, eventually it's going to pass across the Rappahannock River and trade for some tobacco, and the Southerners are going to read about it. So if it never reaches the newspaper, the Confederates don't know what you have in mind. The problem was he kept his information to himself most of the time and didn't even tell his subordinate commanders what he had in mind, what he intended to do. So there was a double aspect to that one. The Confederate Army. So far, this has all been about the Union. They had, in the winter of 62-63, serious problems, and primarily rested on horrendous logistical shortages they had. The problem wasn't so much that the society wasn't producing enough food and provisions and ammunition for the armies in the field. It was as much or more to do with the one thin, precarious rail line that stretched from Richmond, Virginia, up to the battlefield and the army in Fredericksburg. It just wasn't able to support the army, and especially if it's not double-tracked. If it's not double-tracked, trains go one way and they wait. You can't have anything else going in the other direction when that's going on. So they were near starvation. The cavalry had to be dispersed for obvious reasons, but in the middle of this winter, they experienced something of a religious revival. And a lot of that, some of that had to do with Thomas Stonewall Jackson. He certainly didn't discourage the religious revival, an incredibly devout man himself. But the Confederate soldiers were going through a religious revival. After this incredible victory, but they're starving, it's a tough, tough winter. Many of these young men, kids in many cases, were from far southern states. This was the first time they'd ever seen snow, so they had a couple pretty hellacious snowball fights to begin with. But I'm here to tell you, and don't have to exaggerate too much, you can understand in the snow and the wet and the cold, where you're living in tents or primitive huts with maybe an inadequate stove of any type, you're cold, you're starving, you're miserable, and disease follows shortly thereafter. One way to solve that problem is that Lee sends a couple of his divisions, part of Longstreet's corps, to the south, and we're going to see that, talk about that a little bit more in just a bit. But this is a serious problem for the Confederates. Okay. The next two slides you've got in your handouts as well. But there's a couple points I want to make in each one of these slides. The Union, you can see that we've got 8 corps. There are 7 infantry corps and a cavalry corps. And what's not listed here is the 9th Corps that Hooker has now sent down to the peninsula. So it's out of the picture. One of the things that he did in reorganizing the Army was to put together his cavalry. Instead of having them farmed out so that each brigade and each division had its own cavalry under that command or that local commander, he put them generally into a cavalry corps with 3 divisions here. Smaller unit, but still a specific mission now can be established for that particular corps, and you'll see that in just a minute. The other couple things I wanted to talk about here. This is a mammoth army, 130,000 plus. But it's not all that rosy as far as Hooker is concerned. There are 33 regiments from New York and 2 regiments from Maine whose 2-year enlistment, their 2-year enlistment is up in the next few months. In other words, if I don't use this army in the next couple months, my army is going to start to melt away. That totals over 20,000 soldiers right there. And if you look back at the Battle of Antietam, early in the campaign for the Battle of Antietam, Maryland and Pennsylvania raised a lot of regiments that were strictly 9-month regiments. And guess when the clock was going to run out on those 9-month regiments? So you've got a lot of new green recruits in this army, plus you've got close to 40,000 of your troops that in the next 4 to 6 months are going to be marching back home. And let me tell you, that's going to cause a huge problem morale-wise in these units as well. What do you suppose these soldiers are talking about? And what do you suppose their reaction is when 2 weeks or a month before their enlistment is up, they got to march and face the enemy in another brutal battle? It starts to eat on your mind, I'm sure. A couple more comments here on the 6th Corps. You look at the division strengths here, 17,000 in the 1st Corps, 22,000, close to 23,000 in the 6th Corps. By far the largest corps. General John Sedgwick is in command of that. We'll find out about him later. But one of the reasons I think this is such a larger corps is that Hooker has specific designs for what he wants to do with them in the upcoming battle. On the other side of the ledger is the 11th Corps. Major General Oliver Howard is the commander of the 11th Corps. He's the new commander. The former commander was a gentleman by the name of Franz Sigel. It's a nice German-sounding name because he was from Germany. He left after the Revolution of 1848, came to the United States, got involved in politics and made a name for himself, and was a commander. But he was a miserable commander. Only problem is the troops loved him. And many of the troops that he commanded at this time, some of them were green troops, but a lot of them were more seasoned troops, and a lot of them were regiments that were made up overwhelmingly by German and other foreigners. And that particular corps, the 11th Corps, did not have a good reputation for whatever reason. The soldiers, again, they loved Franz Sigel. The slogan was, "I fights mit Sigel." I fights mit Sigel. So you knew it's not going to be popular. And instead, they bring in this new guy, Major General Oliver Howard, a professional soldier, but also a convert to Christianity in the 1850s. And he's going to earn the nickname the Christian General. And we'll hear more about him in a little bit. So that's the Union Army. The Confederate Army. Okay. Look at this. 130,000. Little over 62,000. Does not look good for the Confederate Army. Here's what you've got. 2 corps, very seasoned troops. They don't have problems with units that their enlistments are going to come up pretty soon. That by this time, the Confederates had a draft, and these soldiers, they knew they were in for the duration. And all of these soldiers, most all of them, had been in very tough combat. These are seasoned troops, and Lee had incredible faith in them. 2 corps, James Longstreet with the 1st Corps, and Stonewall Jackson in the 2nd. Now, before we get to a few more comments on Stonewall Jackson, here's the problem. I already mentioned that because of a variety of reasons, because of the threat of the 9th Corps in the peninsula, and because his army was starving, and he needed to have somebody help round up more supplies, Lee sends Longstreet, Hooker, and Pickett's divisions south. And we're not going to see them for the rest of the battle. That's a loss of 20,000 soldiers that are not immediately available to Lee. Now, obviously, Longstreet is not going to be the commander of the 1st Corps any longer. It's going to be General Lee himself. So he takes direct command of the 2 remaining divisions in the 1st Corps. That leaves 6 divisions that the Confederates have. And if you think back to the last slide, how many corps does Hooker have at his disposal? And in general, his corps have 3 divisions. So he's got 7 corps, 8 if you count the cavalry, and Lee's only got 6 divisions. And as we go through here, you need to keep that in mind because I might get sloppy in terms of mentioning these things, what the differentials are in the terms of the strength. Let's talk about General Thomas Stonewall Jackson a little bit more, though, because without a doubt, he's one of the most colorful people of the war itself. He is West Point class of 1846. Started near the bottom of his class, but by diligence, hard work, he worked himself up to be 17th out of 59 when he graduated. He was a veteran of the Mexican War, like most everybody was. That was his first time to encounter Robert E. Lee. The men got to know each other just a little bit. But in 1851, just 3 years after the Mexican War, he goes to work for the Virginia Military Academy at Lexington, Virginia. And he teaches experimental philosophy and is the instructor of artillery there as well. He is not a popular instructor. They called him Tom Fool. The students made fun of him. The students, he had this tendency to memorize his lectures verbatim, and he'd stand up in front of the class and deliver this memorized lecture. They'd ask him a question, and he'd just regurgitate part of the lecture that he had memorized before. There was one account where they had actually tried to get him removed because he just wasn't an effective instructor. But he knew his tactics, and he knew artillery. He certainly had a good feel for that. By the time the war begins, most of you are familiar with the story of him having great success at the Battle of First Bull Run, where he got his reputation and his nickname of Stonewall Jackson. One of the reasons for that is that the regiments that he raised and trained, the brigade that he trained over at Harper's Ferry before he got to the Bull Run, was probably the best trained brigade on the entire battlefield. And from that day forward, there's nobody who's going to train his troops harder, and certainly not on either side of the military. There's nobody who's going to be able to get more out of his soldiers. They could march longer, they could march farther, they could surprise the enemy and fight ferociously. So he had that incredible ability. But it's also worth saying that he was probably one of the most, we would call him eccentric or insane. Some people at that time called him insane. What were the things that he was developing the reputation of being eccentric? Well, he had this notion that his innards were all kind of discombobulated. And so he would have to do things like he would stand for a long time with his hand up in the air to keep his balance, to get his equilibrium back. Most of you have heard about the stories of his love for lemons. I found it interesting. He avoided pepper because if he ate pepper, he found his rheumatism in one of his legs would act up. And he just was a very peculiar guy. And he was an incredibly devout, we would call him a zealot Christian, a Presbyterian, very Calvinist in his approach. And he was not the guy you'd want to invite to the dinner, dinner party. It just wasn't that guy. But you got him in battle, and it was amazing what he could do. His self-confidence, his aggressiveness, his determination, it all came together. And after he developed the reputation first at First Bull Run, and then in the Valley Campaign, and Second Bull Run, and elsewhere, his troops revered him. And he had this legendary reputation among the entire population of the South by that time. By the time we get to Chancellorsville, he is almost as well known and almost as highly regarded as Robert E. Lee himself. No one would be close to that. Maybe Jeb Stuart, but not really. Stonewall Jackson and Robert E. Lee were at the pinnacle as far as the Confederates were concerned. And he is Lee's trusted lieutenant. Now, what we tend to overlook is another very trusted lieutenant that Lee had was Longstreet. But Longstreet, as we mentioned already, is out of the picture for this particular battle. So, quite a bit on Stonewall Jackson. Hooker's strategy then. He knows he's got a much improved military. His army the morale has sprung back. One of the things they did is the Irish Brigade hosted St. Patty's Day celebration, and they made a big thing out of it. Hooker himself decided to invite the president down. They had a grand review, and all the soldiers would be marching past Lincoln. Now, most of the time, soldiers don't like to march. All they did when they were on a day off was drill. But here was something special. The President of the United States was there. So all these things help boost the morale. What's he going to do with the Army now? Here's the basic plan. First of all, he'd learned his lessons well from Fredericksburg. And the lesson that Hooker learned was that it was a fool's errand to run against prepared defensive positions. All that would get you was slaughter of your own troops. That the thing to do was to somehow maneuver yourself so you could find a good defensive position and let the other guy attack you. That was the lesson that Hooker learned from the Battle of Fredericksburg. So here's the plan that he developed, and it's audacious. Most historians and military scholars would tell you it was an excellent plan. First of all, let's start with the cavalry. The cavalry would swing around in a wide berth, cut behind the enemy, and eventually the target would be, here's the rail line between Richmond and Fredericksburg. That's the target. We already mentioned they're practically starving. Hooker knew that. So if you cut that very tenuous rail line, then Lee has to withdraw. He can't possibly stay at Fredericksburg. This is the reasoning. To do that, you have to cut this rail line right here at Hanover Junction because that's the intersection of two rail lines. And just as important, you've got bridges over a couple of these rivers, the North Anna River and the South Anna River. You destroy those, you can't restore bridges overnight. Generally, if you tear up some rail tracks, you can get that fixed in a couple of days, but not bridges. So that's the plan. Another part of this plan is deception. They knew that the enemy had figured out their signal flag system. So the enemy could read their signals when they were passing them back and forth. Well, one of the things that Hooker did was use that to his advantage and sent signals back and forth indicating that the army was going to move out in this direction and head over to the valley and deceive Lee in that respect. So those two things are going on. That leaves the 6th Corps and the 1st Corps to cross at Fredericksburg and basically to fix Lee's forces right there because they think they're being attacked by a major force. It is, after all, about 40,000 troops crossing the river. And then take the bulk of the army in a huge sweep well behind the lines so that the Confederates can't see you're doing this, find a place upstream to cross the rivers, and then come in on Lee's flank and catch Lee in this vice between 2 Corps over here and the bulk of the army on this side. And Lee's forces would have to come out of the trenches. And one or two things would happen as far as Hooker is concerned. Lee would have to fight, and now we're going to fight on my terms, on Hooker's terms, or what he really thought, once this line of supply communication was cut, Lee would have little choice but to drop back towards Richmond. So he wouldn't even have to fight a battle. He could win in that respect. Let's take a look at the terrain of Chancellorsville. This is not ideal terrain to be fighting on. Here, this is kind of hard to see. I apologize for that. Here is the Rappahannock River, and then right here it splits off. The Rappahannock goes north, and here's the Rapidan River right through here. So we're looking kind of at the southern half of this. Here is Fredericksburg itself. And in Fredericksburg, as you recall from that battle, you've got commanding heights on both sides of the river. You've got Mary's Heights and the Sunken Road. This is the place where the last battle the Union had beat themselves bloody to no good effect. But on the north side of the river, in commanding positions, is the Union artillery. And Lee always respected those positions of Union artillery. He did not want to cross into the teeth of that. 10 miles to the west is this little place called Chancellorsville, and it's really nothing more than a house, a fairly fancy house as things were in that day, but it's just in a road crossing. Excuse me, going the wrong direction here. And these are hardly advanced, improved roads. They're the same kind of dirt roads that we knew before, we talked about earlier. Right here, Catherine Furnace, this is an important thing to keep in mind. Prior to this, almost from the Revolutionary period, Catherine Furnace had been just that. It had been a place where they smelt iron ore. And that takes a lot of charcoal. And to get the charcoal, a lot of the first growth timber in this region had been cut down and thrown into the Catherine's furnace to make the charcoal to convert to work on the iron ore. So what you have here in a lot of places, you can see the dark green, that's forested terrain. But it's not mature forest where if you envision you can walk through the trees and it's fairly clear, you know, like Sherwood Forest kind of. It's not that at all. It's scrub pine and oak and beech, things like that. It's very tough working through here. It's second generation growth. You're just not going to cut your way through. And in most cases, soldiers says, well, We can't fight in that stuff. Until somebody orders you to, and they change their mind on it. And then you can see there's clearings around the Chancellor's house itself, a Wilderness Church over here, a Wilderness Tavern over here. But most of this is very rugged, rolling, forested terrain. It's not a great place to be fighting. In fact, for those of you who know your Civil War history, the Wilderness Battle is fought right here as well, just about a year later, a year and a half later. So that's the terrain we're looking at. And again, 10 miles distance between these. What I have circled in here in blue are there are no bridges, but there are fords, a place where perhaps cavalry or even infantry, when the river is low, can march across in good weather. The key is when the river is low. That's always a problem. That was one of the things that defeated Burnside in his mud march. You know, when the river rises a couple feet, you're not taking the soldiers across there anymore, even with pontoon bridges. So these fords are going to be important as we get farther into this. Okay, try to move along here pretty quick. The opening moves. 26th to 27th is when all of this starts. That's when it kicks off. And initially, the first thing that happens, one of the things that he had done to reorganize his units was to insist that they strip down and be able to move light. We ought to be able to move our troops just as quickly as the Confederates are able to. So the troops are issued 8 days of rations, mules, but no wagons. Obviously, you want to take the artillery, but you try to strip out as much of the supply lines as you can. We want to move this army quickly. And they do so. And they do so in a way that keeps it hidden from the Union. You've got 2 corps down here, about 40,000 troops, right in the eyes of the Confederates. They think that's where it's all happening. And within 2 days, April 28th, in the evening of April 28th, at nighttime, the engineers are able to put across a pontoon bridge here against very light resistance. It's strong enough to be able to alert the Confederates, but it's still light resistance. The next day, they march, and you've got the 11th Corps and the 12th Corps that come down here. This is the Rappahannock River. This is the Rapidan River down here. 1 day later, they're already across the Rapidan River. They're on the south side of the river now with 2 corps here and Meade's 5th Corps right here. And you've got the 2nd Corps moving close to another ford right here. I think that's U.S. Ford. This is all going like clockwork for Hooker, just like he was laying it out, and it's going well for him. By the next day, by late on the 30th, he has 4 corps on the south side of the river. The 11th, the 12th, this is the 5th Corps with Meade, and here's Couch's 2nd Corps coming on strong. And you can position a couple more to quickly follow on here. So this is going well, and I think it's at this time that we can hear Hooker's comments to his army having accomplished this. Thinking about it.
It is with heartfelt satisfaction the commanding general announces to the army that the operations of the last 3 days have determined that our enemy must either ingloriously fly or come out from behind his defenses and give us a battle on our own ground, where certain destruction awaits him. The operations to the 5th, 11th, and 12th Corps have been a succession of splendid achievement.
There it is. As far as Hooker is concerned, he'd accomplished his goals. This is going perfectly, exactly like planned. He had Lee exactly where he wanted him. So, how do things sort out the next day? The 1st of May, Hooker sends his forces directly east towards Fredericksburg. In the north, you've got Meade and two of his divisions. Down this road right here, you've got, sorry, it's a little bit hazy here. You've got 1 division moving forward. You've got Howard and Slocum moving down in this direction. So everything is going according to plan. But by this time, it took Lee about 2.5 days to really respond to this because he was very much surprised and caught off off guard on it, but he sends, Anderson had already had some elements there. He sends more forces. And Anderson's troops meet Slocum and Sykes' division right here on the road. And they clash. And very quickly after that, suddenly the Union troops start to withdraw. And Lee can't quite figure out what's going on. What had happened, though, is Hooker decided that he didn't want to have the major engagement. He didn't want to keep pushing forward. He wanted to find that good defensive position to fall back on. But having not explained this to a lot of his subordinate commanders, many of them were just as mystified as I think Lee was at that time. So, by dusk on May 1st, this is just a few hours later, you find that Meade's forces had almost gotten to Banks Ford. That was their objective. And even though meeting no resistance whatsoever, they were called back and returned back to this location here. You can see these dotted lines. That's as far as the Union Army got before Hooker ordered them back into defensive positions. And here's the defensive position he selected. And it's centered basically on Chancellor House, right here in the center. Here's Catherine Furnace, so it's well north of that. And then along the turnpike right here, the river road, and then a turnpike that goes through here as well. So that's where he decided he wanted to fight his battle. And Oliver Howard, I've got his picture up here, is the corps that's on the right flank of the Union Army. His weakest corps, the one that he had the least faith in. So by this time, Lee knows he has to do something dramatic. And we'll get back to Lee in just a second. I wanted to tell you a little bit more about Stoneman's raid, how that was going. Is because as you recall, what Stoneman was supposed to do was head towards Richmond and north of Richmond to cut the railroad line and sever that communication line that was so critical to the Confederates. By May 1st, and that's what we're talking about, May 1st, Hooker is already in this defensive position. Hooker was kind of hoping that Stoneman would have already accomplished that mission. And he kept waiting for word on the 1st and the next couple of days. Did Stoneman cut the line? Are railroads, are trains still arriving at Fredericksburg? That would be the key. If trains no longer were arriving in Fredericksburg, you knew that the line had been cut. So, Stoneman was here on May 1st, 34 miles away from those rail lines. And not until about 2 or 3 days later did he finally reach the rail line. And you recall, when I talked about this earlier, here's Hanover Junction. Here are the bridges, railroad bridges, that were supposed to be the target for Stoneman. Neither one of those had been cut. And here were the instructions that, according to history, that Hooker had given Stoneman when he let out. Let your watchword be fight, and let all your orders be fight, fight, fight. Celerity, audacity, and resolution are everything in war. So in his mind, Hooker had given him great latitude and that Stoneman should know exactly what he had to do. He was a big part of Hooker's plan. Stoneman wasn't up to that task. It had been Jeb Stuart, all those things we talked about, celerity, audacity, resolution, those were Jeb Stuart, but by this time in the war, they weren't necessarily George Stoneman. He was a bit too tentative in moving south and never did accomplish the mission he was supposed to accomplish. But back in the front around Chancellorsville on May 2nd, early in the morning, in fact, the night before, May 1st, you've got this classic scene right about here at Catherine Furnace. Now, this is a bit deceptive. The line's up here at the evening of May 1st. And Lee and Jackson meet here, and they sit on a log someplace in the middle of the forest, and they discuss what they should do. And Lee now has left, imagine this, he has taken the huge chance and left one division, Early's division, plus another brigade, over in Fredericksburg, facing the two corps that were across the other side of the river. Greatly outnumbered. And Lee brought his entire rest of his army over here to take on Hooker. And he's still grossly outnumbered. As they're sitting there talking about this, basically he's got 5 divisions, short of 5 divisions against, I don't know how many corps by that time, 5 corps. They're greatly outnumbered. They're sitting on this log. What should we do? And here's the classic conversation that's recorded in history. It starts off with Lee talking. Well, General Jackson, what do you propose we do? Jackson points to the map, and he points over here, because they had heard that the 11th Corps was in the air, that it wasn't anchored on anything. It was just out in the middle of nowhere and just there. And it did appear that it was all oriented towards the south, not towards the west. So I started with Lee's comment, and Jackson points to the map. I propose to go right around there. What do you propose to do with it? With my whole command. So Jackson's going to take 3 divisions he's got, move his entire command over. What will you leave me here to hold the Federal Army with? The 2 divisions that you have here. Well, go ahead. Talk about audacious. Talk about laying it entirely on the line. Why would Lee take such a horrendous chance? Because for almost a day, Jackson has to march. I'll master this someday. Jackson has to march down here, and these are rough roads with forest and encroaching on both sides. Down here, all the way around the flank, and then up here, and then deploy his troops. That doesn't happen overnight. It takes a couple, 3 hours just to deploy your troops before he can attack. So by all rights, it was probably going to take till the afternoon, maybe the late afternoon, before he can kick off this attack. And in the meantime, Jackson's not any help to Lee. So here's Lee with 2 divisions, McLaws and Anderson, while the rest of the army is marching over here. Why does he think he can get away with it? Because in his mind, he remembers from the day before, Hooker had been driving forward. There really was no reason why he should stop, but suddenly he did stop. He withdrew in these defensive positions, and that night they're hearing chopping, and they're hearing digging in. They're hearing lots of commotion, like the Union is digging in, preparing for us to attack him. So Lee says, okay, I'm offensive-minded. I'm going to attack him. Now here I think it's the critical moment of the battle, and it's partly psychological. But Hooker started this knowing that there was strength in the defense. And there were people on both sides of the military who thought the better strength was in the defense, that these new weapons that we had in the Civil War always gave the defense the advantage. And we're going to hear this in future battles as well. Hooker, being a student of Napoleonic warfare, embracing the principles of war that as he understood it, realized that defense wasn't one of the principles of war, offense was one of the principles of war. And why was offense and not defense? Because whoever was on the offense had the initiative. The guy in the offense is the one who calls the shots, that determines where the battle's going to be, who determines when the battle's going to be, and under what conditions the battle's going to occur. And that's a huge advantage in most cases. So Lee seizes the initiative because Hooker led him. And Lee made an incredible calculated risk that Hooker wasn't going to go anywhere. He was just going to wait for Lee to attack him. Okay, and we'll accommodate you. But it starts with Hooker having a turning movement on Lee. Now Lee is going to reverse the tables and have a turning movement in the form of Jackson attacking his very vulnerable right flank. And again, remember, this terrain right here is mostly thick overgrowth. It's not open plains by any means. But that's the nature of the combat that's going to occur. Jackson's attack. Hooker orders seizure of Fredericksburg because he doesn't know what's going on here. And Howard and his 11th Corps, Hooker's concerned that they are out in the air. So early in this whole arrangement, Hooker orders the 1st Corps that had been over in Fredericksburg to march west, cross the river, and to form a line that stretched from here all the way up back to the river, so that that vulnerable line wouldn't be exposed anymore, that you protect your flank. On top of that, twice early in the morning on the 2nd, Hooker is sending commands, messages over to Howard, dig in, shift your forces, redeploy so that you can handle an attack that comes from the west. What's Howard's response? He does nothing. For whatever reason, he does nothing, nor do his subordinates really do much of anything that would address the threat that might be coming in through the west. Now, part of it is they're looking through this thicket and saying, nobody's going to attack through there. Now, I shouldn't speculate, but that was part of the assumptions that were going on. So now you have this series of errors and bad luck. First of all, Jackson's forces had done a superb job of being relatively quiet. It wasn't the Confederates' way, but they had march discipline, and they kept themselves quiet and out of the eye of the Union as much as possible, although there were a couple occasions where they were spotted. In fact, I need to go back here one. General Sickles, in charge of the 3rd Corps, when this march first started, kept seeing troops marching past Catherine Furnace and then turning south. And one regiment after another, one regiment after another. What's Sickles thinking? They're doing exactly what Hooker wanted them to. They're withdrawing to the south, where they're retreating. And later in the afternoon, Sickles keeps imploring Hooker, let me attack these guys before they get away. We've got to attack them now. And right at the end of the day, he attacks the trail elements of of Jackson's forces. And if I can find this quote, it's a good one. He actually captures a few Confederates. You'd think that they would be demoralized by that time, but the Confederates tell him, you may think you have done a big thing just now, but wait till Jackson gets around and you're right. You'll catch hell before night. So you're passing this information forward. And okay, what is Hooker to think? What is Howard to think? It's easy to think what you want to believe. They're withdrawing. Hooker wasn't nearly as sure as Howard was about that, by the way. Anyway, going to the next day, the beginning of the attack. Errors and bad luck. I wanted to address what I mean by errors and bad luck in this respect. 2 errors. One, the error that you had in calling up, the error that you had in watching all these troops marching past Catherine's Furnace and think that you're heading south. The bad luck was Reynolds was late in getting to that position on the flank of Howard. He was late because there was a breakdown in communication going back to Fredericksburg that lost several key hours. So he wasn't in position like he was supposed to be. Other part of the bad luck was having your weakest corps in that vulnerable spot. Why were they there? Because that's the last place that Hooker expected to have to fight, so he put his weakest corps there. This is the luck of war. Sometimes you need both those things going in your favor. 5:30 p.m., late in the afternoon. You've only got a couple, 3 hours of daylight to fight now. Jackson's attack is launched, with General Rhodes' division leading the attack, followed by Colston's division, and then you can't see it down the bottom, but that's A.P. Hill's division. That's the 3rd Division in line. Before the attack is launched, here's Jackson's message to General Lee.
The enemy has made a stand at Chancellor's, which is about 2 miles from Chancellorsville. I hope as soon as practicable to attack. I trust that an ever-kind providence will bless us with great success.
And it did. The Union forces are overwhelmed, very quickly start to break. And you can see just by the disposition of these troops right here, you don't want to have the enemy forces overlapping you. So you are being attacked right down the throat of this road, and you're also seeing troops break through on either side of that road. And you start to have units. Some units stand fast and fight hard, and many of the units broke. The next quote I wanted to play here then is basically Colonel Leopold von Gilsa, who is right at the tip of this. His unit is right here, and his description of what happened. Now, he obviously is going to embellish it a little bit to his favor, but I'll let you listen to it as well here.
The whole line was at once engaged furiously, and my brigade stood coolly and bravely, fired 3 times, and stood still after they had outflanked me already on my right. The enemy attacked now from the front and rear, and then, of course, my brave boys were obliged to fall back. Retreating, I expected surely to rally my brigade behind our second line, formed by Schulz's division, but I did not find the second line. It was abandoned before we reached it. We were surrounded not by the few stragglers that always fly like chaff at the first breeze, but scores, rushing into the opening, some with arms and some without, running or falling. The noise and the smoke filled the air with excitement, and to add to it Diekman's guns and caissons, with battery men scattered, rolled and tumbled like runaway wagons and carts in a thronged city. More quickly than it could be told, with all the fury of the wildest hailstorm, everything, every sort of organization that lay in the path of the mad current of panic-stricken men had to give way and be broken into fragments.
That quote right there tells you the advantage you have with initiative and the shock that's involved with taking advantage of that initiative, keeping the enemy off balance. They responded like Jackson figured they would. They broke and they fled the battlefield. Not all units, and increasingly as the attack moved forward, the Confederate lines start to lose cohesion and the Union line starts to get bolstered more and more. But it's very much a rout. There's no other way to be able to state it. The Union right is routed. Hooker tries to rally his troops as best as he can. He is courageous. He is out in front. He doesn't mind putting himself in threat by any means. And over time, as they move forward, the resistance begins to grow. There is one point in time that Pleasanton, who is remember, he's a cavalry commander, but he gets about 20 pieces of artillery at Hazel Grove, and we'll be talking about that in just a second here, and gets them in a position and gets some infantry to rally around him and blunts one of the attacks. Now, he says there's 5,000. Confederates say, well, there might be more like 200 in this attack. But I'll let you hear what Pleasanton has to say about that particular action.
The rebels came on in line 5 and 6 deep with but one flag, a Union flag dropped by the 11th Corps. I suspected deception and was ready for it. They called out not to shoot, and they were friends. At the same time, they gave us a volley from at least 5,000 muskets. As soon as I saw the flash, I gave the command to fire, and the whole line of artillery was discharged at once. It fairly swept them from the earth. Before they could recover themselves, the line of artillery had been loaded and was ready for a second attack. I poured in the canister for about 20 minutes, and the affair was over.
It was about this time that Jackson was fearing that he was losing momentum. By this time, Rhodes' units, that 1st Division, had pretty much exhausted themselves, and now Colston's units were in the fray as well. And Jackson is riding wherever he can, imploring his troops to go forward. And this was his comment over and over and over again that evening. Press forward, press forward, press forward. When he did discover that they had pretty much taken the ground as it was getting towards dusk, and by the time you get to nightfall, he still wanted to be on the attack. But his soldiers had pretty much gone to ground by that time. About 9 o'clock, he and a few of his staff officers actually venture out in front of the lines. Now, they think that they're still quite a ways away from where the Union lines are, and I think they were. But it's forward of the Confederate lines. And normally you do this, and there's somebody who knows you're passing through the lines. They expect you to come back through again. In this case, at 9:30, there's an awful lot of confusion when Jackson and his folks are returning to the lines, and there are Confederate units now that take the staffs under fire. Not just Jackson's staff, but there's A.P. Hill and several of his staff officers out there as well. And in the melee, Jackson is hit. He's hit in his right hand, he's hit in his left arm, And his bone is shattered right here in his left upper arm. And it's a devastating blow, but it's not a killing blow. He's quickly, and everybody's concerned, of course, because he's reached heroic proportions by this time. They get a litter, and they start carrying him off the battlefield in the litter. But as they're carrying him off, in the middle of the darkness, you can't see. I've already talked about the nature of the terrain. There's a point in time where the litter bearers stumble, and Jackson comes spilling out of the litter and falls hard on his left side, only aggravating all of these injuries that he already had. They get him back on the litter, and they take him out. So you've got an issue now of who's in command. At this critical moment, who's going to take command? Jackson hands over command to A.P. Hill. It's not too much longer that A.P. Hill's calf is clipped by a piece of artillery shell fragment, and he's now out of the picture. So he passes command to the one person who had the reputation and had the respect of the troops, and that was J.E.B. Stuart. Jeb Stuart, cavalry commander, now is going to be in charge of Jackson's First Corps for the rest of the campaign. Word gets back to Lee, and here's Lee's comments when he gets the word.
I have just received your note informing me that you were wounded. I cannot express my regret at the occurrence. Could I have directed events, I would have chosen, for the good of the country, to be disabled in your stead. I congratulate you upon the victory, which is due to your skill and energy.
So, in Jackson's moment of greatest triumph, he's cut down and taken from the battlefield. And this is part of the legend that has grown up about Jackson ever since. May 3rd is a very critical day in the combat. The morning of May 3rd. Stuart, if nothing else, he's a very aggressive commander, and he knows exactly what Lee wants him to do with his corps, and that's attack, attack, attack. By 7:30, they're on the attack. Now, take a quick look at this. This is important also. They've got this peculiar pocket right here. This is the core of the Union position. The 3rd Corps, the 12th Corps, the 2nd Corps, all in here. 3rd with Sickles, Couch, Slocum. Howard now has moved from the right all the way over to the left of the position, a relatively secure position. Meade now is on the right flank, as well as General Reynolds' Corps. And take a close look at this. If the Confederates are going to attack right here, what's to prevent Meade from attacking into their flank and handing them in their flank? Now, this is going to come up here pretty soon. This particular battle on the 3rd is every bit as vicious and as brutal and as extended as when we talked about Antietam a couple months ago. It went on for several hours. But something occurred right before the battle even began that was crucial. Right here, it's very hazy, you can't see, but this is Hazel Grove right here. That is the key terrain in this particular battlefield. But it's kind of this bulge. I mean, this bulge right here is bad enough, but then to have a bulge that would extend out here, Hooker decided to evacuate Hazel Grove before the beginning of the battle. The problem was, whoever controlled Hazel Grove had the best artillery position and controlled the entire battlefield. So Hooker made a mistake there as well. He surrendered that. And that's basically, eventually, what's going to turn the tables on this whole battle. It's a brutal combat. Wave after wave. One side would attack, the other side would counterattack, back and forth kind of a thing. As the Union forces were depleted their ammunition, another unit would be brought forward. And Hooker was trying to control all these things as much as possible. And meanwhile, Lee with his 2 divisions they're conducting attacks simply to hold this portion of the Union line in place. Now, what you can also see here, these 2 armies, the 1st Corps and Lee's 2 divisions, are still essentially separated. They're not able to coordinate. And the key now in this battle is to rejoin these 2 forces together. You can see now that the Confederates are starting to make inroads. Here is Hazel Grove, high ground, with a commanding position on Fairview Heights. That's where the Union artillery was. And generally, the Union had better artillery and better success in this battle because of the commanding position here. The Confederate artillery is going to win the day. As you get closer to the fight now, Stuart launches Heth's divisions, Colston's divisions, and Rowe's divisions. Wait a minute, who's Heth? Well, Heth is the person that took over from A.P. Hill, who was commander of that division before he's injured. Just a little bit later, a couple hours into the battle, in this crucial day, the Confederate artillery is taking fire from Hazel Grove, as I mentioned, and one of the places they're able to target is right here. That's Chancellor House. And by that time, the Confederates know that Chancellor House is the location of Hooker's headquarters. So why wouldn't you take that under fire as well? And the Confederates have a couple rifled artillery pieces that have the range to be able to do that. At 9:15, Hooker is just entertaining General Couch, who's coming to the headquarters to coordinate some units relocated. And he's standing close to a pillar right on the porch of the Chancellor's house when